In the opening of Manhwa we can see a troupe is going with a carriage. The carriage look lavish. Inside the carriage there is a beautiful woman. The woman, she is Princess Adelaide Gotrov of Gotrov Empire. She is a powerful mage who can single-handed defeat Monster Tower. She is thinking about her encounter with her mother before she is going out from her empire. Her mother said go and become the Empress of Ichmont. Princess replied that her mother looked anxious to tolerate her presence there. Her mother said she thought that will accept this proposal. She is wrong. Princess isn't distress. Princess mother whisper in her ears that does she not regret that day every single time that day if she had left her little brother to die then she could become an emperor. Princess flinch and please stop it mother. Her mother said does not Princess think that she owned one and only her little brother. Mother said of course she is loyal to him. It shows her mother clearly don't like her and favors hide little brother. Her mother said her existence to the empire you just like a knife on a jaw for the shake of empire and her little brother she should leave this empire and can go become Empress of another empire. Scene shift now Princess is watching a photo in name of her future husband. His name is Karl Ulrich Ichmont of Ichmont Empire. She notices a paper lying on the floor. On that paper is written the emperor has already a mistress. Her name is Diana Poitiers and she is 29-year-old. This information Princess doesn't know. No Princess is thinking then she can only reach to the continent and leave her homeland after crossing deep and rough ocean. She can't return to her homeland and where she is going there is no trust. The land is very far and she has to become the Empress of another empire. In Palace Emperor Karl Ulrich Ichmont of Ichmont Empire, he is watching Princess portrait before her arrival. His thinking.
When someone send their prospective groom their photo, they usually draw themselves sitting calmly with gentle smile on their face, right? But she is sending him the message that she will come as an empress, not my woman. I can clearly feel her influence from this portrait. It's a pity. It's better for both of us if she were to come as a woman.
After a month later Princess arrived to Empire. Lionel Valgier, the second son of Duke Valgier. He is the Minister of Ministry of Defense and Captain of Royal Guard. He and his guards saw Princess carriages coming.
There, I think they're almost here.
Yes, I saw them. Let's prepare to department.
How long will it be before we arrive?
The gate we are seeing right now is the first gate. Since we need to pass through the second gate it will take another before we arrive, Your Highness.
Princess seems like I have to change clothes. Lionel arrived. He introduced himself. I am Minister of Ministry of Defense and Captain of Royal Guards and I am here to escort Her Highness. Princess Aide opened the door. As soon as door is open the minister is surprised to see the princess. She is wearing her gown. She is wearing horse riding clothes. He saw her golden eyes and felt enchanted to it. He thought they are such rare ones. He escorted her out of her carriage. Princess said you went out of your way to welcome me. Thank you. My name is Adelaide Gotrov. For a moment he is mesmerized by her presence and stopped for a moment. Princess said it's quite strenuous to ride a carriage and a boat for a 2 whole month. Do you perhaps have any sphere horse? Lionel, are you asking a horse? Princess, so the first can ride it. Lionel thinking a horse riding, that's why she changed her clothes, causes it strange for noble women to wear such clothes at first meeting. Your Highness, the war horses are fierce, so it would be dangerous, soldier said. Princess said, how dare you harbor such a concern for a princess of Gotrov? Princess took that dangerous horse and rider it with her full confidence. All soldiers and Lionel is stunned and thinks God heaven, that's why she was very confident about it. She has excellent horse riding skills. Princess praised the horse, good job. Lionel, Your Highness, do you feel relieved now, Your Highness? Princess reply, yes, thank you. All thought I would like to write some more. I guess it will be a bit troublesome if I were to arrive at palace wearing this. Lionel suggest, Your Highness, please ride in your carriage from here now. He thought otherwise it would be scandalous for Crown Princess to arrive at palace in such manner. You said your name is Lionel, was there right? Thank you. I could get over the boring journey. I hope we can go horse riding together someday. Princess thanks Lionel. Lionel flinched and thought Princess Adelaide of Gotrov Empire, such a unique person, is going to become Empress. Scene shifts in the palace. Emperor is working when his aide came and wants audience with him. Emperor asks what is wrong? Maid, my lady wants favor from you, your majesty. In ivory palace of Emperor, Mistress is picking up some jewelry and crown. While picking up, Duchess Ulrich Grand arrived. She's the stepsister of the Emperor, and the only female member of the royal family of Ulrich. Mistress welcomed her and asked, "What's bring your grace here to Ivory Palace?" Duchess asked, "What of this? Did His Majesty give you these? You think that you wouldn't even need permission to take out the royal treasurer?" "No, that's impossible," Mistress replied. "I was just choosing the Empress crown for the marriage ceremony." Duchess Empress crown? Crown chosen? That's been chosen by personally. Mistress I am worried Gotroy's officials will floods with protest letters if they hear about this rather than a crown chosen by the mistress. Isn't it better if it's chosen by the sister-in-law? Mistress laughed and said, "I apologize. As the only divorced woman in the empire, I am not sure if you have the right to choose. As you may know, our empire forbids a divorced woman to host a wedding." Duchess shouted and said, "This is insolent." Then suddenly Emperor arrived. He smashed the door aggressively, then shout, "What's happening?" The mistress smirks and thinks the Emperor came just in time as she planned. She said in sad tone, "Your Majesty, you have arrived." Somehow Emperor doesn't look pleased. Duchess thinks just now she was boldly cunning, and now this fox changed in weak women. Emperor asks, "What's happening?" Duchess reply, "Are you looking for your mistress rather than managing state affairs? You won't believe it, but I haven't done anything." The mistress starts shedding crocodile tears. "Oh God, it's just beginning and she is on my nerves." Emperor asked they why she is just like this. Mistress said, "It's all right. Your Majesty, Her Grace hasn't done anything wrong. It's all because I am lacking. Look like we have another trashta." Mistress said, "I'm doing my best to prepare for your Majesty's wedding," but Her Grace was not satisfied with the preparations. Duchess said, "Right, Tilda, so that's what happened. I have somehow become a mean sister-in-law who picks on an innocent person again. Seems like I have no right to say anything. Even though your cherished mistress is trying to show off her authority in pretense of preparing the wedding ceremony." Emperor in taunting tone said, "Show off her authority right now. We have no suitable royal lady who can host the wedding ceremony. Should not we instead be grateful to her for volunteering to do it herself? Especially you, Duchess Grand?" Duchess is angry. "Are you now blaming me for my divorce?" Emperor, let's stop this. This is my last warning. I am the one who put Diana in charge of the wedding ceremony's preparations, so you have no say about this. Just follow her decisions. Are we clear? Duchess is furious. She said, "Well, I too don't want to see this sight ever again. I will head back to my fief as soon as the ceremony is over." Emperor left the room. As soon as Emperor left, the pretty face of Mistress changed and she glanced at Duchess, and she also left the room. Duchess flinch. She sit on the sofa, her head spin. She is thinking His Majesty, the son of Empire. The closer are to him, the more light they'll receive. Even though she is His Majesty's older sister, she really can't think it will be all right if you upset him, causes his mistress is now only person Emperor matters. Duchess is shocked that how much she can manipulate the Emperor. This much I don't know if the new Empress will be able to hang on. Scene shift. The Emperor is lying on his mistress' lap instead of going in his office. His mistress said, "Your Majesty, you have to go now," while stroking his hairs. Emperor, "Let me stay like this little bit more." His mistress thinks, "Ah, he's so beautiful. His forehead, eyelashes, nose, lips. There's not a single part of him I don't like. Karl Ulrich Eichmont, he is perfect like his name." While crying, she is saying, "This person is mine. I intention of sharing him with anyone else." Her teardrops drop on Emperor face. He quickly get up and saw her crying. He asked what happened. She said, "Forgive me, Your Majesty," while crying. He said, "Are you still hurt by Duchess Grand's words?" "No, it is not that I Was just thinking, what should I do if the Empress is displeased with me? Would it be better for me to leave the palace if that'd make your Majesty more comfortable? Then Emperor said she didn't need to worry, Empress will not harm her. Mistress, I apologize, Your Majesty, I feel like I always stand in the way of your future. Well, of course you are. Mistress, however. Your Majesty, you're the only one I want in my life. Even if you were to take an Empress, I am fine with just being by your side. But she thinks something else. I will never let anyone steal you from me, even if it's the Empress. Scene shift now. Mistress is in her room. Her brother is also present there. He said you even chose His Majesty's coat. There's not much time left before the Emperor's wedding. You can control your emotions well. Mistress noticed there is new maid. I have never seen you before. Lift your face. Light blonde hair, deep blue eyes, although she is not that noticeably beautiful. Both of you leave. Need to talk privately with my big brother. I told you not to allow anyone with blonde hair and blue eyes become a maid. Her brother said, do you even know how common people who have blonde hair and blue eyes are? If we exclude all of them, do you think we'll be able to pick a maid? Mistress, still, you have to do as I tell you. Do you understand? All right, okay. And be careful with your words in front of the maids. If you can't even do that, don't come looking for me in the future. Brother said, anyway, let me ask you one thing. Do you really think you can hang on the Empress as the Princess of Gotrov? What do you mean? I know His Majesty can't live without you, but even if he can, he still won't grant you the title of Empress. There's no way the Empress would let you, His Majesty's lover, off. She has to let people know her position in the palace. I've heard rumors say she is exceptionally beautiful. This is why I have always told you to get pregnant before his marriage, so you. Mistress shouts on her brother. She said, do you think it's as easy as it sounds? The Empress would not be granted anything by His Majesty. His brother flinch and ask what? She replied that Emperor hate the word Empress. His brother asked, what are you talking about? Mistress replies, I am saying that the reason why His Majesty can't make me an Empress is because he loves me. Brother said, what kind of bullshit is that? You don't know men love can grow cold. Emperor love can become anytime cold to her. Mistress said she knows. Sure. Love for the living can become cold, however love for dead cannot grow old. His Majesty see his mother in her. Wait, listeners, what the shit she is talking? His mother, who passed away prematurely due to the former Empress prosecution. That's why the word, Empress, itself is something he hates. Do you still think his love would ever grow cold after hearing that? Her is his little brother in shock. Rather than an Empress who only has her status, it's better to be a mistress who has both love and power in her hands. Scene shift. The day after Adelaide arrived at the royal palace, people lined up to welcome her. They wanted to leave a good impression on the person who would soon become their Empress. However, after the parade of greetings came to an end, when it became late in the evening, there were still no news of the Emperor. The servants are also shocked. Princess think in the end he would not came. She informed the servants, I am tired. I will take a warm bath and retire for the day. If anyone visits, send them back and tell them to come back tomorrow. After that she went to take a bath. When Princess came from bathroom, she saw someone is there in her room. Who is she? This is bedchamber. It's common courtesy for all visitors to be guided to the drawing room to wait there. So how is this woman, who is not the owner of this bedchamber, waiting here so brazenly? Greetings, Your Highness, my name is Diana Poitiers. Princess. Emperor. Mistress. Princess, ignore her. And instruct her maid, my clothes are all wet, hurry up and dry my hair. Her maid understood, Your Highness. Mistress is relieved. She thought her face isn't emperor type. Unintentionally, Mistress smirks. Princess noticed that Mistress smirks. Mistress said, let me dry your hair, Your Highness. Are you a maid? No, I am not, Your Highness. Then why did you say you want to dry my hair? And moreover, if you're not a maid, why are you here in my bedchamber without my permission? I am sorry, Your Highness, if it displeases you. However, I want to inform you of something, Your Highness. Princess, regarding what? Mistress, regarding His Majesty preference. Princess is kinda shocked. She is thinking what the hell she is talking about. What did she just say? Mistress said I came here because I thought you would be curious about His Majesty's preferences. Your Highness, he likes wavy hairs. However, since you have straight hair, how about trying to roll your hair to make it wavy? And you look too pale. How about applying some makeup to make your cheeks more rosy? Princess is pissed off. She is now angry. She grabbed Mistress' hair by her hand and said, how dare she talk like that to her? In angry tone, Princess said, preference. You said preference. Then Princess leave her hair and ask her maiden to bring her wine. I heard that Eachmont is famous for its homebrewed wine. I am curious. I will drink a glass and sleep soundly after that. Maid understood, Your Highness. Princess asked, why are you giving me that kind of advice that I didn't even ask for, and then being needlessly sincere about it? That's because Mistress said I am sure you'll be asking about His Majesty's preferences. That's why I gave you this inform. Princess in annoying tone said, are you, perhaps, the kind of person who enjoys going around telling people about another person's preferences then? Can you go and tell His Majesty about my preferences? I like a man who knows how to speak about private issues in person. And one more thing, not once in my life have I thought of changing to suit another person's preferences. That's why it is all right not to share the Emperor's preferences with me. Those preferences, just keep it to yourself. Now you can go. Still, Mistress has to say something. I think I made a mistake because I was too excited to meet you. Your Highness, please forgive me. Princess, well, you don't really need to apologize. Then, I hope you'll have a comfortable rest. Please feel free to me if there's anything uncomfortable for you. I have instructed them to make no mistakes whilst obliging you. I will excuse myself now. Instructed Princess thinks Mistress words them to make no mistakes in obliging me. Isn't that what the house owner says to their visitors, to be greeted by the Emperor's mistress as soon as I arrive? It's ridiculous. Karl Ulrich Eachmont in angry tone. Day of the wedding, the Emperor had never looked for a prospective bride. All this time, this rumor has spread all over the palace like wildfire. Princess Adelaide said, what a romantic emperor we have here, one that's deeply in love with this. He's saying that Diana Poitiers is the one responsible for all the palace's affairs. Right, and I am the stumbling block between them. While Princess was talking to herself, the maiden came and informed that this is the platinum crown you will be wearing for the ceremony. Your Highness, would you like to try it? Princess Adelaide tried the crown. She quickly realized Mistress Diana gave this crown her on purpose. Anyone can clearly see that crown doesn't suit her and her golden eyes. Princess Adelaide asked, as there is golden crown rather than a silver-colored crown. A golden crown would shit me more. I still have some time before the ceremony, so I would like to change the crown. Scene shifts. We can see that Mistress Diana is with Emperor Karl. She is shaking in front of him. Karl asks what happened. Mistress start cry and lean on Emperor Karl and said, I am sorry. I am really sorry, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, Emperor Karl is thinking someone small and fragile, just like her, comes to mind. The one who made me want to protect her from being called Empress, and at the same time makes me want to look away whenever the word Empress appears. It makes me feel sick. Diana said, Her Majesty Princess is really noble and beautiful for her. It's no wonder that she thought that I was just one of the maids. Diana thinks the Emperor's biological mother was also the Empress maid. Diana plans works and Emperor Karl is interested what happened to her. Karl said, a maid. Didn't you say that nothing happened on the day you went to greet her? Diana said, nothing happens. It just, Your Majesty, I was just a bit sad that I couldn't answer her when she asked me who I was charge. I'm fine with just being by your side, but it seems that I'm getting too greed. Then Diana pretend to faint and Emperor shout her name, Diana. Breath. Diana slowly breath. Is there anyone outside? Hurry up and call for the physician. Hurry. Diana while crying, you can't throw me away. Please don't throw me away, Your Majesty. Then scene shift to marriage place. Guests are whispering within them. I mean, why hasn't His Majesty shown without any notice no matter what's going on? Isn't this his own marriage ceremony? Is it possible that Lady Poitiers is stopping him from coming anyway? I feel pity for the bride standing there all by herself. Princess Adelaide thinks, damn it, did he plan to make her look ridiculous on purpose? Princess Adelaide thought, I have anyone to ask nor anyone who would tell me what's happening. I feel as if I'm being thrown into the enemy's territory fully unarmed. Princess Adelaide thought about her nanny words while she was leaving the country. Your Highness, please remember in that place you have no one to trust except yourself. Please keep in your mind that you are the only one who can protect your honor and dignity. Nanny, you have to get it together even more right now. Adelaide. Princess Adelaide called servant. You there, go and get me a chair, I'll have a seat until His Majesty comes. She thought, all the nobles present are waiting while seated, so why should I stand? It just looks pathetic. All guests are curious and whispering, what do you think the future Empress is going to do? I have no idea. Why is a chair? It cannot be. A bride waiting for His Majesty remains seated. All guests are witnessing Princess Power move and whispering. Lionel elder brother said her aura is amazing. She flipped the situation to her favor so easily. Princess Adelaide and Lionel eyes meet. Princess, that person Lionel Valgier? They took a little glance at each other. Guests are mesmerized by her aura and beauty. Oh my god, she's so gorgeous you can't take your eyes off her. She made that chair regal in an instant. Duchess thought she made the nobles under control in just one move. She thought, this is right time. Duchess, should we use this chance to go and greet Her Majesty? Greeting Your Majesty, my name is Elizabeth Ulrich Grand. I've always wanted to see you. August Ulrich, it is a personal honor to meet you. My name is August Ulrich Davenel. Princess replied, despite your polite introductions, I am not really sure how I should introduce myself. It would be great if the ceremony starts soon, so I would be able to confidently introduce myself to both of you. I'm Adelaide, someone who wants to hurry up and become an Ulrich. Duchess, you already look like this empire's empress now. August Ulrich, it will be completely fine to confidently say that you are an Ulrich each month. All guests agree with Duchess and August Ulrich's statement. That's right, Your Majesty. Princess, please be seated. Seems like we shall have to wait a little longer for His Majesty. Duchess thought of Princess' humble yet powerful aura. She's really exceptional. She just simply offered HS a seat, but with that, she showed who has the higher rank in this place. I am curious to see Karl's face if he were to see this sight. Then servant announced, all rise for His Majesty the Emperor. Emperor came in. He saw Princess Adelaide and shocked that she's seating. She's seated? Princess, order the servant. You may remove the chair. Servant understood. Your Majesty the Empress. Emperor took a glance at Princess and thought, she's, without a doubt to my surprise, the very embodiment of an empress. I wonder if that's why he feel more disgusted. Princess, greetings. She thought, this man is Emperor Karl Ulrich Eichmont, a graceful face. The portrait didn't do his beauty justice, but how come he looks so cold-hearted? He's the one who came late. I feel tired already. Servant, Your Majesty, this bouquet is to be held in your hands. Another servant, please walk down the aisle holding Her Majesty's hand. Your Majesty. Emperor glanced at Princess Adelaide, but the Emperor refused to hold the Empress' hand when walking down the aisle. Witnessing this Emperor rude behavior, uproar among the all-Nobel guests happen. Guests, oh my, what on earth? Princess shocked and tremble, but she collect herself and enclam herself. Servant, Your Majesty, the bouquet. Princess, it's not needed. Emperor walked 2 steps forward from her bride. When they both came to aisle, Emperor said to Princess, don't get greedy, don't stop and keep walking. Princess confused and asked, what do you mean by that? Emperor, I heard you asked Diana Poitiers if she's a maid. Princess replied, of course I would question her since she was in someone's bedchamber without permission. Emperor, Diana Poitiers isn't a maid, so please don't make such a rude mistake ever again. In cold voice, I won't spend our first night with you, so don't wait for me. Priest voice, with that this couple shall follow God's will to each other and become a good example for many people. Princess glanced at Emperor and thought God's will is the Emperor's attitude of placing boundaries by saying I'm not his wife. As soon as we got married, written somewhere on God's will? Priest, I inform you in front of God, that from now on Adelaide Gotrov has become Adelaide Ulrich Eichmont. Princess is devastated and thought, damn it, I've now passed the point of no return. In the previous chapter, the Emperor embarrassed our main heroine during the wedding ceremony. Now, in the Ivory Palace, Diane was looking out the window at the Empress Palace. Is the ceremony over? She asked. Yes, a maid replied. Diane was relieved. Can you eat something now? You've skipped meals for several days already. A maid asked, trying to get Diane to eat something. Diane's face contorted at the question. She frowned and looked back at the maid, and at her sharp gaze, the maid shrank back. Another maid said, What are you talking about? Do you think she has been intentionally skipping her meals? Purple maid hesitantly replied, No, I don't mean that. Maid said, she was unable to eat, do you understand? Purple hair maid, seeing the scowl on Diane's face, she quickly apologized, not realizing the mistake she had made. Please forgive me, she said. As the two women faced each other in silence, Diane's gaze was enough to make the maid quiver in fear. Diane had already erupted in anger, berating the maid for her ignorance and lack of respect. The maid apologized and begged for forgiveness, but Diane remained stern, making it clear that she expected to be treated with proper respect as the owner of the palace. Diane glared at the maids for a moment, then spoke with a cold tone. The kneeling lady-in-waiting and held her chin, causing the maid to fill with fear. Does this look like a common aristocratic mansion? Do you think I'm a common person? Diane asked, her tone dripping with disdain. The maid didn't respond, too terrified to speak. Diane gently stroked the lady-in-waiting's hair and said, Now, this is the Imperial Palace, right? Yes, lady, the maid responded. I am the owner of this palace. How dare you say, lady? Diane bellowed, violently pulling the maid's hair. The maid screamed in surprise and begged for forgiveness as Diane stared blankly at her. Diane brushed her hands off and stood up, causing the lady-in-waiting to collapse on the floor. There should be a division between upper and lower. I am the owner of this ivory palace. That's why you call me, Your Highness. Got it? Diane said sternly. Yes, Your Highness. Mistress, this place is full of only slow-witted people like her. It's troublesome. Yes, exactly, the slow-witted is you. Mistress, I shall lie down on the bed for a while. I feel faint since I haven't eaten at all these days. Another maid glanced at the mistress and replied, Your Highness, should I call a physician on standby? Mistress, all right, you may do that. Adele locked herself in her room and began to contemplate her situation. How many individuals can I trust? She couldn't trust anyone. Even the maids in the palace seemed untrustworthy. On the first day of her marriage, the ladies-in-waiting had not seemed surprised that the emperor had not shown up, as if they had already known he wouldn't be coming. Adele had no information on her new husband, Karl Ulrich Emont, as the two countries of Gotrov and Emont had not interacted with each other for a long time because the deep and turbulent sea separated the two countries. There was no reason to cross the ocean and target each other's territory, so the two nations did not go beyond recognizing each other's existence. Adele felt a heavy weight on her chest whenever she thought about the emperor, who was now officially her husband. Expect too much. Adele clenched her fists and ground her teeth in response to the thought. Adele's foreboding turned out to be accurate as limit to embarrassing anyone. Don't tell me on our wedding night, he brazenly went to his mistress. Scene shifts to Ivory Palace. Emperor came to Ivory Palace instead of Empress Palace. Emperor, is she asleep? Yes, Your Majesty. Carl entered Diane's bedroom with a frown, finding her lying on the bed, pale and sweating. His own eyes were sunken as if he had been through a lot of stress. He inhaled deeply as he heard a faint voice calling out to him. Carl, son. He saw a massive bed with blonde hair on the pillows and a pale complexion. Diane looked as though she was about to break out in a cold sweat, her hands drenched with sweat. Your Majesty? Diane's faint voice brought Carl back to reality. With that he was still wearing the same wedding dress made Diane purse her lips, as though she was stopping herself from smiling. She assumed that since he saw her collapse, the wedding must have been a complete disaster. Are you okay? Carl asked. Diane nodded slowly and spoke to Carl in a condescending tone. Did you arrive immediately after the wedding? Then, what shall we do, Your Majesty? Stop. I'm very sorry. It always irritates me. Diane hardly rose from her bed. You should go, the Empress will be waiting for you. I said I wouldn't go. Diane pursed her lips and sobbed at these words. I chose the wedding dress of the Empress, Your Majesty. I also selected the ceremonial crown for Her Majesty, she said, unaware that Adele had changed to a gold crown. As I selected all of the ceremony necessities and flowers, it felt as though my heart was being torn apart. Diane stood in front of the Emperor, tears streaming down her face as she tried to stifle the tumultuous emotions roiling inside her. As she cried, the Emperor watched her, his expression one of concern but not agitation. After a long period of sobbing, Diane's tears finally began to subside. She stood there, staring at the Emperor's face, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. The few remaining tears evaporated without a trace. Nothing will differ from the past. May I remain by the side, Your Majesty? Diane asked, begging sincerely while holding his sleeve with a pitiful. Yes. But whom should I present to Her Majesty? Because she is the Empress, nobles will refer to me as her concubine. It seems that Diane is concerned about her status in the palace and how she will be perceived by others, particularly the Empress and the nobles. A ripple appeared on the Emperor's previously calm face as he tilted his head and inquired, Do you have a title in mind? Lover, Diane responded, her heart racing wildly. She was short of breath and even began to perspire. Please inform the Empress that I am your lover. The Emperor stared at Diane for a long time with a confused expression, as if he did not know what she was thinking. And after some time, he responded with an odd tone, I understand. When Diane's request was granted, she appeared astounded. A wolf cannot be tamed, but it can be provoked by touching its weak spot. Emperor Carl was a wolf-like man who concealed a raging fire. And Diane was aware of his vulnerabilities. She extended her hand to the Emperor and he grasped it. She reclined on her bed and shifted slightly to one side. Please embrace me, Diane said with a longing expression. Carl hesitated for a moment before finally yielding to Diane's silent request. And climbed onto the bed, pulling Diane into his arms. A smile played across her lips as she finally achieved her goal of spending the night with the Emperor. If I cannot become the Empress, no one else can assume that role in its entirety. Every scene of both of these foolish is trying not to cringe challenge. The day after the wedding of the Imperial couple, rumors spread like wildfire in a dry bush. Oh! As soon as the ceremony concluded, His Majesty departed for the Ivory Palace. So the Empress' wedding day was complicated? Yes. His Majesty arrived late to the wedding, correct? This is the first time this has ever occurred. How is Her Majesty doing? Yesterday, she announced that she would not receive any visitors. However, that did not save face. Can she assume authority over the Imperial Palace? As the noble ladies chattered in small groups, one of them suddenly grabbed the arm of the one who was gossiping. Shish! The other woman hissed, looking around nervously and shaking her head slightly. The group fell silent, all of them looking around in surprise. One of the women bit her lower lip in shock as she saw the Empress strolling leisurely through the adjacent corridor. The noble ladies quickly greeted the Empress with polite bows and curtsies, and Adele received their greetings with grace before continuing on her way. The ladies watched her retreating back with trembling hands held tightly to their chests. "Did she listen?" one of the noble ladies asked, looking back at the Empress' retreating figure with a worried expression. The other women narrowed their eyes and tried to gauge the Empress' reaction to their conversation. However, all they could focus on were her golden eyes that seemed to capture their attention immediately. Number. She did not express displeasure. Therefore, she must not have heard, one of the women concluded after a moment of hesitation. Adele returned to the Empress Palace, her body feeling the strain of yesterday's ominous forecast. Despite the chill in the wind and the sun's heat, she maintained a composed facade, only allowing herself to take deep breaths in the privacy of her empty room. Standing alone for a long time, Adele's face contorted as she buried her hands in her face, overwhelmed by the disparity between her expectations and the reality of the situation despite being well prepared for this journey. Nobody from each month's native country was brought here for any reason other than the Emperor's request, and Adele knew that all of these factors were significant to Gotrov. They had no reason to embark on this journey of exile, but Adele couldn't let herself be consumed by the past. "You are intelligent, so as long as you are prudent, you will be fine." These were her mother's final words. Adele grinned self-deprecatingly as she remembered the voice. In the wedding traditions of each month, there is also a banquet. Due to the tradition of maintaining silence on the wedding day and the following day, a large banquet was held on the afternoon of the third day. On this day, the Emperor and his wife held their wedding banquet, and the entire palace was filled with revelry. Diane Poitiers had been working on the banquet since early morning, as it was an extension of the wedding. As she surveyed the exquisitely decorated main hall, "Your Highness, is there an alternative solution?" a lady's maid asked Diane politely. "No," Diane replied, shaking her head. The ladies in waiting exchanged sharp glances and briefly distanced themselves from Diane. Diane focused on the Empress chair, a luxurious red carpet seat where one could sit alongside the Emperor and look down on everyone. Diane had worked hard to rise from the rank of Countess's daughter to the position of the Emperor's favorite. She had lost her parents to the witch beasts that poured out of the tower, but she had persevered and earned the Emperor's love and even the Ivory Palace. This was the domain of the Emperor, and everything in it was Imperial property. Only one person could sit beside the Emperor as his equal, his wife, the Empress. But a person who was born a princess and automatically assumed her position should not be placed above her. Today, the Empress shall not be able to sit comfortably in that chair. Weddings, first nights, and inaugural banquets, none of the main characters shall be the Empress. Should never be above me. The Empress will never be able to sit on that chair today. Damn, I bet. Even Sigmund Freud can't cure this women's delusion. While cushioning the flower, the mistress thought, the wedding ceremony, the first night, the first banquet, the main character of those events is her, not the Empress. That place, Emperor sides, was meant for her from the start. "All right, take it off," Adelaide commanded the maids. As the dress was removed, one of the maids spoke up. "I sincerely apologize, Your Majesty." Adelaide leaned back in her chair and swept her hair up. "Repair it in accordance with my measurements." "I'll be waiting." The maids hesitated, but by the time the banquet arrives, "It makes no difference if I arrive late." "Get it repaired," Adelaide replied firmly. The maids looked at each other, unsure if they could carry out her commands. "I sincerely apologize, Your Majesty." Small repairs on large clothes are simple, but large repairs on small clothes are difficult. The start of the banquet will not be a problem, but it will undoubtedly be later than the end time, one of the maids explained. Mother's words echoed in her mind as she grappled with the conundrum before her. "Adele, do you believe your battles in the palace are insignificant? You are a general who has never stopped fighting. Don't let yourself go in Amont." For a moment, she remained silent. The dress before her, though beautiful, was not suitable for her wedding reception. It was not possible to dress in the Gotrov style for such an occasion. Well, that leaves me with only two options, Adele said as the maids waited attentively for her next command. I will not attend my wedding banquet, or I will not force myself to wear this ill-fitting dress. Is that understood? The maids lowered their heads, unable to respond to Adele's cold words. She straightened her back. Diane Poitiers plan my wedding? The maids hesitated before nodding in affirmation. The Emperor granted permission, one of them offered. Adele could not help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. The maids looked embarrassed and afraid, but Adele paid them no mind. All she could focus on was the absurdity of it all. Bring me the wedding gown and gold crown I wore, Adele commanded. I don't mind, Adele said firmly. Adele's thoughts were clear. She would not be blamed for her desire to gain advantage through a dress over an emperor's love. How would you like to know the Witch of Gotrov? Adele muttered, her eyes dark and menacing. The Ichmont Palace was alive with activity as the grand banquet in honor of the emperor's marriage began in the evening. Meanwhile, Diane and the Duke greeted guests throughout the banquet hall. Diane flattered. The Duke assisted greatly in decorating this banquet hall. It would not have been possible without our princess's eyes. Ha, ha, the Duke laughed, praising Diane as a princess, and the other nobles laughed along. Whoa, my goodness. Isn't this a new atelier piece? One of the ladies exclaimed as she pointed to Diane's necklace with a surprised expression. The other ladies rushed to praise her jewelry. Oh, my God, I've heard these new products are stunning. I went to see them, but I was disappointed to learn that the princess had bought everything, one of them said. Oh my, these earrings are also part of a set, another added. The noblewomen all praised Diane, admiring the subtlety of her jewelry choices. But one of them couldn't help but ask with curiosity, oh, and I heard your majesty was still at the Ivory Palace on the first night of his marriage. Another chimed in, saying, I also heard it. That's one of a kind of love, princess. I envy you. Diane feigned a pitiful voice and said, please don't say anything like that. I'm afraid Her Majesty might misinterpret. The noblewomen continued to praise and chat with Lady Diane, not because they wanted to know her better, but to curry her favor. My lord, our estate's yield is not the same as in previous years. Would it be possible to consider a tax cut? A tower has recently collapsed near our estate, princess. Could you perhaps show leniency towards the strikers? Orphaned ladies had been sweating profusely in front of Diane since birth, offering compliments, making eye contact, laughing and inquiring. Diane smiled softly and nodded her head gently. I'll make certain to inform your majesty, she said. Thank you, my lord. Our princess is so modest. The emperor still delegated his authority over the palace administration to you. Well, isn't this more than the queen's authority? You make risky remarks on the spur of the moment, a low voice interrupted Lennox's speech. Lennox turned his head. Standing before them was a handsome man with a cold expression. Lionel, a representative of the Duke of Valdre, had come to the banquet on behalf of Theseus, who couldn't attend due to work. Took a step back, looking at Lionel's face. Lennox, however, seemed undeterred by Lionel's intimidating presence. He stood up straight, puffing out his chest and making a sour face. Diane frowned, aware of the danger of engaging in a confrontation with Lionel Valdre in such a setting. She tried to stop her brother, but Lennox's mouth was faster than his brain and he seemed determined to stand his ground. The Duke of Despoin, meanwhile, turned his head with a small, dry cough, clearly uncomfortable with the tension between Lennox and Lionel. Did I say something I wasn't supposed to say? He scoffed. Perhaps you have forgotten why this banquet was held, Lionel replied. Lennox's eyes bore into Lionel's back as he strode past, his mind reeling with anger. Diane's attempts to calm him went unnoticed as he inhaled deeply, preparing to confront Lionel. As their attention shifted back to the entrance, Suddenly, a servant shouted out in excitement, "Her Majesty, she has arrived." All eyes turned towards the entrance, where the Empress stood, her commanding presence immediately drawing the attention of everyone in the hall. The guests stood up to bow and curtsy as she entered, and the banquet hall was filled with a new energy as everyone eagerly awaited her arrival. The Empress was petite and slender, but her presence commanded the attention of the room. The nobles who saw Adele Ulrich Aimant were struck by her intensity, her golden eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky, and her pale face glowing like moonlight, and even Lionel couldn't take his eyes off her as she passed by. Everyone held their breath as Adele, holding everyone's hearts in her hand, softly smiled and spoke. "I apologize for running a little late." Diane took a deep breath as the Empress ascended the Emperor's stairs, a forbidden path for anyone else, with a regal grace that seemed almost effortless. The nobles around her held their breath, their eyes fixed on the Empress as she made her way to the throne. As the Empress scanned the crowd with her piercing golden eyes, her every move calculated and deliberate, the banquet hall was filled with a sense of unease. The guests seemed to shrink under her gaze, their words caught in their throats as they struggled to maintain their composure. The Empress's power and authority were undeniable as she surveyed her subjects like a queen surveying her kingdom. "How are you, Lord Despoin? Are you enjoying your meal?" The Empress's voice cut through the tension as she turned her gaze to Lord Despoin, who sat next to Diane Poitiers. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" "Nonetheless, I was expecting you," Lord Despoin replied, trying to hide his unease. As the crowd began to stir, a familiar face emerged from the throng. Lionel, a vassal noble of the Balder family, stepped forward to greet the Empress. He looked up at her, his eyes scanning her form as she exchanged greetings with the other nobles. Diane watched with a blank stare as the nobles scrambled to greet the Empress. People who had been chatting and seeking friendship quickly changed to people who wanted to greet the Empress, creating a rare scene. But Adele's gaze passed over Diane, as if she was unremarkable, just like the attendants and maids who passed by. Diane felt a sense of contempt rise within her, as if the Empress had no interest in her. Clenching her fists, Diane ignored the long line of nobles and went straight to the podium. She didn't care about protocol, she just wanted the Empress to notice her. "Fine. If you don't want to see me properly, I'll make you," she muttered under her breath. Unfold with a hint of amusement on her face as Diane approached her. The noble's eyes shone with interest as the two women faced each other across the grand staircase. "Look at how favored she is by His Majesty," one noblewoman said. "I wonder how the Empress will react to this," a man said, his voice tinged with curiosity. Mistress cuts the line of nobles who wants to greet Empress. "Good day, Her Majesty the Empress. My name is Diane Poitiers." Mistress introduced herself with a respectful bow. Adele smiled sweetly. "Mistress, I worked on the wedding and this banquet. Do you like it?" Her question was bold, but she couldn't help but want to know how the Empress felt about having the Emperor's mistress at the banquet. "You've been through a lot. I apologize for not being able to wear the banquet gown you had prepared. I wanted to wear it since it was lovely, but it was too small. I just couldn't put it on." The nobles started whispering that I look at it. She is wearing her wedding dress. I didn't notice it since it doesn't stand out. Wait, the dress prepared by Lady Poitiers was too small. Don't tell me she intentionally. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the entrance of the hall. His Majesty has arrived. The Emperor, who had not shown his face until now, stood there with a stern expression, his presence commanding the attention of all in the room. The Empress was seated on the throne, her demeanor calm and collected, giving off the impression that she naturally held power and control, and would not be swayed by the slightest disturbance. Meanwhile, Diane's entire body relaxed as she saw Karl. He was her only hope, her only source of light. Tears formed in her eyes unintentionally. The Emperor frowned as he stopped in front of her and her gentle eyes filled with tears. He then looked back and forth between the Empress and Diane, his expression unreadable, But Adele knew what he was thinking. Are you crying? The Emperor's voice was low and deep, a hint of concern in his tone as he blocked Diane's path, shielding her from the Empress's gaze. What are you doing? The Emperor asked, his tone sharp. That's what I'd like to know, Adele replied, trying to compose herself. I was just trying to greet her. What kind of greeting made you cry this way? Carl asked, frowning at Diane's tears. I'm curious as to why she's crying as well. She approached me and smiled. Ask the young lady if you're curious about why she wanted to say hi, Adele replied, her voice becoming sharper. Carl turned to face Diane after hearing Adele's comments. Her face was marred by tears and fear. I just wanted to greet Her Majesty the Empress, Diane said, trying to explain her actions, her voice trembling. Then turned his gaze to the Empress. Adele felt like she could strangle the man with her eyes. The two locked eyes in a heated exchange as the nobility watched on. Forget it, he said, his gaze fixed on Diane, who was sadly watching from a corner of the hall. That lady is my lover. Remember that. The Empress responded with a cold expression, her words sharp and biting. Since you lack warmth, I will not pay attention to your lover either. Understand? Adele smirked, finding a twisted sense of pleasure in the situation. I met her twice, but both times she was the one who approached me. As the Emperor turned away without a word, Adele couldn't help but feel a sense of victory wash over her. She smiled brightly at the nobles, relishing in their attention and the Emperor's discomfort. As she chuckled, a small stir ran through the nobility. She seems to be keeping her cool, one whispered. Lionel nodded slowly, but his mind was elsewhere. It seemed that rather than maintaining her composure, the Empress was trying hard not to lose. He couldn't help but notice that the smile on the Empress's face seemed forced, of someone in power, rather than the carefree smile on her lips when she rode a horse. Adele stormed into her palace, dismissing all of her attendants. She took deep breaths, trying to calm the anger and frustration that filled her chest. The Empress's black hair seemed to dance in the air, frustration that filled her chest, but it was no use. Her eyes shone with determination and her hands clenched tightly in response to the tingling in her peripheral nerves. The Empress's black hair seemed to dance in the air as the room was filled with a shifting of air currents, causing the candles to flicker and the windows to shake. She poured herself a glass of golden liquor and downed it in one swift gulp, feeling the burn in her throat as the alcohol hit her bloodstream. Well, I get why Diana Poitiers behaved that way. However, what's the deal with Karl Ulrich? If he loves her so much that he can't live without her, he should have just proclaimed her as the Empress. Why did he act like that after dragging innocent people into this? Do they think they are star-crossed? You'll appoint Diane Poitiers as Empress when I die. Is this some kind of tragic romance or a fantasy? Also what? He acknowledge my lover too? She recalled her father's words. You should always act like you have it all. Don't act humble even when you have nothing at all. When you really have nothing, people never fail to find out. An empress acknowledged by has nothing but her title. The moment this fact is brought to light, everyone will rush to rip me apart, right? Think of a way. Adelaide, you have to think of a way. She queried her ladies-in-waiting about the inner workings of the palace and was not surprised to learn that Diane Poitiers, the Emperor's favorite, was currently serving as the acting temporary manager. Who was the previous general manager? Adele asked. Countess Hannah Giggs, came the swift response. She instructed her ladies-in-waiting to call Countess Giggs and request a meeting with her. The servants looked at her with apprehension, knowing that Diane Poitiers was responsible for dismissing Hannah Giggs from her position. But Adele was not deterred, her determination and urgency clear in her tone. Bring the Imperial Palace law book up to date, she ordered. The current emperor decided to give all the palace's management authorities to Diana Poitiers instead of the Empress. It's fortunate that at least the Empress' inherent power is bestowed upon appointment. Maid, Your Majesty, You have a visitor waiting for you. It's my first time seeing you since the wedding, Your Majesty. When the guest welcomed her with a unique tone, Adele smiled back. Elizabeth Ulrich Grand was an unexpected visitor. Please take a seat, Adele said, gesturing to the chair across from her. Yes, Your Majesty. As the two women sat facing each other, the ladies-in-waiting offered them refreshments. Could you give us a moment of privacy? Adele asked the ladies-in-waiting. Of course, Your Majesty, they replied, bowing and leaving the room. Elizabeth watched the steam rise from the hot teacup and then focused on Adele's shining golden eyes. She looks smaller than I thought, however, despite that, I didn't think of her as weak. Not once. She's the kind of person who makes her opponent feel pressured just by her existence. Is there something on my face? Adele asked. I apologize, Your Majesty. I was simply mesmerized by the beauty of your eyes. Please forgive my staring, Elizabeth replied, feeling embarrassed for staring too long. I'm very fond of you, Your Majesty. I heard that you called Countess Hannah Kicks to the palace. She used to be my nursemaid. Adele asked, ask why you're telling me this. Calling her to the palace means, you want to strengthen your position in the palace, right? Isn't that natural of an empress? Adele reply, you're right. Duchess inform Adele, it is that being said. It surely won't be easy to do, since Diana Poitiers has the emperor's affection on her, and the power of Duke d'Avenel, the emperor's uncle, behind her. Everyone in the palace right now is on their side. Adele asked, let me just ask this question. What benefits do you offer me for solidifying my position in the Imperial Palace, as Empress? She just went straight to the point. Then I won't need to talk in circles. The Emperor is caught between the two of them and is not following the correct path. That's why I hope the Empress will cut the connection between Diane Poitiers and Duc d'Espoin. That's why I desperately hope for Your Majesty to sever the link between them and the Emperor. Adele, by solidifying my position as Empress in the Imperial Palace? That's correct. Bringing in Countess Hannah Giggs would certainly be beneficial. I think it would be sufficient to keep her by his side and seek her guidance. And if I may give you a suggestion, please release a notice to look for an aide. Adele gets confused. An aide? The Imperial Palace General Manager is responsible for managing the internal affairs of the royal palace. It is mostly women. Duchess said, the Empress's assistants, on the other hand, are mostly men. When my father, the former emperor, changed his mistress, my mother-in-law proudly increased the number of assistants. Adele burst out laughing. So, if the emperor has a concubine, I should have assistants, right? I wasn't saying that you should have a revenge appear. A fighting spirit is essential in each mont. If you do nothing after being humiliated in front of everyone, they'll think that the Empress is no better than the mistress. So you should never lose your fighting spirit. And, although it is unlikely, if Balder's family sends a candidate, I recommend selecting him without hesitation. Prince Balder? The Grand Duchess nodded slowly in response to Adele's question. If you need any help from me, please don't hesitate to contact me. We can easily reach you through Countess Hannah Giggs, Your Majesty. Hannah Giggs had long been a powerful figure in the imperial court, having gained her position as the Grand Duchess's nanny and godmother due to her connection with the previous empress. But her life was turned upside down when an unexpected character appeared, Diane Poitiers. Mrs. Giggs, like a lily in a vase, was stunned the moment she saw Diane. She was the opposite of the former empress, who was the cause of the illness that killed her. Diane Poitiers had an atmosphere that was eerily similar to Karl Ulrich's birth mother. The emperor quickly fell in love with her and one day withdrew all authority from Mrs. Giggs. Diane Poitiers played the role of the emperor. Diane's first command was to expel Mrs. Giggs from the palace. The Duke of Grand personally disputed this decision, but Emperor Charles did not overturn Diane's decree, revealing his intentions. Hannah Giggs was forced to leave the palace in this manner, without even a retirement ceremony. The cry of the newly crowned Empress made the old lady, who had resigned in disgrace, feel like her heart was going to burst. Please come in. Thank you for granting my request. I am delighted, Your Majesty. Mrs. Giggs was respectful to the Empress. Keep your head held high. I apologize, Your Majesty. It's been a long time since I've been here, so I'm moved. It must be the same as the former Empress used it, right? Mrs. Giggs asked, delicately sweeping the sofa. I chose this sofa as well. However, because they are quite old goods, Your Majesty, it seems that it is time to replace them. Adele replied, I want to entrust you to do those jobs, is it possible? Hannah said, as for me, I'd be grateful to do it. However, His Majesty won't take it favorably. Adele in playful manner. So, you're fine with it, right? As I said, it'd be my joy, Your Majesty. The maid who was waiting outside gently knocked on the door and entered to inform the Empress of something. Your Majesty, the dress I ordered recently has just arrived. What's the matter? That is, there. Don't be difficult, just say it clearly. The lady-in-waiting took a deep breath, as if determined, and then stated, the Imperial Palace Finance Office said they couldn't pay for Your Majesty's garment. The Empress was angry and asked, what? She was so enraged that she thought a nut might jump out of her throat. The Empress closed her eyes and remained quiet for a moment. Mrs. Giggs suggested that the Empress should handle the unpaid bill by paying it personally through the Empress Palace. She explained that if rumors of the unpaid bill were to spread, it could harm the Empress's reputation, and so it would be best to summon the person responsible to the palace to pay them and give them extra money in exchange for their silence. However, you won't need to meet them directly, Your Majesty. Please entrust the task to me. Adele sent her maid to go and call the dealers. Maid. Yes, Your Highness. Adele quickly went to her room and retrieved her emergency money when the lady-in-waiting rushed out of the drawing room in a panic. Adele took out a gold bar and placed it in her silk pouch, her fingers turning white from the weight of the purse. She muttered to herself, let's give it a try, her eyes brighter than gleaming gold. Mrs. Giggs examined the gold bar presented by the Empress. I'll see what the dress is like and pay for it, but is it okay if I use up these gold bars without leaving a balance? She inquired, wanting to give the impression that the Empress was generous. I brought it specifically for and use it, the Empress replied calmly, sipping on some cold water to soothe her stomach. How is this possible? Adele asked. I don't believe there is any budget for the Empress Palace. Is there no budget for the Empress Palace? At the end of the year, the Imperial Palace prepares the budget for the following year, but since Her Majesty was not present the previous year, the budget was most likely not prepared, Mrs. Giggs explained. So you're saying this is normal? Of course not, Mrs. Giggs replied. Through the emergency supplementary budget system, it is possible to reorganize the budget as much as possible. The issue is that only His Majesty the Emperor has authority over supplementary budgets. Just as the conversation was about to continue, a maid announced the arrival of the owner of the dress shop. Adele and Mrs. Giggs both stood up to greet the new arrival. The Empress gave Mrs. Giggs a friendly pat on the shoulder and smiled, take good care of it. Don't worry. But where are you going, Your Majesty? The Empress laughed sarcastically and said, there is no way to lose if you know your enemy and yourself. It was a smile that made even the elderly lady, who had survived everything from prenatal battles to air battles, feel cold. Don't be concerned. I'll see you later, the Empress said before adding, allow them to stay in my palace today. She then strode away with a smile on her lips. Adele arrived at the Imperial Palace, which housed the Emperor's bedroom and the general meeting room for managing state affairs. The palace was a neat and practical space compared to the magnificent Empress Palace. As Adele walked through the palace, she saw people gathered in groups of 3 and 5, dressed in various uniforms, as if a meeting of the ministers was taking place. When the Empress unexpectedly appeared, they quickly corrected their posture and respectfully bowed their heads as Adele passed through the crowd. "Does it appear that there is a meeting?" Adele asked the gatekeeper as they walked through the front door. "Yes," the gatekeeper politely replied. As soon as the attendants learned of the Empress's visit, they rushed out to greet her. Adele explained the reason for her visit. "I'd like to meet with His Majesty the Emperor," she said. "Her Majesty the Empress, yes," the attendant replied. "If you wait in the drawing room for a while, I will inquire of your Majesty and respond." "Drawing area?" the Empress asked. "Yes," the attendant replied. The Empress nodded, then narrowed her eyes and tilted her head as if she were thinking about something. "Doesn't the Central News Conference have a waiting room?" "Of course, there is a waiting room, but it isn't as comfortable as the drawing room, to which we will direct you." "It doesn't matter," the Empress said. "I'd also like to see the meeting place of high officials in Emont, so please point me in the right direction." The Empress ordered in a firm tone as if she didn't want any objections, so the attendants had no choice but to obey her. The Emperor sat in the seat of honor with a bored expression. Suddenly, a man's scream interrupted his thoughts. "Oh, Your Majesty!" the man cried out. Please send strikers and keepers our way. Everyone is perishing. They are currently dying." Duke Despoin was annoyed by the man's cries and whines, like a child. "No matter how hard you try, it keeps coming out. Even the flying monster is appearing now, and there is no way to stop it. Unless the striker and keeper take down the tower. Well, do you know where we're going?" Lennox Poitiers, who sat to the right of the Duke of Despoin, broke the weeping appeal. "Even those who have first and second level towers built on their territory don't say anything right now, right? In any case, what has been constructed in Calvin County is only a fourth-grade tower. Didn't you say it's gotten bigger in diameter? It's not even level 4. How can you refuse when the document specifies level 4? Count Calvin swallowed his rage, jumped up from his seat, and kneeled before the Emperor. "Honorable His Majesty the Emperor. Please help me. Your Majesty." Lennox Poitiers, barge on Count. "Seriously, would the Lord of the Lord come here and ask for assistance? You are self-centered." "Bag Poitiers, please stop arguing." Lennox was warned by Duke Balder. Despite being a commoner, he was clearly a striker of exceptional skill, having attained the position of the inheritable count. He did not, however, dare to compete with Duke Balder. Nonetheless, he was arrogant and trusted the Duke of Devonshire and Diane Poitiers. An attendant approached the Emperor. "Your Majesty," he said. "Her Majesty the Empress is expecting you." "Empress?" The high-ranking officials who were about to leave paused and looked at the Emperor and his entourage. "Yes. She is now waiting for the meeting to end in the conference hall's waiting room." "Where do you want to go?" Karl, who frowned at those words, sat in his chair and placed his order. "Bring her here when the lieutenants leave." "That's fine." Meanwhile, in the middle of the senior officials' meeting, the Empress stood up in her waiting room outside the meeting room, her ears perking up. She appeared to be paying attention to what was being said, pausing her movements and concentrating on the voices. Lennox immediately objected to this. Several nobles who had been sitting quietly until now jumped up and shouted. Count Calvin said, "What is the point of having a group of magicians? What the hell is the point of staying at the Imperial Palace and not going to places where you really need to go?" Lennox Poitiers, barge on Count. "What if a Class 1 tower fell in the Imperial Palace while we were on our way to destroy a Class 4 tower?" Fight was about to erupt again. The Emperor pounded the table, tired of the meeting itself. "Stop. There will be no conclusion. We'll never finish at this rate. Count Calvin, I feel bad for your fief. However, sending magicians your way is deemed unnecessary. Your Majesty, please reconsider it." Emperor, declare the meeting is over now. Seriously, how trashy the Emperor is. Instead of listening to the pleading of his people, he is agreeing with an arrogant brat. Scene shifts, outside of the conference hall. The Duke of Despoin, standing at the front of the crowd, called out to the Empress with a pleasant laugh. "My niece-in-law, it's nice to see you here." Everyone in the room looked at the Empress, wondering how she would react to the Duke's disrespectful and inappropriate greeting. However, instead of responding to the Duke's greeting, Adele stared at him calmly and collectedly. Her features were so cold and detached that she seemed almost robotic. The room fell into a tense silence, the atmosphere thick with unease. It was as if the stillness of the sea at night had descended upon the room, bringing with it a sense of unease and foreboding. The Empress's silence only added to the importance of anxiety, causing the air in the room to feel heavy and oppressive. The coldness of thin ice. Adele's gaze was fixed on the Duke, her red lips, pale skin, black hair cascading down her shoulders, and piercing golden eyes all contributed to the eerie atmosphere that seemed to emanate from her very being. The nobles found themselves uncomfortable and uneasy, their skin crawling at the strange aura the Empress exuded. "Duke, thought I knew you aren't an easy one." He spoke. "I am sorry if I offend you. As the elder of the Ulrich royal family, I just wanted to come off as friendly." Finally, in a polite way, the Empress replied, "It seems you chose the wrong way, to be perceived as friendly. I hope you would be more careful in future." Duke's response, "I will keep this in mind." The Valgier brothers entered, their eyes widening at the sight. Empress Adele and Lionel Valgier's eyes directly, in the dim light of the room, and Lionel found himself unable to look away. Adele gave him a small, almost invisible smile. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Oh, Sir Lionel Valgier, it's nice to meet you here. You have good timing. Could you tell me who Count Calvin is?" Count Calvin hurried and greeted the Empress, "Greeting, Your Majesty." Empress saw his dull face. She instantly recognized the man. "Oh, you are Count Calvin." Her voice cutting through the silence. "Did you say that flying monsters would appear?" Count Calvin, taken aback by the unexpected question, nodded quickly. "Yes, Your Majesty." Adele raised an eyebrow. "Is there not a wizard assigned to each region?" Lennox Poitiers, standing beside Calvin, answered the question. "Wizards are managed by capital, Your Majesty. We are responsible for protecting the entire kingdom." Lennox greets the Empress. "My name is Lennox Poitiers. I am the vice captain of the magic department." Empress asks from Lennox, "Does not each mont classify towers with aerial monsters as intermediate? From what I heard, no magicians are been sent." Lennox replied, "It's a bit worrisome situation, but you didn't need to concern about it. I am doing my best to protect the royal palace so that no monster or tower may come near us." He thought it looks like she wanted to show that she is knowledgeable about the tower, but in reality, she knew nothing. Foolish Empress. "Well, mister, it's you who is foolish in judging our heroine." Adele turned to Lennox. "She thought he is looking down on me." "I see," Empress replied. "Of course, Your Majesty. We will do everything in our power to protect the kingdom." The Empress gave a faint smile, then walked past Lennox with a cold expression. "I see. Thank you for your explanation." Adele nodded, then turned to the attendant waiting at the door. "I am ready now. Please lead me to His Majesty the Emperor." The attendant nodded and opened the door. "Your Majesty, you may come in." He stood aside to allow Adele to pass. "You heard him. It was nice to meet all of you," she said. Then she went for the conference hall. All nobles kept staring her. Lionel thought she had maintained her poise and dignity, using her silence, her stern gaze, and her refined yet cold demeanor to assert her authority. It was a presence that belonged to someone born to rule. As they walked away, Lionel couldn't help but glance back at the door through which Adele had disappeared, wondering what the future held for the powerful and commanding Empress. She didn't change. Our handsome hero standard is Empress. Well viewers, we can't complain since our Empress is so majestic. Our beautiful heroine Adele enters the room. The Emperor's cold gaze was fixed on Adele as she entered the meeting room. She didn't offer a greeting. As soon as the door closed, the Emperor asked impatiently, "So, what do you want to say?" Adele was unfazed by his demeanor, meeting his gaze with her steady eyes. "Why did you request a national marriage?" Emperor replies, "What do you mean? Why did you make me Empress in the first place? I am sure it was you who asked for a national marriage." The Emperor was silent for a moment, considering his words. Finally, he looked up at Adele and spoke softly, his eyes as dark as a mountain valley. "It just exists. Like a feather on this quill, it just exists. The quill's sole existence is for decoration only. Just by being there, you fulfill your purpose." "Well, yeah, you are also just fulfilling the role of a jerk just by simply existing." She seemed to freeze her air currents, which had only been cold. Keep the pride of Adelaide, who had once been the crown princess of Gotrov, was crumpled. Her crumpled pride shattered like shredded paper, not even the nib or stem of the pen. He saw her as a useless part feather of the quill. She replies to the Emperor, "I should only fulfill my role as Empress. Is that what you want? Then why did you have to hurt my prestige?" "I never did that," Emperor replied. Adele laughed at the firm answer. It seemed pointless even to enumerate her humiliations at her wedding and banquet. So Adele drove him away with her sharper words. "Did you do it because you were afraid that I might harm Diane Poitiers?" Even the Emperor, who had objected so far, was silent about the question. "After all, that was the reason. I want that too. I will fulfill my responsibilities as Empress Aimante, and carry out my duty as Empress. Your Majesty, please cooperate so that I can fulfill my responsibilities." Emperor asked, "What kind of cooperation are you talking about?" "First of all, I need to learn about Empire. I need someone to consult to understand this place. The best way to do this is to ask the person who is in charge of the palace, and I'm afraid it's Diane Poitiers. It would be difficult for me to call her advice." Emperor Karl had nothing to say. "So I would like to consult with Countess Hannah Giggs, who was the previous general manager." It will soon be known that Mrs. Giggs entered the palace, so Adele took the lead in advance. "Hannah Gigg," Emperor replied in a cold tone. "I'm asking for your understanding because Your Majesty sent her out of the palace. However, we will not have her as the general manager." Karl, who had been agonizing for a while, nodded and agreed because there was no justification to refuse. "Thank you, and one more thing, the Empress Palace doesn't have a budget. I ask for an urgent supplementary budget." Adele asked the Emperor in a businesslike tone. This time the Emperor was speechless. "A budget for the Empress Palace," the Emperor nodded, understanding the Empress' request. Adele turns and walked out of the room. The Emperor watched her leave, a small smile on his face. He knew the Empress was strong, capable, and confident she would handle the challenges ahead. As the door closed behind the Empress, Emperor Karl exhaled a long breath and rubbed his forehead with his hand. He could still see the image of the Empress, dressed in the red gown that symbolized her status, fluttering in front of him like an illusion. "Whoa!" he muttered to himself, trying to calm his racing heart. Even after becoming the Emperor, the afterimages of his past continued to haunt him. He remembered the fluttering hem of a red dress and the tiny hands of a child trying to grab onto it but never quite reaching the hem. "My poor son," his birth mother had said to him. "The Empress will never acknowledge you." And she had been right. Karl had wanted to be recognized by the perfect-looking woman who loved to wear red, but she had never acknowledged him. When calmed down, he thought the Empress Palace budget hasn't been revised. With a deep sigh, Karl gave an order to the attendants who had entered the meeting room. "Call Diane," he said, his voice heavy with emotion. "Yes, Your Majesty." A while later, Diane entered the meeting room and called the Emperor with a warm and fresh voice, like a spring breeze. Your Majesty, why did you call me? The Emperor, Karl, who had been deep in thought with narrowed eyebrows, raised his head at the sound of the voice. Did you bring the Imperial budget? The Emperor asked for it right away. She replied, yes, Your Majesty. Karl picked up the budget bill that Diane had brought and quickly glanced over it. As Adele had said, the Empress Palace had yet to be budgeted. Why wasn't there an emergency supplementary budget for the Empress Palace budget? This should have also been included in the preparations for the Empress. Diane's eyes widened in surprise at the Emperor's low questioning. Oh my God, didn't I? What should I do, Your Majesty? Oh God, I'm sorry. I thought I had done it, but I forgot. In an instant, both eyes were stained red, and she was confused, not knowing what to do. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I was immature. The Empress must be displeased. How can I fix this, Your Majesty? Stop it, you only need to revise it, the Emperor said. Tears suddenly fell from her eyes. Karl sighed and took out his handkerchief, and handed it to her. Stop crying. You have too many tears, stop crying. You're such a crybaby. Mistress, the Empress must have been displeased. What do I do, Your Majesty? Again. She reminds me of her. What should I do? Karl stared blankly at the woman who lowered her shoulders, trembled, and wiped away her tears for a long time. It seemed like he was thinking about something again. It was his mother. Tell me you have mommy issues without telling me you have mommy issues. Your Majesty, is there anything you want to say? The mistress had bad feelings about her summon. Suddenly, the Emperor spoke. The Empress' original authority has already been transferred to the Empress Palace. In addition, I will take back the authority of the Palace Ministry that I entrusted to you. I will delegate it to the Empress later. Mistress shocked. Scene shifts. Both brothers are on their way in a carriage. Lionel's elder brother spoke. The Duke of Despoin was the one who dared to recommend the Princess of Gotthove across the sea as the Empress, just to make a scarecrow Empress. But it seems like he failed. Lionel. Yes, she is the person who can dominate people merely with her face. She was someone who knew how to control the atmosphere with just one hand. Seeing that, Theseus understood why the late Empress Dowager Gotthove would use her spirit and try to send his daughter across the sea. Since the newly crowned emperor was only 14 years old, Geisen's sister wouldn't have been able to help much in strengthening imperial authority. Lionel, are you listening to me? Looking out the window, recalling the Empress. No, from the first time they met the Empress at Emont, she had been stuck in his head. He vividly remembered the image of the Empress, smiling as she rode her horse, wild but carefree. My man is literally simping for her. In the Empress Palace. As Adele sat in the Empress Palace, sipping her lemon tea, Mrs. Giggs sat across from her, observing her closely. Have you paid for the dress, Mrs. Giggs? Empress asked. Mrs. Giggs noticed the luxurious red silk dress adorned with ornate gold threads that Adele was wearing. No, it's not that. It's just that. Did you see the design of the dress that I ordered? Adele asked hesitantly. Yes, I did. But it seems that you are wearing a different dress. Did you choose this one instead? Mrs. Giggs inquired. Well, I didn't exactly choose it. The ladies-in-waiting choose, Adele admitted, frowning. Emont-style clothing is unfamiliar, and I didn't pay much attention to the design of the clothing even when I was in my home country. I will return the finished dress and order again. Please wear ready-made clothes for the time being. Is this design out of formality? Adele asked. At Adele's question, Mrs. Giggs shook her head. No, it is not a matter of formality. It is a design that looks very much like the late Her Majesty. Adele was surprised. She asked, but why? It's because the dress closely resembles Her Majesty's style. It's as if you've inherited the clothes of Her Majesty, the previous Empress. It was natural that Adele did not readily understand that. What do you mean? Yes, perhaps that was the issue. While the crowns of previous empresses were also inherited, Adele hadn't considered the design of the clothes to be of much importance. His Majesty the Emperor will be thrilled by a dress that reminds him of the late Empress. Don't wear it as much as possible, Her Majesty. There is no benefit in doing so. No benefit, Empress response. Yes. That's right. Her Majesty the former Empress and the present Emperor did not get along very well. Lady Kix was the late Empress' right hand and a person who was kicked out of the royal palace by the Emperor. It would be better to trust her words regarding this matter. All right, you may do that. I need more trustworthy people. Ah, I also need to meet with Count Calvin. Summon him to the Empress's palace. The scene shifts to Ivory Palace. Diane shut herself in her room. Tears poured down her face as she cried uncontrollably. Eventually, she clutched her stomach with both hands and cried out. She thought, how easy it is for Empress to rob her power like that. Empress must have done something to get back her authority. That woman was born a princess and she always had everything without any effort. It's not fair. She hit her chest hard and laughed through her tears, her face distorted and stained by her crying. She gets from her bed and, pulling the thick blackout curtains. She looked at the brightly lit room with determination, taking in the marble floor that shone like a pearl, the golden moldings, the ceiling embroidered with masterpieces, and the chandelier made with thousands of crystals woven together. This was the most beautiful, Ivory Palace and, it was said to be the most beautiful in Emont. It's where Emperor's biological mother always wanted to live. The palace was given by the Emperor to me. That woman won't defeat me. That woman who has nothing but her title, I will make her powerless, and then she will realize her place, she muttered. Scene shifts to the Empress Palace. Here's your queen, Mrs. Giggs announced Adele's arrival. Count Calvin quickly rose to his feet and turned to greet her. When was the tower descend? Adele asked, cutting straight to the point. The Count was taken aback by the question. Empress asked, first there was surely no flying demon, but over time, did it appear? Adele continued, is the diameter of the tower getting wider? You are right, Count replied. I ran when I saw the flying monster. No one had weapons to defend against the beasts, regardless of age or gender. From the elderly who've lost all their teeth to children just entering puberty, everyone is fighting for survival. When the Empress asked about the absence of strikers and keepers, the Count explained that they were normally dispatched based on tower level. Empress inquire, the tower is level 4 but still no support is sent. Count replied, many times even for level 2 towers, capital never send their support. Empress murdered, that's no different than telling the whole area to die. Please, Your Majesty, the Count begged, tears streaming down his face, people are dying. The weak and slow, including women and children, are being torn apart by the beasts. Even the trained knights of the territory have died from exhaustion. It's a living hell. Mrs. Kix, who was nearby, interrupted the Count. She gave the Count a warning not to use such unrefined words in front of Empress. Sorry, he apologized, but the Empress replied, no, you don't know that you expressed hell in a purified way. Her mind was consumed by a vivid memory of hell. She saw the bloody skies, the monstrous, the smoke, the screams of the people, the bodies scattered everywhere, and the pools of blood. Mothers wept for their lost children, and children shook the dead bodies of their parents, begging for them to wake up. The tower had appeared in the world suddenly one day, causing chaos and destruction. But, as humans always do, they found ways to adapt. Wizards, who could control the magic of the tower, emerged, and the roles of strikers and keepers, along with knights, became crucial in climbing to the top. Empress remembered her mother's words. Her mother saw the crisis as an opportunity. Her mother said, does Adele you really think you can save the world? There is no need. All you have to close your eyes and cover your ears, for a while. and then I will give you the world. Mother, Adele spoke up, breaking the silence. You say such cruel things because you have not seen the misery of those who have died. You don't have to offer me the world. Her words marked the beginning of her strained relationship with her mother. Eventually, her mother took the crown from Adele. Coming back to reality, Adele looked at the Count, who stood before her with his white hair and wrinkled face, and his rough, bloodless lips. Your Majesty, thank you for your concern, the Count said with a smile. I apologize, but I must return to my territory as soon as possible, so I must go now. Evacuate the inhabitants to nearby estates, the Empress said, her voice squeaky. The Empress stood up, her face showing genuine concern. The best hiding place to prevent flying spells is caves or underground spaces. Evacuate the elderly and weak there. If you take refuge far from the tower and join with various lords, it'll be more effective. You can endure longer and put pressure on the capital. Then the Empress paused and turned her head towards Mrs. Kick. Mrs. Kick gave Count some gold bars. Take it. In a trembling voice, Count asks, why are you giving this to me? Empress replied, I am certain that with this, your citizens and others can survive for a little while. She apologizes to Count, 'cause she could not help him. Why did the Empress summon Count Calvin? Theseus asked, gazing out at the late summer landscape. Lionel, focusing on the documents before him, replied, curious about the situation? Surprisingly, the Emperor would abandon the Count of Calvin, Theseus mused. He's always been a loyal servant to the Imperial family. I agree, Lionel said, looking up from his work. Until now, most of the lands abandoned by the Emperor belonged to families that disobeyed him. Never mind. Count Calvin's carriage is arriving, Theseus said. The Count appeared to be in distress, tears streaming down his face. Lionel grabs Count's shoulder and asks, what's the wrong, Count? What happens in the Empress's palace? The Count revealed a pouch from his bosom. She gave me this. With this, she told me to ask to evacuate the residents in the nearby territories. Now the Count is about to leave the Duke's mansion. He apologizes for the inconvenience, leaving like this, because he wants to evacuate his people as soon as possible. Theseus gave Count a bag of gold bars too. I'm sorry I couldn't be of direct help, Theseus said sympathetically to Count Calvin. The Count shook his head. Don't say this, Duke. This old man feels ashamed. The sun began to set as the Count's carriage disappeared from view. It was unforeseen from Her Majesty, Theseus said. Lionel thought about how the Empress helped Count by giving gold bars, then blushed a bit. Ah, so cute of him. Now in the Empress Palace, our heroine is sad. There was nothing I could do except give him gold bars. You did the best within your authority. Count Calvin went back fully grateful. Your Majesty. At that, Adele smiled and shook her head, within my authority of what I can do. She remembered her mother's words. Adele, you are smart. However, this world is a place established by smart people, but ruled by wise people. And that's why you need to be a wise person. She murmured. The reason she endured all humiliation and could not help but count, was because she has no power. In this unfamiliar land, she will take only wise action that will help her to gain power. Your Majesty, why don't you request a meeting with His Majesty? Mrs. Kick suggested. She said it would be good for her to maintain a cordial relationship with His Majesty. A relationship that is friendly and sincere but not overly close. Adele agreed with Mrs. Kick. Mrs. Kicks helps Empress to get ready for dinner. She applied light makeup to Adele's face. You are beautiful, Mrs. Giggs sincerely praised Adele. Her reflection in the mirror was beautiful even when she saw herself. But strangely in a dirty mood, Adele bit her lip and lowered her gaze. Adele agreed with Mrs. Kick because she knew it was important to get along with the Emperor first. The scene shifts to the Emperor's palace. Attendant informed the Emperor that Empress has arrived. The moment Empress entered an emperor's room, Emperor's attention was immediately drawn to her simple achromatic dress, a far cry from her usual bold red Empress's attire. Her black hair was styled to one side, exposing the nape of her neck and collarbones. Her natural pallor was emphasized in the dimly lit room, drawing his gaze to her collarbones that were accentuated by the flickering lanterns. Her golden eyes and clear red lips completed the captivating sight, and Carl found himself momentarily lost in her beauty. As she took a seat opposite him, he asked in a hushed voice, "What brings you to me tonight?" "I came because I thought it might not be time for dinner." "How about having dinner together?" Adele replied, hoping to change the subject. The Emperor was taken aback by Adele's suggestion but quickly regained his composure. "Even if it's not so, I was just about to contact you because I had something I wanted to ask you," he said. "Please speak," Adele replied. "Please speak," Adele replied. "Why did you summon Count Calvin?" The Emperor asked with a smile on his face. "Why did you call him Empress?" he demanded. Adele felt like she was facing a harsh north wind as she stared into the Emperor's cold, unrelenting eyes. She quickly regained her composure and replied, "I called him because I was worried about his situation," said Adele. "Why are you?" the Emperor replied. "What do you mean?" Adele asked. "His land is being destroyed by towers, but I did not save him. He just sent back the one who ran to save him." But the Empress called him again. From what he heard, the Empress seems to have given him gold bars. "What are you doing now?" the Emperor demanded. Adele wondered if the news of the gold bars had already reached the Emperor's ears. She was speechless with embarrassment as the Emperor continued to berate her. "You want to play a good role alone? Unlike the Emperor, the Empress has a generous heart. Do you want to hear this?" he accused Empress. Empress didn't understand what he is thinking. She then opened her mouth and said, "I summoned Count Calvin only to ask about his situation and gave him some advice on evacuating the fief citizens with some compensation money. Why are you interrogating me like I committed a sin? From now on, close your eyes and ears, see only good things, and think only good things, Empress," the Emperor spoke. "It's the least a human being could do to another human being." "Are you saying I'm not human?" the Emperor asked with a hint of amusement. He said, "It's funny. Just because you're the Empress, do you seriously believe that my people, whom you've never seen before, are your people, in such a short time, too?" Adele opened her mouth but quickly shut her eyes. She felt nauseous. He knew she couldn't stay like this any longer. She reminded herself that she only lived once and must seize the moment. She saw that the Emperor had lightly grasped her black hair, which was braided to one side. He ran his fingertips through her hair while gazing at her hollowed-out collarbone, so delicate that it seemed as thin as his fingers. Would it break if he squeezed it too hard? The Emperor impulsively tilted his head, and their shoulders almost collided. The tip of his nose touched her white nape, and Adele reflexively shrugged her shoulders and held her breath. The Emperor's jaw quivered, and he gritted his teeth. Pressing his nose to her collarbone, he took a deep breath, savoring her sweet scent. Was she the same woman who had dominated the crowd with her gaze? As the Emperor stood up, then he leaned close to Adele's face but stopped abruptly as he caught a glimpse of her golden eyes, fierce like those of a wild beast. Adele's stiff shoulders and raised eyes clearly reveal her anger. Seeing her fury, the Emperor tilted his head and smiled seductively. "Did you come to me tonight to spend the night with me? If you want a hug, I can give you one. It wouldn't hurt to have our first night tonight." Adele clenched her fists. The Empress had intended to wish her Emperor well, but his expression, attitude, and inconsiderate words made her feel dirty and humiliated. She felt a wave of anger and frustration wash over her. "I guess spending our first night today is not too bad. I'm going to kiss you, so close your eyes." "Stop." Adele refused to close her eyes. Instead, she met the Emperor's gaze with pride. Carl raised his hand to touch her eyes, but Adele slapped it away. I know you were once the crown princess of Gotrov, and your eyes are truly fit for an emperor. But you are now the empress. Do not forget that I am the emperor of this place. I prefer a compliant and submissive woman. Do not meddle in my work again. Do you understand? Then Emperor left the room. Adelaide's powerful legs, which had withstood a catastrophic disaster from the sky, trembled with weakness at the humiliation that had hit her like a tsunami. Her composure crumbled. Viewers, let me explain why Empress Adele suddenly feels sick. It's not because she is afraid, it's because her mana start overflowing again cause of all her emotions. Your Majesty the Empress? Adele, lost in thought as she walked, came to a sudden halt at the sound of the voice. Your Majesty the Empress, the voice belonged to Diane Poitiers. A person Adelaide would least want to meet right now. Mistress. Your Majesty, your hands are trembling. Your body is shaking. Adele orders her to step aside. But Mistress stand there and said, Your Majesty, you look beautiful. Looks like you followed my advice. But something must have gone wrong. Is that why you're running away? What? Adele growled with a ferocious face, but Diane smiled and said one more word. It would be better if you apply the makeup a bit thicker, since you have a pale complexion. Well, I'll excuse myself now. Mistress and her maids left for the Emperor's room. As the Empress had a headache, she rushes. The moment she rushed down the stairs as if she was running away, her legs gave out, and her body leaned forward. Adele gritted her teeth and involuntarily closed her eyes tightly. However, as soon as she closed her eyes, she felt a firm force supporting her shoulders. Empress, are you all right? A low, soothing voice whispered into Adele's ear. She stared blankly at him for a moment, then muttered his name as if in a daze, Lionel Valgier. They both kept staring at each other for a while. Suddenly, she snapped out of it, straightening her shoulders and mustering all her composure. Thank you. I just tripped. With a grateful nod, she quickly descended the stairs, not daring to look back. Lionel followed her with his eyes, still feeling something off about her demeanor. As she rushed down the stairs, she seemed almost wild, as if fleeing some unseen danger. When she stumbled, Lionel's reflexes kicked in, and he caught her by the shoulder to steady her. As he gazed down at his hand, he noticed how delicate and slender her shoulders were, barely able to support her. His palms tingled as if burned, and he couldn't tear his eyes away from her. The distorted and disheveled bare face of the Empress, who always presented herself with only a flawless figure, remained in Lionel's mind like an afterimage. She was the one who laughed so hard, Lionel thought to himself. Adele arrived at the Empress Palace. She was angry at what had happened, but the tears wouldn't stop. She soaked herself in the hot bathtub, rubbing off the makeup on her face and washing her body for what seemed like an eternity before muttering to herself. As she closed her eyes, she imagined her old nanny and her wrinkled eyes curved like the moon. Whenever Adele did something against her mother's opinion, she clung to her nanny for comfort. Tell me, Nanny, what should I do? She muttered to herself. Her nanny's voice echoed in her mind. Walk on your own path. Your Highness. Do what you want. But remember to be modest about the results. Since that's the fate people like you have to endure, Your Highness, and the world is a place capable of changing people. You. Empress thought, I must develop my own power independently of the Emperor's power. Your spouse is out of luck, her mother's favorite fortune-teller had told Adele. Princess Adelaide was lucky to be born. Her spouse's luck is greater than her parents' luck. And her child's luck is great. Alas, of course your parents are very lucky. Adele clicked her tongue and shook her head, finally muttering bitterly, Look, he's a complete quack cheater. Next morning, Mrs. Kix thought, the Empress returned to the palace last night, her face ashen. It caused Mrs. Kix's heart to skip a beat as the already pale countenance became even paler. Mrs. Kix had served as the general manager of the Imperial Palace for a long time. Although she no longer had influence over the ladies-in-waiting, her former colleagues remained in the palace, rushing to them. She inquired about what had happened, and she heard the entire account before dawn. She already looked unwell when she left the Emperor, and Diane Poitiers insulted you properly to make matters worse. The Minister of Defense caught her almost falling down the stairs, they informed her. Mrs. Kix was concerned that Adele might become ill due to her condition, but her worries were unfounded. Eat slowly, Mrs. Kix advised. The Empress nodded, but she continued to eat without pausing. Then an attendant arrived. What is it? Mrs. Kix asked. The attendant bowed politely and presented to the supplementary budget you mentioned earlier. The emergency budget supplementary has been completed, and I would like to ask you to review it, he said. Mrs. Kix quickly retrieved the envelope from the attendant and handed it to Empress. All eyes in the room were fixed on the Empress's expressionless face. Where did this document come from? Did the Emperor send you? No, Your Majesty. I am from the Ivory Palace. The Ivory Palace. They seem to have their hands in everything, the Empress remarked. She thought, I might get indigestion despite eating well. I never imagined that an emperor would entrust a concubine with the supplementary budget for the Empress's palace. It is a rarity to witness such an event in the present day. Wait here for a moment, have a servant escort him to a waiting room, and I will call for him later, the Empress ordered. Yes, Your Majesty, I understand, the attendant replied, relieved. The Empress raised her head and asked for Mrs. Kix. Do I have the authority to review the details of the total budget for the Imperial Palace? She inquired. Yes, Your Majesty, Giggs replied. I want to see it, please retrieve it for me, the Empress instructed. Mrs. Kix respectfully bowed her head. Understood, Your Majesty. Adele perused the booklet containing the entire Imperial Palace budget and inspected the section allocated for the Empress's palace. Just how much was the written amount for you to do this, Your Majesty? She asked. Empress gave Mrs. Kix letter. Check it. What on earth is this amount? Adele asked, passing the paper to Mrs. Kix. The emergency supplementary budget amounted to no more than what was required to purchase a single horse. Adele examined the total budget that Mrs. Kix had presented with a cold, calculating gaze. Based on my common sense, the amount assigned to the Ivory Palace should also be granted to the Empress's palace, Empress said. Mrs. Kix hesitated and said, but Ivory Palace budget exceed the limit. Its budget is even higher than the Empress Palace. Scene shifts. The attendant arrived at Ivory Palace. Diane Poitiers calmly nodded her head, as if she had anticipated the situation. So you are telling me to allot the Empress Palace's budget again? Attendant nervously replied, Yes, Your Highness. Mistress. All right, let's begin. I'm not sure if this will satisfy you, she said. But, didn't you just say? The attendant began to protest. Will it take you half a day to get it? Take it to her at once. Right now, immediately, Diane interrupted. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the attendant hastily accepted the envelope. I will go and retrieve it immediately. Right now, the attendant said. You came back so soon. Does this mean that the Ivory Palace has the authority to allocate the supplementary budget? Adele questioned. Trying to make sense of the Emperor's decision-making process, the Empress followed through with the amount indicated on the second memo, but she trotted away the paper in frustration. She then ordered the attendant to return. Fine. You may go now, she said dismissively, causing the dejected attendant to shuffle out of the Empress Palace with drooping shoulders. Ah, felt bad for this guy, caught up between them. Meanwhile, the poor servant, who was being tossed back and forth, ran over to Diane and bowed his head. The Empress wants me to do it again, the servant said. It seems that the Empress wants to spend extravagantly despite being given enough funds. Tisk tisk, how typical, she said. Yes, my lord, a nearby lady-in-waiting quickly agreed, bowing her head. You've done well, you're free to go, she said. Diane dismissed all but Lorraine, then put on a modest dress, wiped off her makeup, and secretly ordered Lorraine to do the same. Now go to His Majesty and tell her that the Empress has summoned me for a supplementary budget, and be sure to tell her that I'm trembling with fear, Diane instructed. Her lady-in-waiting replied, Yes, Your Highness. Shall we go catch the black beast? Mistress said. Meanwhile, at the Empress Palace, Adele, who had been scouring through the archives, fortunately stumbled upon a clue shortly after. Yes, the Empress has the exclusive right to decide on the acquisition of a residence in the Imperial Palace. There was such a clause. It's written in the book. Even though the authority of the supplementary budget revision is solely under the Emperor, isn't this clause completely in my favor? But you must be careful. The Imperial Palace law is a double-edged sword. If you want to wield it, you must be willing to be bound by its rules. Mrs. Giggs warned. Adele smiled and gestured to the trash can. Look at me, asking the Emperor's mistress to increase the budget even though I'm the Empress and she raised it by a single silver bar. Can you believe it? The double-edged sword was wielded by the Emperor first. I've already shed enough blood, so to speak. I understand, Your Majesty. Mrs. Kicks smiled softly. There is no room for objection. What can I do to reverse a decision that has already been made? If you want to withdraw a document that you've approved, you can retrieve it and issue a new order, Mrs. Kicks explained. Adele smiled at the answer. Her golden eyes shone like the moon. She turned to her advisor and whispered, Madam, please obtain a residence permit for Diane Poitiers from the Ivory Palace. Mrs. Kicks bowed respectfully. I understand, Your Majesty. It looked like someone is going to be homeless, hee. Empress Adele considering the various sources of power, family connections, that's irrelevant, she declared. Producing an air. Memories of someone's unwanted advances flashed in her mind, and she shook her head vehemently. That's not an option right now. She rejected the first two options without hesitation. That left two options. Relying on aides or building an independent power base. Adele had initially intended to focus on building a strong relationship with the Emperor before considering these options, but recent events had hardened her resolve. The supplementary budget from the Ivory Palace had made it clear that she needed to take matters into her own hands. Adele raised her pen again to write another verse. A drop of ink from the pen's tip fell, creating a black mark, but Adele didn't flinch. She turned her head with a stern gaze and looked out the window. A faint tremor, like a tingling sensation, passed through her from head to toe in the blink of an eye. The dormant magic that had been within her veins and deep inside her body reacted to something. It couldn't be. Adele muttered, gazing at the sky with a perplexed expression. Just then, her lady-in-waiting entered the room, announcing the arrival of a visitor. Your Majesty, Diane Poitiers wishes to see you. Adele raised an eyebrow in surprise. Despite sending an attendant, the visitor had still made the effort to come to her. After a moment of consideration, Adele gave her approval. Take me to the drawing room. As Adele entered the drawing room, Your Majesty the Empress, the lady-in-waiting announced. Did you bring the answer to the matter of sending the attendant personally? She asked. Yes, Your Majesty the Empress. That's correct, Diane replied. As the Empress continued to stare at her, Diane politely asked, I'm sorry, Your Majesty the Empress. What are you upset about? Adele managed to keep her composure. What am I upset about? Adele asked. Yes, Diane replied. Diane tilted her head with an innocent expression. Mrs. Kicks gave Empress budget information. Empress asked from Mistress to take look of Ivory Palace budget. Your Majesty the Empress, with all due respect, why are you showing me these things? Diane asked. She thought. It seems she is finally using her position as Empress to pressure me. However, do you think it will be that easy, especially when she lacks His Majesty's affection and any of the nobles' support? Mistress was assured that Empress can't do anything. There is something I want to ask you, the Empress replied. What is it? Mistress asked. Why are there no usage details in the total budget of the Ivory Palace? The Empress inquired. Diane fell silent, taken aback by the question. The Empress continued. Is it for consumables, salaries, or VIP entertainment? All other institutions have usage histories. However, why does the Ivory Palace budget is only place which without any usage details written, not the amount paid and spent detail mentioned? It was an unexpected inquiry. Perhaps you have the answer. But why are you asking about the Ivory Palace budget? At Diane's question, Adele tilted her head with a genuine smile on her face. That's because the amount allocated to the Ivory Palace has to be transferred to the Empress Palace. While staring at his paperwork, the Emperor noticed the lady-in-waiting enter the room. He instinctively sat up, knowing that it was usually bad news when Diane sent one of her direct maids. What's the matter? He asked. Your Majesty, the princess has been summoned to the Empress Palace, the lady-in-waiting replied. Carl's face was furrowed in confusion. Why would the Empress summon Diane? The princess submitted a budget proposal, but Her Majesty rejected it twice. When she went to the Empress Palace to discuss it, she was so frightened that she came to seek Your Majesty's guidance instead. Please forgive her impertinence, Your Majesty. The Emperor felt a wave of anxiety wash over him at the mention of Diane's fear. The sensation of a giant strangling him tightened in his chest. The darkness seemed to swallow him up. Memories of the past echoed in his mind. Someday, when you become emperor, will you accept me as your mother? Carl bit his lip hard and placed his hand on his forehead. Diane blinked in surprise at Adele's announcement. The budget for the Ivory Palace is being transferred to the Empress Palace, she repeated. Adele smiled at her with a puzzled expression, crossing her legs as she reclined on the sofa. Well, you have been taking on the Empress role, haven't you? That budget was allocated to you for that purpose. As I am now handling the Empress affairs, the budget should naturally be transferred along with it. Does that upset you? Diane remained silent as Adele leaned in, her golden eyes shining. You have put a lot of hard work into it. I won't ask you to submit a statement of use for it now. I can handle that. Just transfer all the allocated budget to the Empress Palace. It seems that the Emperor has given you that authority. Mistress thought. Empress did not make a proposal or request. She did not even wait for the Emperor to grant her authority. As the Empress, even without family or allies to support her, she had the power to command. With a single order, Diane had to surrender her rights that she had taken for granted for 3 years. She had no title in the Imperial Palace, and this fact made her angry. She had prepared for this moment for so long. But reality was still different from her imagination. Her whole body boiled with anger. Her eyes were red, and her face turned red with fever. Adele's expression was also frosty at the sight of Diane trembling with anger instead of accepting her forgiveness. She asked, "Are you upset?" But Diane, still lost in her thoughts, and tears kept falling from her eyes. This palace, this drawing room, the place beside His Majesty, the position beside him as a sovereign that could look down on all people, those were all mine. Those were all supposed to be mine. They're mine. Adele remembered her past self in those tears. Step down from the heir position, Adelaide. Her mother's words. I lost my position so easily. Just from simple words. Do you think your place is gone because of me? She asked from Diane, but Diane did not answer. I am the Empress of Emont. Don't you dare challenge my authority. I will not forgive anyone who challenges the Empress's authority in any way. Do not think that she is taken away. Let her think well of what you originally had. Empress thought. Diane should not challenge the authority of the Empress. However, Adele was willing to offer Diane the best she had. This was the ultimate consideration for Diane. Diane clenched her fists tightly and glared at Adele. Diane had said that she would acknowledge everything except the Empress' authority, but to Diane, even the Empress' authority had long since become a part of her. It was hers. So Adele's proposal was wrong from the start. Her jaw trembled from how hard she clenched her teeth. "Where is His Majesty? Why don't you come?" "Your Majesty," Diane muttered. And just then, the door to the Empress' parlor was suddenly opened violently and without warning. Adele frowned and glared at the door, wondering who dared to open the Empress' parlor door without permission. But then she saw Diane suddenly fall on her knees in front of her and cry out in a voice mixed with tears, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty." It was sudden and simultaneous. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Please forgive me." Adele was embarrassed and involuntarily opened her mouth, widening her eyes. What is she doing now? Meanwhile, Carl's gaze was on Diane, who was lying on the floor. Disheveled blonde hair on the floor, a small, slender back, and a quivering tone. Carl slowly raised his eyes and looked at the Empress sitting in her chair. "Empress, what are you doing now?" There was deep anger and darkness in Carl's low-pitched voice. "Wake up, Lady Poitiers. What are you doing? Talk to me now," Adele exclaimed. "Empress, what is Your Majesty doing right now?" Emperor asked. Carl gritted his teeth and stared at Diane, then looked back at the Empress. "Escort Diane to the Ivory Palace," the Emperor commanded. "Yes, Your Majesty," the servant replied. "Everyone, please leave. I need to have a private meeting with the Empress," the Emperor instructed, and the ladies-in-waiting promptly left the room. "It's been a long time," the Emperor greeted coldly, to which Mrs. Kix politely bowed her head. "You look the same," the Emperor continued, sitting next to the Empress. "I just watch as those weaker than her are trampled on. Is that fun?" Adele, not understanding the situation, gave a sharp command to Mrs. Kix to leave, but the Emperor raised his voice even louder. "Is that fun?" he bellowed. "Mrs. Kix, please leave," Adele shouted back, unfazed. The Emperor glared at her with a deadly gaze, and she returned the look, tightening her chin. Mrs. Kix calmed her trembling breath, bowed politely to the two of them, then turned around and left the room. "What are you doing now, Empress?" the Emperor asked. "What are you doing, Your Majesty?" Adele replied. "Is it fun? Grabbing someone weaker than you by the neck and twisting them to make them beg for help is in bad taste." "I've never done that before," Adele insisted. "I saw it myself, and it sounds like an excuse," the Emperor retorted. "As soon as the door opened, she collapsed and started begging me, just in time for Your Majesty's arrival." "Isn't that a remarkable coincidence?" the Emperor jeered at Adele. Adele let out a sigh and ran her fingers through her hair. Meanwhile, the Emperor lifted the Ivory Palace budget off the table. "Do you desire this? Do you want what Diane has?" "It's not Diane who lacks self-control. It's you, Your Majesty. Have you even looked at the budget plan for the Empress Palace? What happened to the budget supplement? Don't you know, it was also entrusted to the Ivory Palace, an empress who receives money from the Emperor's mistress. Is that what you wanted?" Adele laughed bitterly and continued speaking rapidly. Roughly, she pulled out the discarded supplementary budget statement and laid it on the table. "This is the supplementary budget for the Empress Palace. Let's take a look. I wonder if it's even worth a horse. Is the supplementary budget for the Empress Palace so destitute that it's comparable to splitting expenses with a group of courtesans?" The Emperor squinted as he gazed at the budget proposal from the Empress. As Adele had said, the supplementary budget was only enough to cover the cost of a stallion. "Is that why you summoned Diane?" "I instructed her to revive the budget, and she came of her own accord." That's what you call it, Emperor said. Is that so? As Adele replied in an exasperated tone. Carl's eyes glinted menacingly. Slowly, he approached her. Like the previous night, the two of them locked gazes with a precarious distance between them. Your mother lied to mother. They said she was an obedient and devoted daughter. Has she not realized anything since she was banished from her motherland? The Emperor asked. Don't say anything about the reasons why I had to leave Gotrov without knowing them properly, Adele replied. Listen carefully, Empress, Carl said as he grabbed Adele's shoulders tightly. Like a feather on a quill, like flowers in a vase, it was a mechanical answer to someone's question about who the Empress of Emont was. Suddenly, there was a loud noise that shook the palace. Flashes of light and echoes filled the air, and in an instant, Adele quickly ran to the terrace, and as she opened the door, the wind hit her whole body. She held onto the railing and raised her head to the sky, screaming. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the palace. A black catastrophe, like death itself, was running fast toward the Emont Imperial Palace. Adele stared at it with an unwavering gaze, like a feather on a quill, like flowers in a vase. Will you live like that? She repeated what the Emperor had said. Mrs. Kix rushed in, her face betraying her surprise as she shouted, Your Majesty, are you okay? They say the tower is collapsing, and Her Majesty the Empress needs to evacuate immediately. No, absolutely not, Empress replied. The capital had issued an emergency order. The situation was dire, especially considering the tower was collapsing perilously close to the Imperial Palace. Chaos erupted in the palace like a hive of disturbed bees. An evacuation order was swiftly issued. Employees began to flee in droves. Amidst the commotion, Lionel Balder, the Minister of Defense and leader of the Knights, rushed towards the descending tower. Knights said it's looked like a 4-level tower. Lionel replied, Fortunately, it's descending on a garden. It would be harder to resolve if it landed on a building. Everyone, get in your positions. Maintain the line. When the tower reaches 50 feet above the ground, the magicians will come. Until they come, we need to block it. Understood, all knights answered. Lionel scanned his surroundings and asked, Are the magician coming? Not yet, Your Excellency, we've received no word, came the reply. Despite the tower's rapid descent, the magician had yet to appear. Lionel had seen this scenario play out before. They only emerged after enough knights had died. Go to the magician's official residence immediately and summon them, he ordered. Understood, sir. Upon Lionel's orders, the vice-captain swiftly turned and vanished. Individuals capable of freely using magic to combat the tower's magic were referred to as wizards. In Emont, the country's wizards were managed by the Imperial Magic Corps, which was a military force under the direct jurisdiction of the Emperor rather than the Ministry of National Defense. Wizards were mainly divided into two types: offensive wizards, known as strikers, and defensive wizards, known as keepers. The Imperial Wizard Commander was Duke Auguste Ulrich de Spoin, and the Vice-Captain was Count Lennox Poitiers, who was a first-class striker and the top magician in Emont, despite being a commoner. His rank as an heritable count was well-deserved. Lennox Poitiers looked at Henri Jackal, the Vice-Captain of the Royal Guard, who had rushed over with a grim expression. So? Lennox asked casually as he buttoned up his robe, despite the Vice-Captain's fierce glare. You want me to come now? Henri Jackal spoke through clenched teeth. It's an order from the Minister of Defense. Assemble the wizards immediately in the Rose Garden where the tower is descending. Lennox chuckled and adjusted his crooked robes. Are you in trouble now? We're under the direct jurisdiction of His Majesty. We don't have to listen to the Minister of Defense's orders, you know. Henri Jackal gritted his teeth, and Lennox continued, Oh, my mistake. You're in a hurry. Fine, you go ahead. Despite his words, Lennox's movements remained leisurely as he adjusted his robes and checked himself out in the mirror. Henri Jackal clenched his fists tightly in frustration. Sir Jackal, did your salary not come through this month? If any of your subordinates are struggling financially, let me know. I can spare one of my gold leaf buttons for them, Lennox joked. Enough talk. Be ready, Henri Jackal warned, to which Lennox just laughed and moved closer to him. Henri Jackal, you can't go out like that. Do you need my help right now? The longer I delay, the more damage the knights will suffer, don't you agree? Lennox asked. The tower has descended upon the Imperial Palace. Do you think the wizards will be okay? The Imperial Palace magicians will not be able to avoid responsibility either, Henri replied. Lennox smiled and pulled out a gold-plated button from his pocket, dropping it at his feet. The button made a loud noise as it rolled around a corner. I don't care, he said. Henri was left speechless. Even if the magician are criticized later, I won't be. If the world were to turn into hell, it wouldn't matter to me as long as I'm not in that hell. So, Henri Jackal, don't insult me, because it won't end well for you, Lennox warned as he tapped Henry's shoulder and walked away slowly. Henri closed his eyes in frustration. Despite the humiliation, he knew that if the magicians did not come, the knights would be left to fight the tower alone, and the consequences would be catastrophic. He resisted his displeasure. With a deep breath, he politely bowed his head. And I seek the cooperation of the magician, Henri said, and Lennox couldn't contain his joy. Lennox's light blue eyes flashed in excitement. The black plague that descended from the sky was a blessing to him, and he relished the power it gave him over the aristocratic knight. As a massive tower plummeted towards the ground, a fierce updraft swept through the area, causing chaos and destruction. Have magician arrived? Lionel asked. No, they haven't, Knight replied. Lionel thought, in the end, they won't come on time again. The least I can do is try to protect more of my subordinates. Why are you just standing there? A voice came. Lionel was surprised by the unexpected voice, which seemed completely out of place in the chaotic scene. A gust of wind blew the woman's hair around her face as she skillfully tied it back. Your Majesty the Empress, Lionel gasped as Empress Adelaide suddenly appeared amidst the disaster. Dangerous. Go back, Sir Leopard, Lionel shouted, shielding the Empress from the gusts of wind that buffeted them. He was about to appoint one of his aides to escort her to safety when she finally spoke. Yes. Lionel wasted no time in delegating the task to one of his trusted men. Take Her Majesty and move to a safe place. Now. Sir Leopard squinted at the tower, his gaze fixed on its trajectory. Why are there no magicians? Can't they destroy it before it reaches us? Or are they waiting for it to hit the ground? The Empress shot Lionel a questioning look, but he had no time to answer. Hurry, Your Majesty. It's not just the tower that poses a threat. Look out for the glass shards. Just as the glass shards were about to strike, something transparent appeared out of nowhere, intercepting them with a gentle push. They were swept away by the wind, leaving Lionel and the Empress unscathed. Magician? Lionel muttered, wondering if the wizards had finally arrived. Sir Lepat scanned the area, his eyes roving in search of the source of the mysterious force that had saved them. It's level 4, which is close to level 5. So there's no reason to wait, she said, her words confident and cool. Before Lionel could react, she began to run like a black panther towards the thunder and lightning. He followed closely behind, but as the Empress lifted herself into the air with an updraft, Lionel reached out to grab her shoulder. Adele clicked her tongue and pushed his hand away with magic. Don't worry, do not interrupt. As the Empress charged towards the tower, Lionel felt the magical power pushing him back. He looked up to see the Empress throw herself at the tower without hesitation. Before she had time to stop, Lionel stomped his right foot hard and propelled himself into her updraft. No! The knights cried, looking on in shock as Empress Adelaide flew into the sky, but Lionel quickly regained his senses, recalling the Empress's warning not to disturb her. She had been crystal clear. Prepare for the Empress to fall, Lionel said with a firm voice as he gazed at the towering inferno before them. We need to put out those flames before they consume the whole tower, Lionel commanded. Lennox nodded and immediately sent one of his wizards to do as he was told. Lionel then turned to the knights and said, "Get ready to create a human chain. We need to get up there and save Her Majesty if she's still alive." The knights nodded and prepared themselves for the dangerous task ahead. As they were about to start their ascent, the tower shook violently, and a loud explosion echoed through the air. Lionel and the others looked up in horror as debris rained down on them. The tower was collapsing. And there was nothing they could do to stop it, he thought. A well-fitted training uniform sword attached to her back and the strong magic that pushed me. He remembered her chat with Count. A tower with spawning aerial monsters is classified as level 4. I'm sure she was saying that. Then, is it possible that Her Majesty? When I'm falling after removing a tower, the sight of the sky distancing in flashes, is a scene known only to me. She remembered her subcoordinate's words. Can you please stop doing that? What if you end up dying from it? Don't throw cold water on my hobby, Ghibelline. Although it's a hobby that often lead to my apprehension. Now, shall we land gently? Adele said as she turned her body over to look at the ground, only to be taken aback by one of her men, arms outstretched in anticipation of her fall, his beautiful face radiating a resolute determination to catch her. Adele quickly conjured up her magic to slow her descent, causing Lionel to lower his arms as the Empress's fall decelerated considerably. The Empress descended slowly to the ground, as if descending from the heavens, with the halo of light and pale rose sky behind her. Lionel and Adele locked gazes. "Did you try to catch me with your arms?" she asked with a hint of amusement. "I was planning on it," Lionel replied. "Otherwise, my arms wouldn't be out like this." "You are a knight using your arms. You might lose your arms if you do that," Empress said. "All this time, I have had people who scolded me for this. No one had come rushing to her aid during her fall. Even if some had chided her for it. Anyway, thank you for your kind gesture." At her words, Lionel snapped out of his trance and watched as the Empress strode away. Wasn't she the one who had fled with a disheveled appearance just yesterday? How could she be so carefree and light-hearted after a single day? He could still feel the warmth of her slender shoulders in his hands. Lionel stared at Adele's retreating back, his palms still ablaze as they had been the previous night. He wasn't the only one unable to take his eyes off the Empress. Her entourage stood there. "Put away your sword. It seems unnecessary," Adele instructed Lennox, who blinked in surprise. She then walked away, leaving him to ponder over her words. After a moment of silence, someone broke it with a hollow question that echoed through the ruined rose garden. Did Her Majesty the Empress really take down the tower alone? Now Empress Adele went back to her Empress Palace after defeating Tower. Mrs. Kicks. She is worried for Empress and wonder how did Tower suddenly disappear in thin air. Then she hear sound of footsteps. She turned around and saw Empress Adele came back. She asked, "Your Majesty, where did you go and from where did you got this dresses?" And she was worried about her. Empress Adele informed her that she went to destroy Tower. Mrs. Kicks gets startled. She asked what Your Majesty, but then suddenly Empress collapse on floor. Mrs. Kicks panicked. Meanwhile, the nobility whispered rumors of a different ilk, their tongues wagging in hushed tones. "Do you mean to say that Her Majesty single-handedly destroyed the tower?" one noblewoman asked incredulously. "By the gods, are you implying that the Empress is a wizard herself? She flew into the sky and obliterated the tower with her own 2 hands. What madness is this?" one person said. "I know," people agreed with him. "Could it have been destroyed before the tower even touched the ground? And what does that make her? A striker, perhaps?" The Duke of Despoin is undoubtedly attempting to enslave the Empress, but to think that she destroyed the tower all on her own. Is her class not higher than that of Lennox Poitiers? Strange indeed, agreed. And what if the Empress were to accept Duke Despoin's offer? To be subservient to a group that includes Diane Poitiers' brother, Lennox Poitiers. What would that entail for their relationship? One person said, "Why would Gotrov send a princess, one who is such a powerful wizard, To Amont, the group fell into a contemplative silence, mulling over the question at hand. Lionel pushed back the locks that obscured his eyes and gazed up at the clear blue sky. The memory of the fiery red hue that had adorned the heavens mere moments ago felt like a distant dream hallucination. The warm gusts of late summer wind stirred the air, carrying with them a handful of leaves that had prematurely shed from the trees of autumn. It's level 4, which is close to level 5. So I don't have to wait. Her words echoed in his mind, crystal clear as if etched onto his brain. Lionel had tried to catch her as she fell, but all he had felt was the weight of her thin, fragile shoulders in his palms before her powerful magic had pushed him away. The sight of her was more overwhelming than any disaster he had ever witnessed. Flames that poured like molten gold, eyes that glinted with a fierce light that surpassed even the fire, and black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. She is indeed an outstanding one. Meanwhile, Duke Despoin had rushed to the magician's official residence and burst through the door. He shouts, "Lennox!" At the sound of the Duke's voice, Lennox Poitiers quickly emerged. "Your Excellency, the Duke." Duke Despoin turned to Lennox and spoke in a hushed and urgent tone. "You are saying that the Empress is a wizard?" His face betrayed his anxiety and displeasure at encountering an unexpected twist. Lennox simply nodded. "That's correct." Duke asked, "Is it true that she destroyed the tower alone, without any other wizard's help?" Lennox hesitated for a moment before replying, "Yes, that's correct." Duke Despoin frowned and took a step back, mind working furiously to calculate the implications of this newfound knowledge. He spoke again. "The Empress is a wizard. She is an amazing person." Lennox's confident demeanor shattered in an instant as he watched the tower collapse before his eyes. And then the impossible happened. The one who had single-handedly destroyed the tower was none other than the Empress herself. Lennox was taken aback. He had never imagined that the Empress, who had been married off to the Emperor as if she were a mere pawn, would turn out to be a wizard, let alone a striker. It was a revelation that would have caught even the Emperor off guard. "Truly remarkable. You are a great talent." The Empress Gotrov neglected to mention something rather important. Duke Despoin's voice was cold and grim, his long platinum hair sweeping across his face. Lennox couldn't shake off the ominous feeling that crept up his spine, causing goosebumps to form on his skin and beads of sweat to run down his back. Something told him that this was just the beginning of an unpredictable and perilous journey. Lennox wasted no time once the Duke had departed, sprinting towards the ivory palace with determination etched into his features. He barged in room and shouted, "Diana!" Diana, who was sitting in her room, looked at him and said, "Brother, how many times I have told you to knock on door." "Are you still not pregnant?" he asked, causing Diane to recoil. "Please, stop saying that. Do you think pregnancy is something that can be forced?" she exclaimed. "What are you going to do now?" Lennox demanded. "What am I supposed to do?" Diane retorted. "The Empress is a wizard," Lennox snarled, his face contorted with anger. Diane's eyes widened in shock at the revelation. "Is the Empress a wizard?" she asked. "Indeed," Lennox confirmed, "and she's the one who caused the tower to disappear." Diane closed her eyes in dismay, unable to believe what she was hearing. It was all so unexpected, and she felt powerless to do anything about it. In that moment, she felt like nothing more than a mere puppet being pulled this way and that. She thought Empress Adele is mere puppet, and she can manipulate her. Duke Despoin said he was a great talent. "What if he see me as worthless?" Lennox asked, desperation creeping into his voice. Diane sneered at her brother's words, her anxiety mounting. "If my brother was brought here, it's because he has potential," she replied. "Stop doubting yourself and start protecting the wizards." "I'll protect you. Nothing has changed. You have always been best mages in Emont. Don't waver. Get your HAED straight up and take care of Magic Division, and I will take care of His Majesty." Lennox's expression softened at Diane's words. and he began to feel a sense of calm creeping over him. "You're right," he said softly. Lennox nodded in agreement. "And besides, even if you're not pregnant, the king is still wrapped around your finger, isn't he?" he said, trying to lighten the mood. "Stop saying that," Diane protested, "and please be careful." Lennox grinned at her. "Of course. You know me," he said, as they stared at each other. He said, "Of course, after all, Empress is alone, what she can do." Diane's expression grew dark. "We've endured so much already, only to be brought low by this. It's not fair," she said bitterly. She said, "Have faith, brother," Diane said, her voice a low murmur that seemed to vibrate with power. "It doesn't matter if the Empress is a wizard or not. In the end, we will be the last ones laughing. The world may take and take, but we will always have each other." Scene shift to Empress Palace. After defeating the monster tower without anyone's help, Adele is called bravado. The tower was the epicenter of magic, and its absence would cause the mana to dissipate, unleashing untold chaos. Adele pushed herself to the limit. She slept as if she were dead, groaning in agony as if her body had been battered. Mrs. Kix watched the Empress contort and make strange noises with a worried expression etched on her face. Though Adele's forehead didn't feel hot to the touch, Mrs. Kix couldn't shake her concerns. She left the room, knowing full well what the Empress was up to, and soon others learned of it too. The palace was in turmoil, abuzz with rumors of the Empress destroying the tower alone. Gossip and whispers spread like wildfire, and everyone seemed to be in on the secret. I said, "She did it alone," someone exclaimed in disbelief. "It's true. The guards are practically bursting with excitement," another said. "What about the other mage?" someone else asked. "Late to the party. I heard the Empress arrived after the tower was already destroyed." Yet another voice chimed in. "If not for Her Majesty, the royal guard would have suffered great losses," someone else added. Mrs. Kix quickly drafted a letter and handed it to one of her trusted aides. "Take this to His Highness the Grand Duke immediately," she commanded, her tone brooking no arguments. "Go quickly while chaos still reigns in the palace." As the Emperor stood lost in thought, his eyes fixed on the ominous black tower against the blood-red sky, the Imperial palace suddenly erupted into chaos, but he remained calm, knowing that a tower of that size could be easily taken down. His aide informed him that the tower is coming, Your Majesty. Please hurry up and evacuate. Emperor replied, "Shut up, and stop making a big deal out of it." He thought it's a no big deal to take care to tower of that size. Perhaps he could order its destruction at the right time. As he pondered his options, a strange feeling washed over him. It was as if the wind had died down and the sky had faded to a lighter shade of red. And there, it was a brilliant white tower crumbling before his eyes. He thought, the wizards had done it. But the news that reached him soon after was nothing like what he expected. "What? Who destroyed the tower?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "It is said that Her Majesty the Empress destroyed it alone," came the answer. The Emperor was stunned into silence. He stared down at his hand, still tingling from the shock of electricity that had coursed through it when he gripped the Empress' shoulder. All information he had been given was the gender and name of the late Empress of Gotrovas's daughter, but now he had to wonder. It is possible that the Empress Dowager of Gotrov had sent her daughter away to Ichmont because she couldn't handle the responsibility? Determined to find out the truth, he summoned the shadow responsible for his secret work. "Go to Gotrov," he commanded. "Find out about Princess Adelaide's track record." His aide bowed and replied, "I understand, Your Majesty." Scene shifts back to Empress Palace. Mrs. Kix came to visit Empress Adele and ask about her well-being. "Are you awake, Your Majesty? How are you feeling?" She saw Empress and her eyes widen. As the first rays of sunlight peeked through the window, Empress Adelaide stirred from her slumber. The rumors about her latest decision had spread like wildfire throughout the city, and she knew it was time to take action. With a determined air, she ordered her attendants to stir up the still unquiet capital once more. "I shall issue an aide notice," she declared, her voice firm and resolute. Mrs. Kick's face instantly lightened up. Empress continued, "The eligibility criteria are unmarried men over the age of 20, except if they have a fiancé. The selection process shall be conducted through interviews, and the number of chosen candidates is yet to be determined." Mrs. Kick asked, "And what shall be the selection criteria, Your Majesty?" Adelaide paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping across the room. "Only my heart," she finally replied, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Mrs. Giggs closed her eyes and bowed respectfully to the Empress, who smiled enchantingly, pleased with her faithful servant's response. The Imperial capital's upper echelons were abuzz with the news of the Empress's call for aides. The mere act of recruiting assistants was enough to pique everyone's interest, but the fact that the Empress herself, a formidable striker who had shattered the tower just the day before, had issued the announcement had the nobles on the edge of their seats. Prince Balder was no exception. "What is this announcement all about? Why the requirement is so simple?" Michael Rosen, the Duke's chief secretary, mused as he perused a single document, swiping back and forth over it. Theseus sighed, his shoulders drooping. He spoke, "It's actually better than a detailed one." "But, Your Grace," Michael pressed on, "don't you think this is rather vague?" Theseus rubbed his temples and pursed his lips. He said, "What's Her Majesty's intention? Is the Empress looking to challenge Her Majesty's rule or to establish her own power base against Diane Poitiers?" He pondered aloud. He looked up at his younger brother, Lionel, who was sitting across from him, his arms folded and eyes fixed on the announcement. "Lionel, what do you think?" Theseus called out to him, hoping to get his opinion. Lionel turned his gaze toward his brother, his deep blue eyes meeting Theseus's. "I don't know, I don't think it either. Or maybe she just wants to have some fun and pick someone she likes, because the selection requirement is someone I like," the Duke's secretary interjected. Theseus said, "Regardless, the Empress has put out a call for aides, and we cannot ignore it. Whom should we entrust with this task?" Secretary speaks. Who could be entrusted with the crucial task of serving as the Empress's aide? With the under attack from the Emperor, finding a trustworthy individual to assist the Empress was of the utmost importance. The chosen candidate would need to meet a specific set of requirements: a close bond with the Balder family, approval from the Empress, the ability to devise a plan to challenge the Emperor's power while serving as an aide, being an unmarried man over the age of 20 without a fiancé, and the fortitude to endure the inevitable loss of honor that comes with such a position, called Empress lover. And that's why, for generations, the Empress aides have always been the second or third sons of powerful families. Breaking the silence, Lionel spoke out of turn. Her Majesty gave Count Calvin a gold bar. His Majesty must have been very displeased, he said, his words seeming to have no connection to the topic at hand. Perplexed, Theseus asked, "What do you mean, Lionel?" "It's an aide notice from the Empress," Lionel replied, his voice steady and calm. "Perhaps Her Majesty's view of the tower is different from the current wizards." Theseus asks, "Do you have someone to recommend?" Lionel replied, "I will apply for myself." Theseus gets startled. He replied, "What? No, you should think again." Lionel asked from secretary, "Do you have someone suitable enough to recommend?" "I don't think so." Secretary replied, "Well, I think the three sons of Count Verdi are quite close in age." Theseus stated, nonchalantly, "The youngest hasn't even reached 20 yet." Theseus began to protest. "There's nothing for you to gain by going. The Empress is bringing in her aide to impress Her Majesty and to send a warning to Diane Poitiers. Everyone will talk behind you for being her lover. Lionel countered. As I have any honor left behind, to ruin it, we can't recede anymore. Just yesterday that Lennox Poitiers intentionally dawdled around despised my order for backup. However, I can't complain about that at Magic Division, even though in the Minister of Defense. Theseus glared at Michael before Michael continued. Lionel has a point. We know very little about the wizards, towers, and witch beasts that are plaguing Emont. Even our attempts to steal information from other countries have failed due to it being a national secret, and we lost a person when we sent them to Gotrov. The Empress likely knows more than we do, and by becoming her aide, Lionel could gain valuable information to help us move forward. Theseus took a sip of his cold tea and furrowed his brow as he considered his brother's argument. Lionel continued. At least if I become the Empress aide, we can take a step forward. Theseus, please say yes so that these two lovebirds can be together and we viewers can be at peace. Theseus said, all right, the Empress aide. Theseus couldn't help but feel uneasy about the situation and lamented, if our mother were still alive, she would have slapped me for letting you do this. Lionel smiles and said, I will take it as you allowed me. Michael posed an important question. He said, sorry to interrupt you, but what if the Empress doesn't choose Lionel? I wonder why both of you are so confident about it. Both Baldir brothers gave Michael death stare. He nervously replied, of course, there is no reason still to reject you, it's Lionel Baldir after all. Please dress nicely when you go to Her Majesty. Scene shifts to Emperor Palace. As Diane gazed upon Carl, her heart sank at his preoccupation with her paperwork. It had been an entire day since their last encounter, which had taken place at the Empress Palace. Anxiety shimmered in Diane's cerulean eyes as she struggled to keep her composure. Cold sweat dripped down her spine, and she took a deep breath as chills coursed through her chest. Carl saw Diana's face and he suggested, if you're tired, you should go rest at the palace. You don't have to be here. She replied, I apologize for worrying you, Your Majesty. I heard that the Empress has issued an announcement to hire an aide. Diane said cautiously, choosing her words carefully. It hasn't been even a month since she got married, but now she is trying to hire one in less than a month. I can't help but worried it could be a problem for Your Majesty. Carl cut her off abruptly, his tone icy. It's nothing for you to worry about, just focus on your duties. Diane blinked in surprise, taken aback by the Emperor's dismissive tone, and he only met her with a cold gaze, leaving her feeling perplexed. She then turned around and said, Then now I will excuse myself, Your Majesty. Emperor said, Take a proper care of the Empress Palace budget revision, so that no more commotion is caused from it. Hearing Emperor words, her steps unsteady, and tears streaming down her face. She felt a deep sadness, knowing that Carl was both her heaven and her hell. In this moment, she felt cast into hell by the Emperor's cold eyes, tone, attitude, and every word. It was all too easy for him to turn her world into a paradise, only to then plunge it into despair so painfully. I hope now she understand the difference between wife and mistress. As Carl sat in his chambers, his emotions roiled like crashing waves, threatening to consume him. He called his aide, order him, report to me the current situation about Her Majesty's aide recruitment. Aide replied, yes, Your Majesty. Then after few times aide report him, currently, there are 16 applicants. Baron Armand's firstborn, Viscount Belvitz. Emperor thought, it was only made this morning, yet the response has been swift and overwhelming. He couldn't help but smile wryly at the eagerness with which families sent their children to vie for the prestigious position of the Empress aide. He knew the Empress' magical prowess had drawn much attention, and he wondered how the dynamics of the court would shift with her new aide. He asked, "Is there anyone from Baldir family?" Aide replied, "Currently no one." Emperor said, "Report me immediately if you got any new news about it. There is no way Duke Valgier or the Minister of Defense will personally apply for it. Thus, they will send someone from a family related to them." Scene shifts to Empress Palace. Hannah Giggs, known for her encyclopedic knowledge, Hannah's insight was invaluable, and she didn't hesitate to share her thoughts, and that concludes my report introducing the core politics of each mont. Empress is amazed from Mrs. Kick's knowledge. She praised her. She said, "No wonder the lady favored you, you're indeed amazing." Mrs. Kicks replied, "I am grateful, Your Majesty." While looking at report, Empress said, "Considering the current circumstances, it would be wise to extend an invitation to the Balder family." Empress put down the report and said, "Anyway, now shall we start interviewing the applicants for my aide?" As the doors of the Empress Palace opened to officially begin the interviews, the nervous interviewers lined up to meet Her Majesty. First applicant arrived. He opened his mouth and said, "Your Majesty the Empress, the moment I met you, I couldn't believe my eyes. If there is an angel, this is it." "I thought so," gushed one of the candidates, overwhelmed by Adele's presence. "Me, an angel? My nickname was the Witch of Gotrov," Adele thought. Applicant 2. "It's such an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. I couldn't even look at your face, so I lowered my head and only saw the tips of your toes. I'm so nervous. This moment feels like a dream," stammered another candidate, struggling to contain their awe. "I feel like I'm in a dream too," Adele said, trying to keep her composure. Another candidate interjected enthusiastically, "I am really strong, Your Majesty." Another one said, "Your Majesty, my specialty is singing. Would you like to hear it?" Empress screamed in her thought, "No, please stop." After the last candidate left, Adele slumped onto the sofa, exhausted. She thought, "That's why paperwork is necessary for process. There isn't a single applicant who can understand my announcement meaning." She thought an applicant from Baldir family hasn't shown up yet. Mrs. Kicks said to Empress, "If you are tired, should I send them back?" Empress replied, "It's almost over, isn't?" Mrs. Kick, "Yes indeed." Empress continued, "Please guide them in. I think it would be better to wrap things as quickly as possible and then rest afterward." Mrs. Kicks went outside and called next applicant. She was shocked. A man in a sleek black suit had entered, drawing everyone's attention. His jet black hair and piercing blue eyes caught the light, and the badge on his chest, featuring crossed swords and a black panther, demanded respect. It was Lionel Baldir. Adelaide took a deep breath and prepared herself for the next applicant. But before Mrs. Giggs could even call out the name, a commotion erupted in the waiting room. All eyes turned towards the entrance, and even Mrs. Giggs looked puzzled. A man in a sleek black suit had entered, drawing everyone's attention. His jet black hair and piercing blue eyes caught the light, and the badge on his chest, featuring crossed swords and a black panther, demanded respect. Mrs. Giggs greeted him respectfully, addressing him as Sir Lionel Balder. "He's applying. Is that really Lionel Balder? Could it be true? Does he really want to be an aide? Who knew Lionel Balder would show up for the interviews?" But Lionel remained an enigma. His striking appearance, the air of mystery surrounding him, and the Balder family badge on his chest left no doubt in anyone's mind that he was the real Lionel Balder. The tension in the room heightened as everyone waited with bated breath to see what would unfold. "I don't know if it's too late," Lionel said in a respectful tone as he handed over his application without any questions. "We'll need you to wait a moment," Mrs. Giggs informed him, and Lionel complied, taking a seat on the sofa in the waiting room. In the waiting room, the commotion went unnoticed by her, but Adele, who was in charge of interviewing the applicants, sensed a subtle change in their attitudes. They seemed either bewildered or unmotivated. Unlike the previous ones, making it hard to explain. Adele rubbed her chin and tilted her head, trying to make sense of the situation. Eventually, the tedious interviews ended, and Adele muttered that she had a hard time buying all the applicants' attitudes before burying herself deep in her chair. Just when she thought it was over, Mrs. Giggs rushed in with a stiff piece of paper in her hand. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. There is only one applicant left," she said, handing over the paper. Adelaide's gaze went through the documents at breakneck speed, but it stopped abruptly. "Should we ask for the last applicant?" she asked, looking up with her golden eyes glistening like a cold-blooded beast. Adelaide sat on an ornate chair, her eyes fixed on the open door. She looked up when Lionel entered and met his gaze with an intense stare. Lionel felt like he was facing a predator, but he maintained his composure and greeted her politely. "Hello, Your Majesty," he said. "Lionel Balder." She called out his name in a deep bass voice and gestured for him to sit down. Adele didn't offer any tea, and Lionel didn't expect her to. The other applicants were treated similarly. Adelaide stared at him, waiting for him to speak. He knew she wasn't interested in small talk or entertainment. She wanted someone who could bring something to the table, and he was convinced he was the right person for the job. He discarded his prepared remarks and got straight to the point, showing her his cold rationality. "Are you trying to balance the forces?" she countered, her tone sharp. Lionel did not waver. "Aren't you looking for an aide to join hands with reliable power in this place where there is nowhere to lean on, and to defend your power and honor against someone who has already occupied the palace? Whoever you choose will be a worse choice than if you chose me." He spoke matter-of-factly, without a hint of bravado or conceit. The Empress's smile faltered for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. "Look, sir. No, should I call you Minister?" she said, her tone playful. "You can call me whatever you feel comfortable with," Lionel replied. "Anyway, you really want to be my aide right now, you mean?" "That's right. Why?" The Empress narrowed her eyes, sizing him up. "It's been a while since I came here, so I can't read the situation perfectly, but even so, it doesn't seem like there are any benefits to be gained from having Balder's direct line become my aide. You could have recruited a vassal family or a person from another family whose interests matched and sent it to you as a candidate, but why did you bother to come in person?" she continued. Lionel did not hesitate. "It's because Her Majesty wants information about the tower she knows." The Empress's interest was piqued. "About the tower," she repeated. "That's right," Lionel confirmed, his gaze unwavering. "Do you believe that the knowledge of the tower outweighs the cost of becoming an Empress's aide?" Adele inquired, her hand resting thoughtfully on her chin. Lionel replied without hesitation, "Indeed, I do. Did I mention that I may call you whatever name I feel comfortable with?" she queried suddenly, breaking the silence. Lionel appeared momentarily confused before nodding in affirmation. "Yes, Your Majesty." "Lionel," she said, her voice ringing with authority. "I am seeking an aide to bolster my prestige and stand against certain factions within the Imperial Palace. You were correct in your assessment. However, the aide I choose must also pretend to be my lover. Do you understand this? If someone from Balder's family should present themselves, they will be selected without question," Lionel thought. Adele was well aware of the precarious position he occupied as a direct descendant of a noble family. "I will have to call you by your name and speak formally with you, that way we'd look like lovers in their eyes. If you're still fine with that, then I'll appoint you as my aide." "Of course," he replied, "I am fine with that. If they think of us as lovers, please appoint your aide, Your Majesty." At this point, Adele's body, weary from 3 days of interviews, felt as light as a feather. She thought, "Looks like I've found an aide who's really to my liking." "Who applied?" the Emperor demanded, his voice low and commanding. After a long pause, the servant finally spoke again. "Sir Lionel Balder has responded," the servant replied, his voice shaking. The Emperor's eyes narrowed as he processed the information. "To the position of the Empress Mistress?" he asked sharply. The servant hesitated for a moment before nodding hesitantly. Yes, Your Highness, he replied. But, I don't know if he's been chosen. The Empress hasn't made an official announcement. The Emperor's expression darkened, and a sense of unease washed over him. Dismissing the servant with a wave of his hand, he made his way out to the terrace, his mind consumed with worry. As he stood there, staring out at the moonlit night, he couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled in his chest. He had always preferred the darkness to the light, the cold to the heat, he thought. The mysterious sweet scent of Adele still lingers on my nose. The day the Empress came to me, if I had accepted her invitation, drunk on her scent, I'm sure I would have sent Diana away and spent the night with her. How will the noble-blooded woman, who is set to be a ruler, become unsettled, and how will her prideful eyes, which look down on me, become agitated? If it happens, I wouldn't have missed even a second, as if it's engraved in my mind, simply being there, simply existing. Is it that challenging? What's so bad about being the quill of a quill pen or a vase holding the flowers? Isn't that a life? How should I tame a beast that shows its teeth and claws? He muttered to himself, his voice low and fierce. I will have to pull out all the teeth and claws. But as he spoke the words, he couldn't help but wonder if he was doing the right thing. After Lionel departed, Adele savored a light dinner before slipping into the soothing embrace of hot water. As the warmth seeped into her limbs, turning them ghostly pale and lulling her into delicious dizziness, she surrendered to the languid pleasure of the moment, basking in the haze of her own thoughts. There was no better balm for her weary soul than this, and so she lay there, content to remain in the water until her consciousness inevitably faded away. She was only roused from her peaceful reverie when her skin broke out in a fine sheen of sweat, signaling that she had been in the bath far longer than she intended. Suddenly, the bathroom door creaked open, and Mrs. Giggs appeared in her usual unflappable manner. Ah, I was just about to leave anyway, Adele murmured, offering a small smile in gratitude to the loyal old lady. Yes, Your Majesty, Mrs. Giggs replied with a nod. I think you should. Mrs. Giggs continued, His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. She hastily reached for her gown and allowed Mrs. Giggs to wrap it around her shoulders, her wet hair dripping onto the floor. What should I do? Adele asked, suddenly feeling uncharacteristically unsure. To her relief, Mrs. Giggs remained unfazed. As always, Your Majesty's wishes are my top priority, she replied, stepping aside to let Adele make her own decision. Adele said, Seems like he has come to ask something regarding Lionel Valdier's visit. Shouldn't at least hear what he wants to ask me. Carl was waiting for her in the drawing room attached to her bedroom, his stern features softened slightly by the sight of her in her light home dress. Adele took a seat across from him on the sofa, unable to shake the feeling that this was all some kind of game. It was a sudden visit, so it took some time to prepare. It's because you caught me in the bath, she said by way of greeting, hoping to lighten the mood. What is it, Your Majesty the Emperor? Adele asked, her voice devoid of any emotion. Carl wasted no time beating around the bush. Who will you appoint as your aide? Adele suppressed a laugh at the Emperor's brusqueness, his gaze lingering on it for a moment too long. Well, Adele began. By the way, Your Majesty, she let her words trail off, watching as Carl's eyes snapped back to hers. Should I report it to you? Carl merely grunted again, his impatience palpable. Who will you choose? Adele leaned back against the sofa, allowing a small smile to cross her lips. If this was a game, she was determined. Carl's demeanor remained unchanged as Adele directed her sneer at the Emperor, who once again attempted to coerce her into compliance with a shameless and callous expression. Did Your Majesty obtain my permission? Whomever you may choose, it is my heart that is at stake. Do not ask, Adele asserted. Shall I choose Lionel Balder? The Emperor inquired, openly mentioning the name of the potential candidate. Adele's eyes narrowed at the mention, and she shot back, so what? Is there an issue with that? Choose someone else, the Emperor commanded. Why? Adele questioned, refusing to back down. Princess Balder and her ilk are enemies of the Imperial family. Would you accept such a person as your aide? There is a limit to how far I will tolerate your disobedience. Fulfill your of husband and wife duty accordingly, the Emperor replied coldly. Adele felt her blood boil at the Emperor's words. She was not a person who could be treated so callously. She thought how shameless he is. And she used same words that Emperor spoke to her. Just like a feather on a quill or a flower in a vase. Do you want me to live like that? She asked the Empress, her voice echoing with the sincerity of her question. Why do you ask all of a sudden? The Emperor responded, surprised by Adele's sudden outburst. Because it matters. I ask again. Do you want me to live like that? Adele repeated, determined to make her point clear. The Emperor smiled. He was unyielding, resolved to keep a tight leash on Adele as if she were a wild animal in need of taming. Exactly, he stated firmly. I am not a mere accessory, a passive being who accepts everything without expressing my opinion. You want me to be a comfortable partner who comes and goes, but that is not who I am, Adele declared, her words sharp and resolute. For a moment, the Emperor was silent, taken aback by Adele's unwavering spirit. Finally, the Emperor spoke. His will is firm as ever. Okay, I want just that much, he said, his gaze unyielding. Adele took a sip of her tea, the bitterness on her tongue and the dryness of her lips mirroring the bitterness and frustration she felt within. Whom shall you choose? Adele's companion prodded, their words hanging heavy in the air. A moment passed before Adele answered, her voice smooth as silk. Lionel Balder. I would choose him, she whispered with a seductive smile. The response elicited a gasp from her companion, who addressed her as Empress. In shock. Undeterred, Adele continued, pay no attention to my women, and I will not pay attention to your lover either, she repeated. Emperor same words. She reclined leisurely on the sofa, unperturbed by the tension in the room. This is what His Majesty said. Did you forget? She asked, her voice laced with a hint of amusement. How many times have you seen a lover? Aren't you just protesting against me? Carl challenged her, his voice sharp with irritation. Adele's lips curled into a sly smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. What do you need to look at for a long time? You can come in at a glance, she replied, her gaze fixed on him. As the tension between them grew thicker, Carl's expression turned dangerous. Won't you regret it? He asked, his voice low and menacing. Adele did not flinch. Your Majesty, won't you regret it? She countered, her eyes sparkling with fierce determination. He continued, I warned you to be aware of your position. She replied, I don't plan on becoming an added accessory. You told me to fulfill my duty, didn't you? But, shouldn't you first acknowledge me as a spouse on equal footing? Their gazes locked, and the air between them crackled with tension. With a heavy heart, Carl rose from her seat and made her way out of the room with rough steps. As she reached the door, Carl turned back and gave one last warning to Adele. Think wisely, Empress. Don't regret later, she said, her voice heavy with meaning. The words lingered in the room long after Carl had gone. Adele shook her head, her smile turning grim. Think wisely, Adele. Don't regret it belatedly, she murmured to herself. As she contemplated her situation, Adele couldn't help but think of her mother. She wondered if it was just a coincidence that she always seemed to encounter people like Carl, or if it was because those were the only kinds of people who made it to the top. She knew she needed wisdom, but she had no idea where to find it. With a forceful hand, Carl flung open the door. By his side stood Mrs. Giggs, who lowered her head in reverence. Carl, who had been poised to ignore the presence of the maids and proceed on her way, abruptly halted in front of Mrs. Giggs. Is it a person or a position that you are loyal to? He inquired. Your Majesty, the Emperor, Mrs. Giggs replied, her head still bowed. Head. He leaned in and whispered in her ear, I, born to a lowly handmaiden, must be cherished to become an emperor. Do you think I took Princess Elizabeth's place merely because I was born as a man? It's not like that, she replied. He continued, such a lie. I know everything. That's why I'm surprised. When the Empress summoned you, I thought you wouldn't come. Why? Because she's my Empress, but you did you, Mrs. Giggs closed her eyes at Carl's contemptuous words and let out a soft sigh. He continued, tell the Empress this, then, in order to thrive in my empire and my palace, she must be in good standing with the owner of this place. That way, you two can be by the Empress's side, right? Isn't that right, Nanny? Mrs. Giggs remained silent. Your Majesty the Empress, Mrs. Giggs said. If you have something to say, say it. I am listening, the Empress replied without opening her eyes. Mrs. Giggs hesitated for a moment before speaking, carefully choosing her words. I was the general manager of the Imperial Palace appointed by Her Majesty, the previous Empress, and the nanny of Her Highness the Grand Duke. I know, the Empress replied, still with her eyes closed. I took care of one more baby at the same time. It was unofficial, and very few people know about it, Mrs. Giggs continued. The Empress opened her eyes slightly, intrigued. Go on, she said. I was also the nanny of His Majesty the present Emperor, Mrs. Giggs revealed, causing Adele's eyes to widen in surprise. Why are you saying that now? The Empress asked. Deep in his heart is a child who has not yet grown up, Mrs. Giggs said softly. A child who desperately wanted to be loved but never received it, who crouched after receiving a twisted love rather than a correct love. Scene shifts. As the Emperor stormed out of the Empress Palace, he arrived unannounced at Diane's quarters. Upon hearing the news, Diane hastily jumped out of bed and made her way to the Emperor. To her, he looked like a beautiful but dangerously poisonous flower amidst the darkness of the night. Carl stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him. As Diane approached, she carefully studied Carl's expression, sensing that the Emperor must have been very upset about something. Your Majesty, was he displeased by the Empress? Diane asked in a soft voice, to which the Emperor remained silent and simply looked at her with an enigmatic expression. Sensing his discontentment, Diane wondered if it was because of the Empress's aide problem. How could she hire an aide over His Majesty? I really don't get it, she whispered, hoping to placate him. But the Emperor remained silent, fixated on the nape of her neck. Suddenly, he buried his face in her neck and took a deep breath, as if savoring her scent. Diane was startled but managed to call out to him in confusion. After a moment, the Emperor raised his head, his brow furrowing slightly as he studied her face. Why are you like that? She asked in a sudden burst of emotion. Suddenly, Carl spoke in a soft and measured voice, like a feather on a quill, like a flower in a vase. Live like that. The words were cryptic and disjointed, leaving Diane to blink a few times in confusion. After a moment's pause, she flashed a warm smile and replied, it must be a comfortable life, that is. Diane's eyes sparkled with love and contentment as she squeezed Carl's hands and asked, when I become a feather in a quill, will you use it, Your Majesty? Will you put the vase next to you when it becomes a flower in a vase? She tilted her head coyly, reveling in the sensation of being adored like a treasured gift. Carl's heart fluttered in response to Diane's affectionate words. He felt a sudden urge to seize the nape of her neck and draw her close, like a magnificent and wild creature taming its prey. As Diane looked up at him with playful eyes, he reached out and encircled her slender neck with his hand. Holding her like a leash, he pressed his thumb against her lips, feeling the softness of her mouth give way to his touch. As he squeezed her lips, he imagined them as fragile flower petals, crushed and molded to his will. Diane parted her lips and lightly nibbled on his thumb, savoring the heady sensation of being under Carl's spell. The eyes will be blurred, turning red and cloudy, the Emperor warned. But the subsequent actions of the monarch were a far cry from what Diane had anticipated. Without warning, the Emperor abruptly withdrew his hand, leaving Diane's eyes to widen in surprise. His fingertips were slick with moisture, much like her own luscious, glistening lips. Your Majesty, she inquired, her voice soft and tinged with regret and doubt. The Emperor, however, ignored her thin voice and turned away from her, his demeanor cold and aloof. He stormed out of the room without a word, leaving behind no trace of lingering emotion, as if he had been summoned by something urgent. At the sight of his swift departure, Diane's heart began to flutter ominously. I'm not someone who can be denied. He never ignore my seduction. What is this now? Diane's eyes shook violently as she tried to make sense of the perplexing encounter with her beloved emperor. The tale of Mrs. Giggs had unfolded over an extended period, her struggles as the late Empress leaving her in a state of constant distress. But the pinnacle of her anguish was reached when her lady-in-waiting, Yi, bore the Emperor a son. The Emperor declared the child the Empress's adopted son and heir, a decision that neither the former Empress, who could not bear children, nor the birth mother could accept with ease. The child, separated from its biological mother, was raised in the palace, much to the chagrin of the former Empress. At 6 years old, the child learned that the mother she thought was hers was actually a stepmother who despised her deeply, while her true mother was half-mad and insane by the time she visited at age 7. Such a twisted upbringing was bound to leave its mark. Mrs. Giggs had shared this story with Adele, hoping to improve the relationship between the Emperor and the Empress, for understanding another's story is the foundation of building meaningful connections. Despite this, Adele showed no sympathy for the Emperor, lacking a deep understanding of the Empress herself. Adele let out a long sigh, brushing her hair back to reveal her shining golden eyes amidst her dark locks. When I first met the Emperor, he was hostile towards me, and I wondered why. You said it was because he saw me and the previous Empress on the same level. What does that mean? Adele asked. Your Majesty, Mrs. Giggs replied, I mean that I was worried as soon as I arrived here. When did I ever meet Emperor Aemont before? I even saw his portrait for the first time on my way here. How baffled I must have been by his hostility. But I never thought it would stem from a deep-seated attachment and resentment towards the position of Empress itself. What is there to compare between me and the previous Empress? Adele continued. It's an unconscious reaction, not a rational decision, Mrs. Giggs explained. It's problematic when the highest ruler has instincts that overpower reason, Adele exclaimed, her anger flaring up. But, as you said, he is the supreme, Mrs. Giggs added hesitantly. And, Adele prompted, Your Majesty, he is the Most High and Your Majesty's consort, Mrs. Giggs responded. And, Adele repeated, growing impatient. So, it is imperative that you humble yourself and accept the authority of the Empress to please the Emperor. Did you not think that Lionel Balder's arrival would displease the Emperor? Mrs. Giggs asked, not shying away from the truth. Adele was furious, her chest boiling like lava, as Mrs. Giggs looked on with a perplexed expression. On the first day I arrived, Diane Poitiers came to see me and offered to enlighten me on His Majesty's preferences, Adele stated. Mrs. Giggs' eyes flared with anger. How dare she? She dared to come to me and say it. She instructed me to conform my appearance to His Majesty's preferences. Mrs. Giggs bowed her head and apologized. I'm sorry. You need not apologize, Mrs. But what distinguishes what you said to me just now from what Diane Poitiers said that day? Your Majesty the Empress. Do you know what I told her? I claimed that she had never considered attempting to mold me to someone else's preferences. She spoke firmly, reminding herself and her elderly lady of her true purpose. The Empress understood that her beliefs and values were her guiding principles, the very foundation of her identity. She refused to compromise them for anyone or anything, even if that meant clashing with the Emperor himself. The most important thing in the world is none other than me, Adelaide itself, she whispered, reaffirming her sense of self. That's ahead of the position of Emperor. So, he is dead when he dies, but he can never obey the command to hold his breath. And wield whatever he wants. Do you understand? Mrs. Giggs nodded slowly, her eyes downcast. Empress Adelaide continued with a sense of finality, if you find it difficult to have me as the Empress, feel free to tell me. I'm really sorry. I crossed my line, Mrs. Giggs murmured, but Adelaide was already turning away. In less than an hour after storming out of the Empress palace with an angry expression, the Emperor returned, his face contorted with a dangerous intensity, resembling a dark fire. Mrs. Giggs, who had rushed out with a surprised look, was caught off guard when the Emperor stopped in front of her. Is the Empress available for a joint audience today? The Emperor asked, his question directly and to the point. Mrs. Giggs was taken aback and unable to respond. The Emperor scrutinized her face for a moment before muttering, "Seeing as you cannot answer, it appears that it is indeed possible." With that, the Emperor left the bewildered Mrs. Giggs behind and strode into the Empress bedroom with a sense of purpose. Adele was just about to fall asleep when Carl barged into her bedroom without so much as a knock, his tyrannical spirit on full display. His abrupt intrusion left her speechless. "What are you doing?" she managed to blurt out. "I want to spend the night with you," he declared, his eyes full of an intense, dangerous energy that reminded Adele of a glass of overflowing wine. He thought, an emperor is someone who always gets what he wants. He has no reason to hesitate or suppress his desire, even if the other party is the Empress. But Adele's eyes were filled with a different kind of energy, one that could kill. Despite his desire, Carl could sense her reluctance. "You said you'd regret it less than an hour ago, yet now you want to suddenly have a first night together. Don't you think we should first acknowledge each other as spouses?" she questioned him. Carl kneeled on the edge of her bed, the sweet scent of spring flowers surrounding them. "You seem to be struggling to gain proper power in the Imperial palace. What more do you need to go back to? As the Empress, it is your duty to do your job and gain your strength." "I will hold it in my hand," he told her, trying to convince her to give in to him. As Carl's hand gently pressed against Adele's shoulder, the Empress remained unmoved, her expression devoid of any passion or enthusiasm. Carl stepped back, taking in the chill emanating from her demeanor. "It's complicated," he said, and Adele was taken aback. Was she considering seizing power as Empress without fulfilling her duties? The thought sent shivers down Adele's spine. Despite being her spouse, their first night together was a natural obligation. It was only fitting, but Adele couldn't shake off the feeling of dirtiness that came with it. As she looked at the distorted expression on the Empress's face, Carl whispered, "What I said, is it so degrading? Is there anyone else in this empire whom you would bow to besides me?" Adele snarled in response, "Is it the Empress's unconditional obligation to bow to the Emperor? Is that how it is in Emont?" Carl gazed at her with intense focus, revealing a small, white foot. The foot was delicate, reminiscent of a wild beast's, and Carl lowered his head slowly, holding her ankle with one hand. As he stared into Adele's golden gaze, his purple eyes ablaze, he kissed the tender spot where he had entered. Something soft and squishy fell from Adele's ankle with a wet sound. The Emperor lifted Adele up and whispered, gazing at her with intense focus. "Now that I have bowed my head and kissed your feet, are you satisfied?" Adele had been born into a flawless royal family with a perfect lineage, and her proud, arrogant face was befitting of her upbringing. She had lived a life free from the constraints of submission. As Carl leaned forward, his movements reminiscent of a carnivore biting into its prey, he cupped Adele's cheek with one hand. As he trailed his hand down the nape of her neck, a sense of immense pleasure surged through him. He let out a low sigh as he traced her red lips with his thumb, intending to press her chin down and force his way into her gaping mouth. But a cold voice cut through the moment. "Let go," Adele said. Despite her warning, Carl did not release his grip on her neck. As the two locked eyes, a golden glint flickered in Adele's gaze, and her lips curled into a cold smile. She cut off Carol's hand, and his eyes filled with displeasure. "You do not know your place," he said icily. He continued, "You chose to protect your ego by baring your teeth, even when your grand pride is the only thing you possess. I really can't understand you. Kneel down to me, bow your head, submit." Adele recoiled, spitting out her response with defiance. I will not, I won't. He continued, you will regret it someday. Carl studied Adele's face, then took a step back. She had no idea how contorted her expression had become. Seeing the disheveled state of the Empress, he felt satisfied, even though the heat had dissipated. She remembered how everyone is. Just like her mother. They all wanted to hurt her pride and want her to be obedient girl just as they wanted. She didn't even know when she fell asleep. She felt a touch on the tip of her abyss with her fingertips. Could it be that the devil crawled out of the darkness and embraced her from behind? It's Hannah Giggs, Your Majesty. Did you cough? Her agitated heart cooled. Come in. Mrs. Giggs appeared with the same face and appearance as yesterday. What's going on? She asked with a cold tone. Mrs. Giggs was silent for a moment at the question's cold tone. It was a moment that felt like time had stretched out. His Majesty's Majesty has ordered that the Empress Palace's supplementary budget be cancelled. Even that was news from the Ivory Palace. Just like that, when the news of the loss of the supplementary budget of the Empress Palace hit the palace like a fire spreading in a dry field, the Empress Palace also set up a counterfire without losing. Appoints Lionel Balder as assistant to the Empress. The Empress is fighting fire with fire. It was a coveted honor, to be chosen as the Empress aide. Lionel would go down in history as the only member of the Balder family to achieve this feat. When news of Lionel Balder's appointment as the Empress aide spread throughout the Imperial Palace along with the cancellation of the supplementary budget for the Empress Palace, the entire establishment was rocked to its core. These two stories consumed people, causing them to lose track of time and their senses. The members of the noble family were incredulous when they heard that the proud young boy had become the Empress aide. The butler, who had witnessed Theseus and Lionel's growth since childhood, maintained that this decision was solely Lionel's personal choice. He asked, why did you make this decision, my lord? Lionel replied, I've been on the defensive like this. Shouldn't I try everything I can? Lionel asked, determined. Also, it wasn't the Duke's will, it was the boy's will, the butler muttered. Is my older brother the one to give me such an order? Lionel questioned. The butler smiled vacantly and stepped back, but the tip of his nose grew cold for no apparent reason. Why did our young master do that? Why in the world would he take such a risk? But the butler couldn't say anything to Lionel. Then Lionel bid farewell and went for Empress Palace. In the grand halls of the Empress Palace, Empress Adelaide reclined leisurely on a couch, relishing the cool autumn breeze that wafted in through the open windows. The sight of her indolently propped-up body, with only her feet bobbing, was a novelty for Mrs. Giggs, who had served the late Empress. Empress Adelaide was a strange figure, one that Mrs. Giggs found difficult to describe, for she was tyrannical in her mannerisms and debauched in her ways. Although Mrs. Giggs dared not speak of it, Empress Adelaide seemed perfectly suited to this lifestyle. Most of the maids who served her hailed from Diane, and yet, they offered no discernible information to Mrs. Giggs. Their fear of the Empress seemed to be instinctual, more a result of her predatory nature than any explicit act of tyranny. Even as the Empress lounged lazily like a tiger, hiding her claws and teeth, one could never tell when she might suddenly strike and bite down with ferocity. While the Empress rarely spoke to her ladies-in-waiting, she would often stop and stare at them as they went about their business, her piercing yellow gaze almost too intense to bear. Observing the Empress's face, Mrs. Giggs could not help but wonder if a wild beast had truly transformed into a human. Suddenly, the Empress spoke up, breaking the silence that had settled over the room. She's watching us, she remarked, causing Adele to startle. I think you'll find out what to say to the princess, Mrs. Giggs responded, her voice betraying her fear. Adele looked sideways at the ladies-in-waiting who kept a watchful eye on her and then closed her eyes, realizing how difficult it was to maintain her composure under such scrutiny. Have there been fewer visitors to the Ivory Palace lately? Empress Adelaide queried, catching Mrs. Giggs off guard. No one has visited the Ivory Palace in the past week, Mrs. Giggs replied, sensing that the Empress was searching for something. Well, that's hardly surprising. There's nothing to confess, At least not until last night, the Empress said, her tone conveying her displeasure. Your Majesty the Empress, Mrs. Giggs interjected. It's not the right time to argue with His Majesty the Emperor. Do you think I should not have refused his advances on the first night? Empress Adelaide retorted, her voice laced with bitterness. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. But you know that it was inevitable. Furthermore, the consequences may rebound onto you, Mrs. Giggs responded, trying to placate the Empress. Then Empress Adele, lady-in-waiting, inform her that the Lord Lionel Valgier has arrived. Lionel had arrived after being summoned by the Empress. He greets her. Good morning, Her Majesty. Welcome. I've been awaiting your arrival, Lionel, she said, her smile captivating the maids, who could only gawk in response. Even Lionel, who knew full well of her amicable demeanor, found himself catching his breath in response to the warm, friendly tone that now pierced his ears. Bowing respectfully, he managed to compose himself. Your Majesty the Empress, he said in a calm voice, before inquiring about refreshments. The maids, with great caution, asked whether they should provide them, to which Adele, glancing toward Lionel, replied nonchalantly, I'll have tea. The ladies-in-waiting bowed politely, then exited the room, their glances surreptitiously flitting between the two. Before long, wordless rumors would likely be spreading like wildfire. Once alone, with only the two of them in the room, the Empress crossed her arms and spoke. Soon, a rumor will spread throughout the Empress Palace. Everyone will say that the Empress and her aide are so affectionate. I really okay you. Of course, I mean as an aide. Let's get along well from now on, Lionel. He replied, Yes, Your Majesty. She continued, It isn't easy for me either there. Dropping all formalities and pretending to be close. Since I'm putting in this much effort, you should reciprocate with longer answers. It'd be bad if there's a rumor about the Empress trying to woo Lionel Valgier one-sidedly. Lionel paused for a moment, then spoke. I am looking forward to your kind cooperation, Your Majesty. I will my best, so you won't regret choosing me. Empress Adele giggles and spoke while giggling. Nice, I will make sure to remember your words. She muttered, it's fun to tease him. Lionel blushes and thought, why do I feel that she was just teasing me? She present him some sweet and asked to try them. She spoke. I heard these are the most delicious in Egmont. He looked at her and spoke. You don't have to go out of your way to do this. She replied. What's so hard about offering some refreshments? She replied. I've always been like this. It's just that I haven't found time to do it here. Lionel had half expected her to be incensed and indignant, yet she remained calm and composed. Nonetheless, she must have been seething inwardly, he thought. Tensing up once more, Lionel refused to let his guard down in the face of her seemingly insolent demeanor. Meanwhile, Adele, having lifted her own teacup, gazed intently at Lionel through the rising steam, her exquisitely beautiful face. After gracefully swallowing, she sipped her tea, lips pursed, before continuing in a gentle tone. In any case, do you want me to attract some of the concentrated power wielded by the court magicians? Ultimately, yes. Furthermore, I hope for a change in the current oppositional approach to the tower. In Emont, the Mage Guild monopolizes and withholds all information regarding the tower. Then the tower becomes power. That was what her mother had desired. The tower is an opportunity. A golden opportunity to wield divine authority instead of imperial authority. If I can use this power wisely, can I not become an emperor? No, the entire royal family can become gods. They monopolize and withhold information and even dictate the necessary structures according to their own whims. It is not surprising that the magicians possess the power of life and death. What does Your Majesty the Empress seek from me? Lionel inquired, his voice laced with anticipation. Adele bestowed a gentle smile on Lionel, her eyes shimmering with a hint of mischief. Didn't you already divulge the answer to that query on the very day you graced us with your presence for the interview? Her voice danced with a playful cadence, adding a touch of intrigue to their conversation. Adele's countenance beamed with contentment, knowing she had made the right decision. Fortunately, our immediate objectives align harmoniously, she began, her voice growing more animated. In due course, I shall employ my prowess as a mage to establish a formidable position within Emont's political realm. I implore you to cooperate until that time arrives. Are you intending to address the cancellation of the supplementary budget for the Empress Palace? He inquired, his voice tinged with a touch of intrigue. Even if it wasn't your intention, I would have broached the subject nonetheless. Rest assured, I shall lodge a formal objection directly with His Majesty the Emperor, on behalf of House Balder and Your Majesty, the Empress. Adele's expression brimmed with satisfaction, her approval evident in the subtle nod of her head. Revenge, an ever-enticing notion, lingered in the depths of her thoughts. She spoke. Great, that's the best news I've ever heard recently. However, can a momentary protest like that be called proper revenge, since he has insulted me in such a childish way? She gave Lionel something to read. He read the context of letter. Then he spoke. You want to give him a fuss of his own medicine. Precisely, she hadn't intended to go this far. As if getting slapped in the Imperial Palace and venting her anger at the Ivory Palace. But now that they were joining forces and overturning the tables, there was no longer any reason to distinguish between the two. While the Empress and her advisor were conversing, a group of merchants with travel permits appeared at the Empress's palace. Startled, the maidservants waved their hands at the person leading the group. Hold on a moment. I didn't summon their leader. One of the ladies in waiting exclaimed, taken aback. Currently, Her Majesty the Empress is not in the mood to entertain merchants. However, their leader spoke assertively, her eyes gleaming with a sense of opportunity that couldn't be missed. I understand. Her Majesty the Empress can choose only the items that interest her. Consider it a form of gift-giving, the leader explained confidently. Gift. The court lady couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding, her back drenched in cold sweat. It seemed unwise to inquire further. Nonetheless, the lead merchant continued his speech with great enthusiasm. Indeed, it is a gift, he affirmed. The Empress, her curiosity piqued, inquired, and who sent you? It was Diane Poitier who sent us. Gigs. Following the cancellation of the supplementary budget for the Empress Palace, a gift had been sent to the Empress from the Ivory Palace. It even came with accompanying cards. Adele accepted the card offered by Mrs. Giggs and read it without missing a beat. What does it say? Mrs. Giggs cautiously inquired, while Lionel also observed the Empress attentively. They are giving me a loan. I am to use the funds to purchase whatever I desire, up to the value of the previously allocated budget supplement. A gesture, perhaps, in preparation for the upcoming national holiday. Since they are known for their skilled craftsmanship, I should be able to find something that satisfies me. It's enough to bring tears to my eyes, Adele muttered, her voice tinged with a mixture of gratitude and irritation. I intend to challenge this matter officially, Adele said. Are you proposing an immediate eviction order? Lionel answered. Is there any other viable alternative? When Adele, having risen from her seat, posed the question while settling back down, Lionel responded with earnestness etched upon his face. If he is expelled unconditionally, it may evoke sympathy for Diane Poitier instead. Instead, Adele leaned closer, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Come now, do tell, prompted by Adele. Lionel whispered his thoughts in a hushed tone, and as he concluded, Adele's eyes widened with immense satisfaction, and she gently tapped her chin with her finger, with an authentic countenance, as if traversing solely in search of the righteous path. It was truly remarkable, was it not? What do you say? He asked. Meanwhile, Diane, surrounded by an array of opulence, received word that the merchants had returned without even venturing past the threshold of the Empress Palace. Gazing upon a platinum necklace, she mumbled as she adorned it around her neck, while the shop owner discreetly stole glances at her reflection in the mirror. She muttered, Your Majesty, you are truly too much, canceling the Empress Palace budget. How upset Her Majesty the Empress must be. So, I sent the merchants to buy a necklace with the amount of money that was supposed to be spent on the budget. What will you do on the National Day in a few months? While Diane was examining a platinum necklace, muttering to herself, the court lady who had been holding a mirror in front of her silently looked at her face. I am truly puzzled. He gave me the budget proposal for the Empress's palace and told me to buy what I want. Your Highness, your kind heart is as beautiful as your face. It is natural for His Majesty the Emperor to devote his heartfelt affection to your Highness, isn't it? Those people praised Diane, seeming deeply moved, and the attendants standing by also expressed their agreement without anything to do. These compliments never failed to please Diana. She spoke. Please refrain from making such comments. I have expressly expressed my embarrassment and concern. She muttered in herself. With this, I hope you finally realize who is the real owner of the royal palace, Your Majesty. Meanwhile in Empress's palace, after proposing such a scheme, Empress Adele trying to understand what's in Lionel's minds, she folded her hands, and thought, I'm speechless, with how upright he is, I can't believe he actually came up with this scheme. She smiled gently. Then spoke, so it was true you took the aide position of your own free will. Lionel smiled and said, didn't I tell you so, Your Majesty, and at today's meeting, I will formally raise a protest regarding the issue of the supplementary budget revision. The path's conclusion and the outcome remained elusive, yet who could truly foresee them? Adele tapped the weighty archery book with her right hand and directed her words to the faceless Empress of yesteryear, who had once engaged in a fierce battle with her spouse. She replied, great, I look to it. Let the dog fight begin. The bustling merchants bid farewell to the Ivory Palace. Diane roamed through the gathering of merchants, who revered her like the sovereign of a nation, in a state of intoxication. For her, amassing precious jewels was not merely a display of affluence, it represented her lofty position, while the act of spending money itself symbolized her authority. Originally, the funds bestowed upon her by the emperor were a single gold bar and a single silver bar, constituting the supplementary budget for the Empress Palace. However, the exorbitant sum quoted by the merchants exceeded twice that amount. But what use was there in fretting over such trivial matters? She possessed the Ivory Palace's budget, after all. It encompassed not only the funds allocated for the bond but also served as a convenient pretext. With no need for meticulous record-keeping or meticulous expenditure justification, Diane unabashedly withdrew the money and indulged in her spending spree without a trace of hesitation. Diane was left alone in the room, feeling strangely unsettled. It hadn't been like this just a moment ago. The hustle and bustle of the merchant's flattery and praise, the maid's flattery and commotion during the selection and finalization of purchases, it had been fine then. But now, with the people who treated her like a queen gone, her time as a queen had come to an end. Diane forced herself to take a deep breath, trying to calm the turbulent emotions within her chest. Yet, despite her efforts, she couldn't seem to find peace. She stood up and began pacing restlessly. The emperor had come last night, unexpectedly, and disappeared just as abruptly. And then he returned. It was peculiar behavior. When he returned, he did nothing for Diane but sleep, without even lifting a finger. He seemed to have no intention of explaining where he had been or why he had done such a thing. So she couldn't even ask. Why did he suddenly behave that way? Why did he suddenly ask the questions she had never asked before, sniffing at her neck? In an instant, her heart, which had only been roiling, seemed to sink with a thud. As a terrifying thought brushed her mind, she couldn't help but run outside and call for Lorraine. Lorraine, Lorraine. Yes, Your Highness, you called, Lorraine replied. Go to the maids of the Empress's palace right away and bring only one person who won't be noticed. Hurry, Diane ordered. Yes, yes, Lorraine then went off. As Diane anxiously paced the room, she rushed towards Lorraine as soon as she returned and grabbed the shoulder of one of the maids in the Empress's palace, almost like a drowning person clutching a lifeline. Your Highness, Empress maid spoke. Did His Majesty visit the Empress's palace yesterday? Diane inquired. Yes, yes, maid replied. Diane asked, did His Majesty go to the Empress's palace yesterday? Trembling in fear from Diane's intimidating demeanor, the maid replied as best she knew. How many times? Twice, Your Highness. Feeling a chill run down her spine, Diane let out a groan. Fear rushed over her like a tidal wave. Amidst the intense clash between her desire to know and her desire to remain ignorant, Diane managed to gather herself, but barely. When did he come? Tell me about each time. It was a growling sound, reminiscent of a fierce beast. It was evening. Before Her Majesty went to sleep, she took a bath, and right after that, he came. And then, as if he were angry, he left, only to return less than an hour later. He didn't even stay for 20 minutes. Diane asked, what was the time of her second visit? Around 10 o'clock, maid replied. The maid nodded as if she were sure and answered. Diane, who had been gripping her shoulder tightly, slowly released her hand as if her strength had left her, and the maid stepped back, bowing slightly. Diane, who stood there absent-mindedly, feeling drained, Diane's pupils trembled uncontrollably. He went to the Empress's palace and then came here, and he returned to the Empress with that face, purple eyes filled with excitement and ragged breath. I know that face of yours. Only I know. It should be known only to me. Why did you run to the Empress's palace with that face? She suddenly rushed to the mirror, and she looked at her own face. Wrinkles have appeared. There's no radiance. Your Majesty likes my skin. She should have called a skincare specialist instead of a merchant. The touch that had been checking her waist to see if her figure was still fine had suddenly reached her lower abdomen. There was not a trace of flab on her flat belly. She wasn't pleased to see it as slim as her belly. Why won't it happen? Why on earth? According to the palace physician, both she and the emperor were not infertile. They were both healthy. Several people confirmed that fact. But why? Diane murmured desperately, with a tone of despair, pleading earnestly. Crying without even realizing it, pouring out her whole heart. Please let a child be conceived. Save me. Meanwhile, at the Empress's palace, Mrs. Giggs informed Empress, one of the Ivory Palace maids took a handmaiden with her. Empress replied, she must be curious about something. What should we do? Mrs. Giggs asked. Adele, who had been moving her pen without pause, stopped her hand and looked up at the question. Mrs. Giggs, who had been assisting her in writing orders, calmly faced her with a cold expression. Mrs. Giggs said, should we recruit new maids? Empress asked, do you know anyone suitable? Mrs. Giggs replied, I will search for trustworthy individuals. If she asked, Lady Giggs would swiftly arrange everything. However, Adele couldn't easily give her permission. Her mouth felt rough, as if she had swallowed gravel. Could she completely trust anyone she called? It would be better to rely on those who knew whose puppets they were. Empress said, no, it's fine. If we expose this, there will be quite a commotion for a while. So, let's put that issue aside for now. After all, you are the one who takes care of my affairs, so whatever the maids report to Diane won't be of great importance. Mrs. Giggs replied, yes, I understand. Empress Adele spoke. Let's continue with what we were doing. To think that my first decree as Empress would be like this. The afternoon in the Central Council chamber. Currently, the residents of Count Calvin have taken refuge in the nearby Baroltol County, where Count Barolteth and Viscount Orlean are holding off the monsters in the intermediate zone. The tower in Count Calvin has estimated a Class 3 flying-type monster, Gargoyle, appearing. Theseus stared at Duke Lennox Poitiers and Duke Despon with cold eyes. Lennox, with his consistently indifferent expression, listened to the man's report. Lennox Poitiers, estimated level 3. Who exactly made that estimate? Didn't we see Gagnier, not Gargoyle? Gargoyle is not captured so easily. A bunch of knights without any wizards. Hearing this, the commander of the guard, Henri Jackal, stood up abruptly, expressing his anger. Mere knights, how dare you? Then can you explain to me why the mighty magicians are roaming around here instead of going out and fighting off the monsters themselves? Flames surged from Lennox's eyes in response to Henri Jackal's rage. What did you just said? Duke Despon grabbed Lennox, who was about to rise from his seat, holding him back, and spoke. Stop it, Lennox, His Majesty is watching. Against Duke Despon's objection, Lennox snorted harshly and sat back down. I apologize, Your Majesty, Lennox replied. It was unclear whether the Emperor acknowledged or ignored his apology. Since the start of the meeting, He had been continuously staring at Lionel with a stern and threatening gaze. It was a gaze that seemed ready to pounce. He had always been someone who displeased him, but today it felt even more irritating. He spoke. "What are your thoughts, Minister of Defense? Answer, please." The chilling question made Lionel turn his head to face the Emperor. Carl leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table and leaning his body forward. Countless eyes in the central council chamber were fixed on Lionel all at once. However, he showed no signs of wavering. Lionel replied, "I don't have an answer for you. However, could I possibly raise some questions to the two people who are responsible for the Department of Magicians?" Carl gestured toward Duke Despon and Duke Lennox, giving his permission, and Lionel opened his mouth as if signaling them to wait. Emperor said, "As you wish." Lionel continued, "Then I'll start with my questions. The day a tower descended from the sky, I led my knights there and waited for the magician's arrival. While the tower kept descending by the second, the one who showed up there was someone I never expected. It was Her Majesty." Carl's eyebrows twitched, and he found himself unconsciously biting his lower lip as he glared at Lionel. A sense of inexplicable discomfort that had been trapped behind a transparent barrier suddenly burst forth. Ignoring the Emperor's intense gaze directed at him, and thought, "How dare he bring the Empress in front of me?" Lionel continued to speak. "Was Her Majesty, the Empress. She suddenly appeared and said that someone around level 4 could handle it alone. In reality, what she said was that someone around level 5 or close to it could handle it alone, but Lionel intentionally left out the first part. The people from the Balder estate and the knightly houses kept nodding their heads as they listened to him. And as you all know, she destroyed the tower alone. She did it in a way that no one had ever seen before. She rode up on an updraft before the tower hit the ground. Thanks to her, not even a single mount was able to leave the tower, and there were no casualties." Lionel looked at Duke Despon and Lennox in turn, and with each word he spoke, he drove the point home. "You never even thought of that method in Emont, did you?" Remembering the feeling of helplessness he felt when he led the wizards to the tower, only to watch helplessly as the Empress single-handedly destroyed it and left the garden calmly, Lennox's bitterness erupted from his throat. "Indeed, Lionel Balder, it seems that you have the Empress's favor on your side. You know her very well, don't you?" Even in the face of the Emperor's hostile question, Lionel remained composed and calmly replied, "Her Majesty, the Empress, said that if flying-type mounts appear, measures equivalent to level 3 should be taken. She advised Count Calvin to seek refuge in another territory and provided financial support for that reason." The conference room buzzed with murmurs upon hearing his words. The Empress said that to Count Calvin. "As far as I know, she gave him a gold bar." Quote. Duke Despon, who had been observing the situation, leaned back with force against his chin. Lionel continued to observe the turmoil for a while before locking eyes with Duke Despon, who had been watching him. Lionel continued, "I am returning the question that His Majesty asked me to you. Why are the Emont magicians merely observing the current situation? Is it because they have no intention of rescuing, or because they lack the capability? As the Minister of Defense, I will answer His Majesty's inquiry. Rescue them. If it is not a matter of capability, then dispatch the wizards immediately and save them without fail." Theseus, who had been guarding Lionel's side, also stood up and spoke. "I find myself desiring to hear directly from Her Majesty's opinions in person. For the same reason, it is believed that the rightful Empress should be given the authority she deserves. What exactly is the basis for rejecting the budget proposal?" Hearing Empress' name again, Emperor can't hold back anymore, he spoke. "You seem to be mentioning the Empress a lot now that you have become her aide. This is why there's a saying that one should take great care when choosing their partner. Even among commoners, it's always the wife who supports the husband. You should assess the situation properly instead of just flaunting your relationship. Don't you think so, Minister of Defense?" It was a blatant criticism, an attempt to belittle the absent Empress and evade Lionel's reasonable question. Theseus stood up and spoke. "Your Majesty, your words are too harsh." It was a precarious moment, as if the fragile silence was about to shatter. Just as one could sense a sense of urgency, a courtier hurriedly entered the conference room and approached the Emperor Carl, who had been leaning against his chair, sat up straight and looked at the courtier. The courtier pulled out a thick document from his bosom. He told Emperor, Her Majesty has withdrawn the Ivory Palace's residency permit for Lady Diana Poitiers. What? He spoke. Then his brows furrowed. It was an official order with the Empress's seal clearly stamped on it. Lennox, caught off guard, blinked in bewilderment before rising from his seat with righteous indignation. This cannot be. His Majesty the Emperor granted permission. Lennox protested vehemently, his voice brimming with outrage. The attendant regarded Lennox with a hint of surprise before turning his gaze back to the Emperor, his lips parting to deliver further information. According to the palace's laws, Her Majesty the Empress possesses the authority to decide on residency permissions within the Imperial Palace. However, in acknowledgement of Lady Diane Poitiers's merits in attending to the Emperor and overseeing various affairs of the Imperial Palace, His Majesty expressed his intent to grant her a special residency within the Ivory Palace. For a moment, the officials contemplated this revelation, their heads tilting in confusion. Had anything truly changed? Before they could voice their thoughts, the attendant continued, unraveling the intricacies of the situation. Nevertheless, it is not permissible, under the strict protocols of the court, to privately manage the residence of individuals who are neither members of the imperial family nor hold a defined position. Thus, if Lady Diane Poitiers wishes to reside there, she is to be recognized as a guest, occupying a designated room within the Ivory Palace and bearing the expenses associated with it, which shall be charged to the house of Count Poitiers. In essence, the message was clear. If she desired to stay, she would have to foot the bill for her stay. The Empress had meticulously calculated the costs, considering the wages of the staff, maintenance expenses for the room, and even the usage fees for the amenities. The figures reached astronomical heights, befitting the price to inhabit the famed Ivory Palace, renowned as the Empire's epitome of beauty. The weight of Adelaide's decision descended upon Karl Ulrich and Diane Poitiers like a crushing blow. Enraged, the Emperor sprang to his feet and forcefully exited the meeting room, his actions a display of frustration and anger. Lennox, who clung desperately to the hapless attendant, unleashed his fury before trailing after his sovereign. Meanwhile, the majority of the senior officials busied themselves with discreet whispers, their faces alight with amusement. To them, observing the turmoil within someone else's household proved to be the most entertaining spectacle. From their perspective, the Empress's edict appeared, in principle, eminently reasonable. Indeed, this is the truth, one official murmured, acknowledging the validity of the decision. It is indeed the case, Lionel began, his voice barely above a whisper, as the commotion unfolded around them. Her Majesty the Empress possesses considerable resources. She is willing to grant a residence permit, but she expects compensation in return. Theseus leaned closer to Lionel, his tone hushed, and asking rent in exchange for staying at the Ivory Palace. Lionel, it definitely was your idea, wasn't it? Lionel smiled and spoke. Seems like my big brother knows me well. Theseus sighed, and muttered, this cunning guy, he intentionally caused a problem just big enough to be within their powers to resolve. I can't really scold him for it. Lionel leaned in close to Theseus and spoke softly, there's something I need to tell you, brother. Theseus responded, his voice tinged with concern, did something happen? Meanwhile, at that very moment, the grand doors of the Empress's palace swung open with a resounding bang. Who dared to fling wide the imposing gates of the Emont Empire's Empress Palace with such audacity? Startled, the ladies-in-waiting hurriedly emerged, their heads bowed in fear. The Emperor strode past them, his presence akin to a gust of wind. At that precise instant, a figure materialized on the second-floor staircase. Karl, poised to ascend, halted abruptly. The two locked eyes, positioned as adversaries on opposite ends of the staircase. Clad in a black robe, the Empress revealed a pair of sturdy boots beneath her garb, eschewing the customary courtly footwear. The ladies-in-waiting swiftly sidestepped, seeking refuge from the brewing tension. The atmosphere crackled with an imminent clash, as if a confrontation were on the brink of eruption. Where do you think you're going, dressed as such, Empress? Karl was the first to break the silence, his voice as cutting as ever. Adele descended the stairs deliberately, inching closer to him. Their gazes clashed like blades, their necks taut with anticipation. Adele paused a few steps higher than Carl, positioning them at eye level. What business have you? The impulse to crush those alluring lips, which uttered their demands with such force, surged within Carl. Step back. Carl's sudden words reverberated, prompting Adele to respond without hesitation, her gaze unwavering. You step back first, and why should I retreat? I'm not casting her out entirely. You may continue residing her if you so desire, but she should pay a fair price. Is there a more just proposition than this? Emperor said, I have nothing further to say. Step back, this instant. Empress continued, Your Majesty should rectify matters first. The cost of one thoroughbred horse. Today, merchants dispatched from the Ivory Palace arrived, spent precisely the same amount that was cut from the supplemental budget on jewelry or garments. We have sent them all back. A sneer tugged at Carl's lips. Merely a tease, I suppose. At those words, Carl's brow furrowed. Empress continued, For those who draw swords, one must engage in swordplay. Have you not heard this Amant proverb? Polite in her demeanor, Adele courteously greeted him before attempting to sidestep past him. Or so she intended. Carl seized her shoulders, spinning her around as he growled, his tone menacing. Shouts, Didn't I inquire about your destination? Meeting his intense gaze head-on, Adele responded with calm composure. I shall go incognito, Adele declared. Secretly, Carl inquired. She continued, According to Article 14, Paragraph 2 of the Palace Law, the Empress has the right to venture out incognito without the Emperor's permission, and she may keep her whereabouts and purpose undisclosed. Emperor replied, Seems you have memorized all the damn regulations. With calm demeanor she continued, What else could I have done? At least we won't need a budget for an extravagant horse. Let us depart now. Adele shrugged off the Emperor's hand that grasped her shoulder and straightened her attire. She continued, I wish to witness the lives of the common people of Emont. Seeing it firsthand will grant me a better understanding than merely hearing about it. She took a step back and spoke resolutely, It will likely take 3 or 4 days. It was an announcement. The Empress possessed that right, and Carl had no means to compel Adele to turn back and walk away. Her dark tresses swayed gracefully, and with each movement, it seemed that Carl himself was shaken. He yearned to have a leash around that woman's neck, to grasp it firmly. He longed to intimidate her, demanding where she dared to go without permission. If only he could employ force and threats to make her regret her actions. What would I do if she simply continued on her way? But he remained silent, for he had not granted her any permission as her emperor. With nothing but his own name, the Empress had nothing to lose. Balder, the coachman of the Balder estate, was a man of great pride as a member of the Balder family. He knew the Empress would route a carriage, so naturally, he was very nervous. Upon the Empress's arrival, he greeted her and opened the door and she stepped inside the carriage and waited for Balder brothers. The coachman rushed toward the two with eager strides. Surprised by the coachman's unusual expression, Theseus nodded his head and took a confident step forward and spoke, Is our honored guest in the carriage? Yes, indeed, coachman replied. Theseus nodded and strode ahead, and spoke, Behave as if nothing happened. As his taller brother brushed past him, giving him a warning, the coachman quickly smoothed his face with his hands and held his breath. In no time, he returned to his usual demeanor and promptly returned to his position. As the two entered the carriage, the person inside, wrapped in a robe from head to toe, slowly turned their head. In the evening light, a secret exchange took place, wrapped in mystery. Adele, wearing a hood to hide her face, looked briefly at Lionel's brother, who sat across from her. She smiled slightly and apologized for taking an unattended carriage earlier. Sorry for taking the carriage without permission, she said. She then removed her hood and greeted him politely. Hello, Lord Balder. Although the Empress seemed calm and relaxed, Adele could sense that she was troubled. Adele hid her own worries well, not showing any signs of unrest. She knew she needed the approval of Theseus, her brother, for her kind act toward Lionel. Adele had packed her things carefully, expecting Lionel to call her and confirm Duke Balder's consent. However, during the intense encounter with the Emperor at the Empress place, she impulsively left without gathering her essentials. I was waiting for the public's approval, to be honest. It's a bit late to admit it now that we're already in this carriage, but I thought it was necessary, Adele said with a kind smile, looking at his brother. Would it be okay if I took care of your needs for 3 or 4 days? She asked. Theseus replied without hesitation. Yes, Her Majesty, it would be my pleasure. The calmness that now surrounded the siblings brought relief to the Empress. Lionel, sitting close to her, found it hard to ignore the Empress's presence in the small carriage, despite her efforts. Theseus, too, seemed unconsciously fascinated by the Empress's graceful appearance. He wondered where she got her perfectly fitting black dress and elegant boots. The Empress leaned against the carriage wall, lost in her own thoughts, her golden eyes constantly scanning. After a moment of contemplation, she asked Adele an unexpected question. Is this the common standard of living in the capital? The roads, well maintained and resplendent, hosted a plethora of immaculate establishments, bustling with activity. Merchants engaged in transactions, children frolicked amidst the crowd, and passers-by, adorned in meticulously tailored attire, added to the visual symphony. Though the edifices lacked the grandiosity of Leviathan's spine, they were impeccably maintained, free of any signs of dilapidation, and adorned with delicate floral arrangements. Not a trace of filth marred the thoroughfares, and destitution seemed an unfamiliar concept. Adele regarded this panorama with rapt attention, her eyes drinking in the scene before her. What do you see? Theseus's question drew Adele's attention away from the window. She spoke. The clothing appears tidy and well kept, and although I can't discern the interiors of the houses, the exteriors are adorned with neatness. It seems that one can lead a decent life here, so I would consider it a middle-class neighborhood, even though it may not be entirely normal for commoners. How about you? In Gotrov, this would be considered one of the affluent areas. What about Emont? Have you spent a lot of time undercover? Theseus asked. She replied, I've spent more time outside the palace than within its walls. Now, please answer my question. He continued, yes, you're correct. This is a middle-class residential district. Just around 10 minutes north, there's a sprawling slum that stretches across a small river. Adele locked eyes with Theseus. He continued, in the end, those who lost their hometowns due to the tower have nowhere else to go but these slums. They're springing up and expanding across most territories, including the capital. May I ask why you summoned Count Calvin? The carriage sped onward, entering the shade of the arboretum. The autumn sun cast long shadows through the towering trees, enveloping the interior of the carriage in darkness. She spoke. It was the least humans could do for their own kind. He might not have been of much assistance, but I wanted to extend some aid. This response ignited the Emperor's fury. Did you engage in any rescue operations while you were in Gotrov? Lionel asked. He was certain she had. The Empress had undoubtedly been more resolute in demolishing the tower than anyone else. The manner in which she obliterated the tower was an achievement even skilled individuals couldn't replicate. As if confirming Lionel's assumptions, the Empress slowly nodded. However, what she uttered next caught the Balder brothers off guard. She told them, I was the founder and commander of the Gotrov Tower counter headquarters. Her words struck them like a sudden blow to the stomach. That was the case until 6 months ago. She recalled dashing across the treacherous mountains of Gotrov, heading towards the spot where the tower had collapsed. The thought of annihilating the tower before it touched the ground, preventing demonic creatures from emerging and ravaging the land, this notion propelled her onward. Her comrades were still out there, running towards that very destination. In an instant, the Empress's eyes transformed. A blend of calmness and deep-seated resentment permeated her being. Adele had experienced hardships throughout their journey across the mountains of Gotrov, yet there was a sense of contentment amidst the exhaustion that threatened to consume her entire being. The sight of the crumbling tower fueled a fire within her. The warm embrace of gratitude from the survivors and the laughter of children adorned with garlands, such vivid memories flooded her mind. And as the carriage swiftly emerged from the arboretum, the opening of her eyes allowed light to pour in, as if awakening from a reverie. Rescue every last person. Never falter. Uphold your humanity and show courtesy. This was the principle Adelaide staunchly advocated when she established the Tower Counter headquarters, despite her mother's opposition. It embodied Adele's unwavering conviction and served as the guiding purpose for the headquarters. Uphold your humanity and show courtesy. It was a phrase she proudly presented to her mother as well. Did you receive a response? Lionel and Theseus found themselves breathless as they gazed at Adele. Before long, the trio arrived at the communal residence. Your residence is truly splendid, she spoke. Lionel replied, thank you for your kind words. I truly mean it, she spoke. Theseus courteously led the way, with Adele and Lionel flanking him. Adele, in the midst of their walk, suddenly addressed Lionel, Lionel. Theseus returned his gaze to the Empress, surprised by the intimacy with which she addressed him, only to find Lionel looking at her with a natural expression. She asked, are there many books in the residence? He replied, there are quite a number. Many people here have a penchant for collecting books. Unfazed by their peculiar conversation, the Duke paid no mind. The ease with which they walked and conversed seemed so natural that Theseus paused, blinking in disbelief. Whoa, did Her Majesty just call Lionel by his name, while also dropping formal speech with him? They're also being friendly. Do you really plan on becoming her paramour, Lionel Valgier? She continued, oh, then there must be a dedicated library. Lionel replied, would you like to visit the library? She told him, in the Imperial Palace, there is a library I never had the chance to explore due to the circumstances. Could you recommend some books? Lionel suggested, if you let me know your preferences, I can offer recommendations based on my knowledge. Oh, but I suppose we would require permission from the library's owner. Adele came to a halt and located the landlord. Taking a few steps back, she noticed Theseus also stopping, realizing that her actions towards Lionel were now apparent to her Duke. She felt like a miscreant, someone who had played tricks on the cherished children of another household. No, making excuses like, I'm pretending to be Lionel's lover, but it's impossible to suddenly become a lover with someone I don't even know, was simply unjustifiable. Adele was unusually embarrassed. She said, let's talk informally, Duke. Duke Theseus startled. She felt embarrassed when she wanted to suggest, let's talk informally. Her jaw clenched, and she could feel her ears turning red. When had she ever made such a mistake? The Empress, standing silently and blinking, finally looked her age. Theseus understood what was happening when he saw Adele's confused face. The Empress wasn't ignoring or disrespecting their ideas. She was trying to talk about something else. Meanwhile, Lionel laughed behind them. He changed the topic of conversation to help her. The library is on the second floor of the annex. Feel free to make use of it to your heart's content during your stay. Lionel, please guide us. Adele nodded awkwardly and looked at Lionel. He spoke, I'll guide you to the library, Your Majesty. As Lionel led the way, the Empress followed closely behind. Walking at the Empress's pace, Lionel stole glances at her. Where had that imposing figure gone? The one who declared her dominance at the Empress's palace. The Empress's round ears, peeking through her black hair, were flushed crimson. Meanwhile, a few hours earlier at the Ivory Palace when the Emperor visited the Empress, Lady Giggs was not in the Empress's palace but in the Ivory Palace. She had been tasked with delivering an order from the Empress. Diane, who had personally banished Lady Giggs from the palace 3 years ago, now receives an order from Lady Giggs to depart the palace 3 years later. Therefore, I kindly request that the lady consult with the head of the household and decide whether to remain as a guest in the Imperial Palace or return to the family as soon as possible. A chuckle resounded through the room, but the elderly lady's face remained unruffled. Diane, who laughed for a while, opened the command sheet and verified it with her own eyes. The Empress's seal, imprinted vividly at the bottom, was as red as blood. Diane spoke. Are you suggesting that I leave the Ivory Palace now? Diane continued. Are you telling me to move out of the Ivory Palace now? Mrs. Giggs' reply. Her Majesty did not say you had to move out immediately. Quote. Diane spoke. It was His Majesty the Emperor who granted me permission to reside in the Ivory Palace. How dare you reverse His Majesty's orders without his consent? Mrs. Giggs' previously indifferent gaze suddenly grew sharp as she stared at Diane. And Spike, how dare you? It is Her Majesty's command. You should show respect at all times, anywhere. Diane muttered. That wretched Empress, Empress. She said, I will not leave the Ivory Palace unless His Majesty orders me to do so. In response, Mrs. Giggs lifted her gaze once and responded in a businesslike manner. Are you suggesting that you want to rent the entire Ivory Palace? Calculate the daily rental cost of the entire Ivory Palace and send the bill to the Countess of Poitiers. Rent must be paid to the Imperial Palace Finance Office by the end of each month. What? Diane asked. Mrs. Giggs replied, as I mentioned earlier, it is stipulated in the palace law that Her Majesty the Empress holds the authority to make decisions regarding residence in the Imperial Palace. This means that Her Majesty the Empress has the power to retract and reissue orders without seeking consent. So, if you wish to remain in the Ivory Palace as you are now, you must seek approval from Her Majesty the Empress, not His Majesty the Emperor. Diane's face displayed her bewilderment, but Mrs. Giggs pressed further with her composed tone. Her Majesty graciously allowed me time to organize my belongings. We intend to calculate the usage fee starting from the first of the following month, so please ensure the schedule is accurate. Furthermore, the maids of the Ivory Palace will soon be reassigned to other locations. What are you talking about? Diane inquired. Mrs. Giggs continued. Her Majesty also holds the authority to appoint personnel to the Imperial Palace. Diane shouts. What? Mrs. Thought, don't you realize that petty favors hold no value in the face of legitimate authority? Mrs. Giggs turned her body around with unwavering composure. Diane trembled at the chilliness in the air, as if all the blood had drained from her feet. She walked unsteadily from behind her desk, gripping Mrs. Giggs' arm tightly. She spoke. Stop this instant. Relay this to the Empress. She'll definitely regret it if she dares to treat me like this. Does she think the Emperor will just sit by and allow me to be forced out of Ivory Palace? Watching Mrs. Gift's eyes, Diane thought. Those eyes full of contempt. Those eyes that scream, how dare the likes of you? Just like the nobles, I chased this woman out of the royal palace because I hated seeing that look in her eyes. Diane continued, do you think the Emperor will let the Empress trample all over me? He won't. He definitely won't let that happen to me. You know very well the reason why he won't, don't you? Mrs. Giggs then opened her mouth and spoke. Wrinkles had formed around their eyes and mouths. In the time they hadn't seen each other, they would probably increase over time, with a face that had thin skin, prone to wrinkling easily. Lady Giggs leaned toward Diane, whispering into her frozen ear, I know what you're trying to use as a weapon to cling to His Majesty's side. Yes, you certainly resemble her, it reminds me of her. Diane shouts. Stop playing with your snake-like tongue. Shut up. Diane tried to escape Lady Giggs's grasp, but the old woman didn't let go so easily. She continued. When did Lady Beatrice pass away? At 29 age. She had a baby face. Indeed, she hasn't had a single wrinkle for such a long time. To His Imperial Majesty, she is forever frozen at 29, an age of beauty that never ages. But for you, at 29, at 30, at 40, time will pass for you, unlike Queen Beatrice. Finally releasing Diane, Lady Giggs took a step back. With a frigid expression on her face, she scrutinized Diane's eyes closely, as if giving advice. Wouldn't it be wise for Her Majesty to summon a skincare specialist with the money intended for sending traders? Shouldn't you prevent wrinkles from appearing? How many young women with blonde hair and blue eyes younger than 29 are there? And how many schemers like you, with hearts just like yours, trying to seize the Emperor's side, are there? I will thoroughly mock your foolishness as you twist the remains of the dead and desperately seek my meager favor. After ruthlessly piercing Diane's heart with her cruel words, Lady Giggs calmly departed from the Ivory Palace. Even after Lady Giggs had left, Diane remained standing in the study, motionless. And after a long while, she slowly turned her head, surveying the study. Sky blue velvet wallpaper, golden moldings, a ceiling adorned with masterpieces, and a dazzling, massive chandelier create a luxurious and beautiful space. Then she muttered, "It's mine, it's where I gained and achieved." How much had she cherished this palace? Was there any place in this palace untouched by Diane's touch? Dare you try to expel me from this palace? The more she thought about it, the angrier and more unjust she felt. How dare they try to kick her out of the Ivory Palace just because she bore the name of Empress? How dare they? What did that woman have? What did she possess besides that name? In all the time she had protected the palace by His Majesty's side under the guise of the Empress, this couldn't be reduced to a mere moment. Empress, just with that name, what on earth is that title? The words she spoke to Emperor, "Your Majesty, I want to be your one and only wife." Her sincere words were barely whispered after countless hesitations. But it seemed that His Majesty had an answer that wasn't subject to hesitation. As soon as he heard her plea, he replied, "No, you cannot." Why? Why was I not enough? She couldn't bring herself to ask for the reasons. Although Lennox prattled on as if he knew everything, it was merely her own thoughts. The Emperor was someone who didn't like to be questioned or probed for reasons. Why? Why wasn't I enough? That insignificant Empress, why couldn't I have the position of Empress, even if it was just in name? She was infuriated. Diane sat down and wept, repeating her words over and over again. That name meant something to me. I wanted to be your rightful wife and the pinnacle of this nation. So why wasn't I enough? Trembling hands opened the vanity, and she took out a mirror, hastily reflecting her own face. Just like Lady Giggs had said, wrinkles had indeed formed around her eyes and mouth. If I cry, they'll deepen even more. Diane gently wiped away the tear stains with a handkerchief and mumbled to herself. Then she quickly called for Lorraine. "Summon a skincare specialist right now. Quickly. How many young women with blonde hair and blue eyes younger than 29 are there?" Lady Giggs's final words echoed in her ears like a curse. No, it was undoubtedly a curse. Meanwhile, at the Balder mansion, the visit of the Empress was shrouded in secrecy. After a while, his brother made his way towards the library. The butler, informed of the Empress's visit, personally trailed behind the brothers, pushing a cart filled with refreshments. Adele, engrossed in her book, rose from her seat as the trio approached. "Shall we have a bite to eat?" Lionel suggested. "Thank you, but the library is splendid," Adele replied. "Is it to your liking?" Lionel inquired. Adele's response, "It was wonderful." She continued, "Now, ask me your questions," the Empress said directly as she settled into her seat. Being in close proximity to a nation's ruler, she had no need for superfluous conversation. Yet, it was astonishing that the atmosphere remained unassuming. Just as Theseus had noticed during their wedding, the Empress possessed a remarkable ability to command her entourage with gentle words and actions. As Theseus observed the Empress, Lionel initiated the questioning, "May I inquire about the tower's destruction?" Lionel began, seizing the opportunity that had been pent up within him until now. Adele nodded, granting permission for him to proceed. Lionel had been eagerly waiting for this chance to satisfy his curiosity. "On that day, you mentioned that it was level 4, close to level 5, so there's no time to waste. Can you personally dismantle a tower of level 4 or lower?" In response to the query, Adele furrowed her brow slightly and shook her head. "I can handle a tower below level 5 on my own. With level 4 towers, I can demolish the lower and middle sections, but the upper levels are beyond my reach alone. However, if possible, I avoid destroying them single-handedly." "You destroyed the towers before they even touched the ground. Is that the usual approach in Gotrov?" Lionel probed. Adele continued, "It happened by chance around 5 years ago. Since then, the foremost rule of tower destruction is to dismantle them before they make contact with the ground." Lionel spoke. "The extent of the damage is incomparable." Adele continued, The issue is that there are very few wizards who can ride the updraft like I can. So statistically, about half of the year, we manage to dismantle them before they hit the ground, while for the rest, we have no choice but to destroy them as they fall. Lionel said, "You remember that day, don't you? When we dismantle them before they touch the ground, there is no loss of life unless the striker makes the unfortunate mistake of falling. As a general rule, any tower that makes contact with the ground must be dismantled within a 2-day period. Nearby wizards bear the responsibility of demolishing the tower, and if the assigned wizards are insufficient, the next unit of wizards must swiftly take action." Theseus, who had been attentively listening, posed a question in a hushed voice. "What are your thoughts on leaving the tower standing? Can it be managed?" Upon hearing the question, Adele's expression hardened, and she responded with firm resolve, "Absolutely not." She asked, "How does Gotrov handle towers that touch the ground? And, what do you mean by management?" Lionel stood up and spoke. "Her Majesty, please excuse us, we want to show you something." Theseus spread the Egmont map across a spacious table. Adele peered down at it, while Lionel proceeded to place crimson stones across the map. In an instant, dozens of stones adorned its surface. Even after depleting one handful of red stones, Lionel reached for another. Adele's countenance grew increasingly somber with each passing moment. When Lionel finally removed his hand from the map, the Empress appeared almost breathless, her gaze fixed on the sight before her. The translucent red stones gleamed and cast shadows, as if drenching the entire map in a macabre crimson hue. She asks, "Are you saying all these red stones represent towers?" "Oh, these indicate the highest points." Duke replied, "Indeed. These are the towers currently under management in Emont." Hearing his words, the Empress was puzzled. She asked, "What do you mean by management?" The Empress surveyed the locations where the red stones had been placed. She didn't need to investigate further. It was evident that everything in their vicinity had been decimated. Those who had barely survived would be too terrified to even raise their eyes to the sky, fearing their imminent demise. Orphaned children would wander the streets, vulnerable to trampling, while grieving parents would be left in a state of shock. She spoke, "If all these red stones represent towers, they say the vast plains are a sight to behold, a fertile land that yields abundance year-round, some regions even supporting 3 harvests." Adele had a faint inkling that her mother's words had been a fabrication, but she never anticipated the truth to be so devastating. Quote, Adele lifted her gaze, her eyes alternating between Theseus and Lionel, spoke, "If all these red stones were towers, then Emont has become a living hell." Duke replied, "You are right. The Empire is currently nothing short of a living hell. We implore your assistance. We are in desperate need of help." Meanwhile in Ivory Palace, it was at that moment when Diane was intensely examining her own face, with a skincare specialist called in. Her maid came and told her, "Your Highness, His Majesty has arrived." Startled by her maid's urgent words, Diane quickly stood up from her seat and hurriedly wiped off her makeup with her fingertips. She opened the door with a feeble appearance and saw the Emperor approaching her from the end of the corridor. "Your Majesty," Diane called out to him in a fragile voice, lowering her head. She appeared delicate, as if she would break at any moment. Karl's brisk steps slowed down. A bit more strength entered the Emperor's rigid forehead. "Your Majesty." Her face looked even more gaunt. She was becoming thinner. Her frail waist seemed like it could be wrapped with just one hand, and her lips were pale, devoid of any color. She even wondered if her slender neck could support the weight of her hair. She looked as if she were dying. The black sea within her chest surged once again. Afraid that she would drown in that turmoil, Karl pressed his eyes shut tightly and held his breath. He could no longer approach Diane and came to a stop. As he stood still, Diane approached him directly. Confirming the Emperor's face, which was contorted in pain with closed eyes, it seemed as if her feet, which had become wounded from walking through a new hell, were healing. A certain sense of exhilaration washed over her. Yes, he was angry. He felt sympathy for her treatment. How pitiful he must be. The Empress must be dissatisfied. Yes, he loves me. Diane cautiously nestled into Carl's embrace, resting her face against his chest and placing her hand on top. Your Majesty. Carl, who had been struggling in the Black Sea, slowly opened his eyes. As his gaze descended like a creaking sound, he saw Diane's soft blonde hair, which had buried itself in his embrace. She said, I'm fine, Your Majesty. He remained silent for a moment and slowly pushed Diane's shoulders back. She was pushed away, her soul seemingly absent, with wide-eyed astonishment. The Emperor then asked her, Did you send a merchant to the Empress's palace today? She startled, and said, Pardon me. He continued, I asked if you sent a merchant to the Empress's palace today. They were supposed to negotiate the price of a thoroughbred horse, right? Your Majesty, she took his name in a trembling voice. A chilling coldness ran down her spine, sending shivers through her entire body. Her hair stood on end, and her skin prickled with goosebumps. The Emperor's expression was nothing short of icy. He wasn't concerned about Diane. He was interrogating her now. Why did she send a merchant to the Empress's palace? Diane desperately grabbed the Emperor's hand and pleaded earnestly. She spoke, Your Majesty, the Empress was not well. It's border dispute day, Your Majesty. Do you remember the dress the Empress wore at the wedding reception? It was a wedding dress. You ruined a budget that wasn't even significant. Then how exactly does the Empress buy jewelry and dresses? I was foolish. But there was no other choice. If I had given her money, she would have been even more upset. Negotiating the price of a thoroughbred horse, you say. How dare I? I only informed the merchants of the amount you had instructed me to. It was the money you gave me. I'm sorry. Diane spoke tearfully and endlessly. She wasn't telling lies. Then the Emperor spoke in a cold tone. Provoking the Empress will bring you no benefit. You said all you need is my love. Diane, a moment too late, barely managed to respond. Yes, Your Majesty. He continued, remember those words. As long as you remember those words, I will protect you. The Emperor took a step back, distancing himself from Diane. And then he gave the order to push her into the abyss. Empty ivory palace, he gave her command. She replied, yes. Emperor continued, I will arrange a residence in my palace for you. The Imperial Palace is a place where the Empress's hands cannot reach. If you're not inclined to do so, you can return to Countess Poiter. Hearing this she was shocked. He spoke, No. Your Majesty, please. Please don't abandon me. Diane desperately grasped Carl's arm and lowered her head. Don't cast me aside. Please, don't abandon me, Your Majesty. Carl, barely containing his urge to swallow a lump in his throat, shook off Diane's arm. In an annoyed tone he said, I told you not to say that. A face in shock, a face that seemed as if it were about to die. You're becoming more and more like my birth mother. Carl turned his body and quickly started walking away. His steps were so fast, it seemed as if he were running. Then the Emperor swiftly left the ivory palace, and Diane was disheartened and kept crying. Scene again shifts to the Duke residence. The moon waned as they posed inquiries and exchanged answers, indicating the late hour. Eventually, when they rose from their seats, the butler discreetly entered and greeted Adele. Theseus proceeded to introduce the butler to her. Butler introduced himself. I am the butler, he will escort you to your room for some rest. Please do not hesitate to inform us of any inconveniences. With a respectful gesture, the butler extended his right hand and guided Adele, who offered a light farewell to Brother Balder, proceeding alongside the butler. We have made all the necessary arrangements for your accommodation. However, are you truly comfortable without any attendants? Empress replied, I appreciate your concern, but it is unnecessary. You have already done so much in such a short time. Thank you. The honor is ours. Adele followed the butler. While she was lying, she muttered, when will this place ever feel like home? Will that day ever come? Since departing from Gotrov, Adele felt as though she had embarked on an arduous and protracted journey. The strange unease and fatigue remained steadfast, refusing to dissipate. But even in Gotrov, I moved constantly, sleeping in different places. What sort of home was that? Adele shook her head and rubbed her eyes with her hands. Nonetheless, this was the first day she had experienced a sense of comfort since arriving here. Adele stared up at the ceiling, her eyes gleaming with frustration. She again muttered, I don't think I'll be able to fall asleep. After tossing and turning for a while, Adele finally surrendered to her restlessness and rose from her bed, grumbling after an hour of fruitless attempts at slumber. Lionel took a deep breath, massaging his forehead with exhaustion evident on his face. Despite his weariness, sleep eluded him. After tossing and turning for several hours, he conceded defeat and rose from his bed. Deciding to occupy his restless mind with a book, he ambled toward the bookshelf, selecting a thick tome. However, his gaze was drawn to the terrace window as a soft glow permeated through the translucent curtains. Parting the curtains and peering outside, he confirmed the presence of a gentle light emanating from a particular room. It was the VIP room, currently occupied by the Empress. He muttered, why are you still awake at this hour? Muttering under his breath, Lionel discreetly observed the guest room where the Empress resided. Then someone throws the small stone, which catches Lionel's attention. He opens the door. However, before he could shut it completely, a faint voice reached Lionel's ears from behind. Lionel. Lionel sighed softly, biting his lip. As he glanced down at his attire, he stepped out onto the terrace, where the Empress awaited him, her gaze fixed upon him as if she had been waiting. Lionel performed a respectful bow as a gesture of greeting. Finally, he raised his head, awaiting the Empress's next words. Surely she had summoned him with something to say. And as expected, after taking a deep breath, the Empress leaned closer, her lips forming a whisper. Alcohol. Where is it? Do you know? Missing the timing to respond, Lionel saw the Empress lean against the railing, her upper body leaning toward him, her voice growing louder. Alcohol, where is it? Tell me. He asked, why weren't you asleep at this hour? One would think it was a question for someone who hadn't been sleeping either. Walking side by side in the dim corridor, Adele and Lionel exchanged words. He continued, but why suddenly ask about alcohol? I couldn't sleep, she replied. He continued, dependence on alcohol is not good. It's not always like that. Only on nights when I can't sleep, she replied. Upon Adele's request to be informed about the whereabouts of alcohol, Lionel replied, please wait a moment, before he went to find the room where she was staying. Lionel guided her to the family room on the 5th floor of the main residence. Lionel asked for her understanding for a moment and began to light the lamps scattered throughout the family room. She said, oh, just enough light will do. Just bring out the alcohol. I'll handle it and tidy up before returning to my room. He asked, what kind of alcohol would you like? She replied, moonshine, no need for diluted ice or water. Just give it to me. No need for snacks either. As Lionel took out the bottle of moonshine, he frowned and turned to look at the Empress. He continued, Your Majesty, this is quite potent. It's fine, she replied. He continued, you might get sick. In a heavy tone she said, I said it's fine, Lionel. I've had it before. He continued, You usually dilute this alcohol before consuming it. She then spoke playfully. Oh, that's right. You're not one to mince words, my advisor. Just bring it. She asks, do you want to sit next to me? That's fine too. Shall we have a drink together? No, thank you. I'm fine, he replied. She said, is that so? Then drink alone, I suppose. Well, here's to our successful collaboration. The Empress lifted her glass, gesturing slightly as if toasting. Without hesitation, she downed the contents in one gulp. Unbeknownst to himself, Lionel furrowed his brow. It must be incredibly strong and bitter. Adele, after savoring the burning sensation in her throat, exhaled a short breath. Ah, excellent. It was delightful, feeling the warmth rushing through her throat as if she had swallowed fire, and the immediate surge of intoxication after consuming the liquor. After enjoying the intoxication for a moment, Adele opened her eyes again and poured another glass of alcohol into her empty glass. He said, do you intend to drink in a succession? Oh, that's right. You're someone who doesn't understand the pleasure of alcohol, she replied. Even though the Empress narrowed her eyes and gave a warning glance, the advisor didn't bat an eyelash. Since I still have toast left, I'm just pouring the liquor. What? As Lionel attempted to respond, the Empress interrupted him with laughter. In an instant, the pale cheeks that had been affected by the strong liquor regained their color. Her long, curving golden eyes glistened with a fiery light, resembling a glass of alcohol. She said, well, even if I look like this, I am the Empress, after all. For the prosperity of Emont. With those words, the Empress swiftly downed the next glass as well. Without a break, she drank the potent liquor. With elegance, Lionel promptly rose from his seat and fetched water. Adele rinsed her mouth with the water he offered and then filled her glass with more alcohol. He muttered, Your Majesty. She said, you have to do it 3 times for good measure. He replied, then please wait a moment before drinking again. This liquor is not your ordinary strong drink. Adele pointed at a large, framed painting she had been observing with interest. Lionel, that painting. Is it a portrait of the royal lineage? Lionel glanced at the large, framed painting that Adele pointed to, then turned his gaze back to her. Yes, that's correct, he replied. She continued, when was this painting of yours? Is that cute little kid you? He seems full of mischief in the painting. In the painting, a smiling boy is sitting in front of the Duchess. I think it was before I turned 10, he replied. He continued, my father once said something similar. He told me I was a troublemaker. He was frustrated because I always created problems just big enough to be within my power to resolve. Empress giggles and spoke, Lionel the troublemaker, huh? It would be great if I could see your old self. You must have been very adorable. He was embarrassed and then spoke. I think I'm more relieved to have met you now instead of when I was younger, Your Majesty. She asks, why is that? He continued because there is no way a little child could become an aide. I probably wouldn't even qualify as a candidate. Empress again giggled like a normal girl, then spoke, a little child as an aide. What a strange thought you have there. Even if you hadn't become an aide, I believe I would have kept you by my side and adored you. The moon casts its dim light on the night. Like the night itself, strands of black hair cascaded, disheveled, and scattered. A faint blush rose on her flushed face, giving him a strange vitality. Her ruby-red lips glistened with the touch of alcohol, and his golden irises, trapped within long, twisted eyelashes, seemed devoid of the coldness brought by intoxication. Was it the intoxication of the untouched alcohol that emanated from the strong scent of illicit liquor? Lionel quickly averted his gaze, feeling the heat spreading from his throat. Lionel. At that moment, the Empress called his name once again, and Lionel couldn't help but raise his eyes. Adele blinked slowly, looking at him. She thought why his neck became red, and why he looked so handsome. Is it because of alcohol? She thought he seemed more impressive and handsome than she thought. She then opened her mouth and spoke. If you have any questions you want to ask them now. Even if it's a question you think you can't dare ask the Empress, it's in the house. They asked as if those shimmering golden eyes were piercing into Lionel's thoughts. He hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. Your Majesty, as the Gotrov Tower Resistance Headquarters leader, may I ask why you willingly agreed to the marriage with Emont? It was undoubtedly a rude question. However, Adele tilted her head, narrowing her eyes as if she had expected it. She said, "Oh, you're getting your money's worth, aren't you?" He said, "If you find it difficult to answer, you don't have to. Please forgive me." Adele chuckled and lowered her head, and spoke, "Well, it doesn't matter. This isn't Gotrov, after all." Then she pointed at the painting with her finger. She continued, "In the Gotrov Palace, there's a painting of my family, just like this one. It couldn't look more harmonious." Adele looked at the painting and thought of Lucio, her younger brother. Lucio, has he received my letter by now? Unable to face each other, she resorted to a cowardly method to deliver it. She continued, "My father's illness suddenly worsened, and he passed away. In the midst of Gotrov's confusion, my mother suddenly showed me the proposal letter and told me to go to Emont. The Tower Resistance couldn't find a reason to refuse. And in truth, I couldn't refuse either." He asked, "Why are you telling me this?" She said, "This is my apology." Lionel couldn't understand her words, but he couldn't bring himself to ask further. Sadness filled Adele's face, and Lionel's silent attitude pleased her. She then spoke, "Well, the alcohol is just 2 glasses worth. The tab ends here. Let's go back, Lionel." Lionel also stood up, following her lead. "Leave the bottles and glasses. I'll have someone take care of them tomorrow." "Thank you," she replied. In the late evening, this time it was Adele who took the lead. Since they had walked this path before, she confidently set the direction, and Lionel followed behind her. In the darkness, her hair, resembling the darkness itself, swayed slowly. Lionel once again realized something. The Empress's stature was smaller than he had imagined. Around that time, Karl Ulrich was sitting alone in his bedroom, drinking alcohol. He couldn't remember why he had taken out the alcohol or what he was trying to relieve by drinking it. His heart was always empty. Strange things would emerge from the gaping hole that never seemed to fill it. Mostly, they were remnants of the past. Whenever those things emerged, the deep and dark sea would always roil, and Karl had to exert all his strength just to breathe. Suddenly, that day came to mind. The day he held the hand of Duke Despun and ascended to the throne. He stood next to the Emperor's seat and whispered like this, "Now, you have become the most precious person in the world. I will bring the world to you. Enjoy it to your heart's content." At that time, Karl Ulrich was only 10 years old. That day, he had been vaguely fearful and cold, desperately hoping for the meal to end quickly. Another memory from his childhood came to mind. Why were the faint memories of his youth so vivid, driving him insane? And after wandering through that memory, Karl Ulrich returned to the present. He muttered, "Where did she go?" It was a voice that roared like a wild beast. Everyone turned their heads at the command to find out where the Empress had gone. It was impossible to know. The Empire's Empress had disappeared, and nobody knew her whereabouts. The courtiers trembled and stuttered in response to the Emperor's enraged demand. He informed the Emperor, since there was no budget allocated to the Empress' palace. Her Majesty does not have any escort knights nor private maids assisting her. Countess Hannah Kix said she does not know. And the Empress, Palace maids were doing their own tasks around the time Her Majesty left the palace. Damn it, he shouts. Does this mean I cannot find the Empress whereabouts, because I didn't allocate any budget to the Empress Palace? However, the answer is quite simple. Where would she go? Where would she foreigner go to in Egmont besides her palace? He rises up from his seat and throws away his glass. He muttered, it's obvious the Empress is at Duke Vulgier's residence. Next day, Duke residence. Lionel could not sleep. He thought memories of last night were still vivid, as if it happened not long ago. In the end, I couldn't bring myself to fall asleep, because the sound of that person's lively laughter was ringing ever so clearly in my ears. The meal was set in the Duke's private drawing room. As Adele entered the room, his brother, Lionel, who had already arrived, stood up and greeted her politely. A delighted smile adorned her face as the delicious aroma of the food wafted to her nose. Duke asked, "Did you have a full night's rest, Your Majesty?" But the Empress smiled, and turned her head toward Lionel and asked the same question from him. "Did you sleep well too?" Lionel, "Thanks to you, I slept soundly." He replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Duke was surprised, how both of them were behaving. He thought, what is this? The atmosphere between them seems to have changed. Did something happen between them last night? After a while, Theseus, having finished eating first, seized the opportune moment to speak with the Empress. "Do you have any particular plans for today?" Theseus inquired, taking a sip of water to cleanse his palate. Adele delicately swallowed her own sip of water, then nodded. "Indeed, there is something I wish to accomplish. However, I require assistance." "Tell me," Theseus urged, intrigued by her request. She continued, "I apologize if it inconveniences you, but I would greatly appreciate it if you could assign me 1 or 2 knights who are both reliable and familiar with the local geography." Theseus interjected, his curiosity evident in his expression. "May I inquire as to why?" Adele shifted her attention to Theseus and answered with determination. "Today, I intend to explore the capital city. More specifically, I wish to visit the slums that we discussed earlier." Lionel interrupted, his voice tinged with surprise. "You want to go to the slums?" Adele's eyes sparkled with a question. "Why not? What good is it to merely skim the surface? I am not embarking on a leisurely sightseeing excursion." "In that case, count me in," Lionel responded swiftly, while Theseus nodded in agreement. The notion that the Empress should avoid such dilapidated areas was dismissed without a second thought. Adele couldn't help but grin, appreciating her brother's open-mindedness. "Thank you," she expressed with heartfelt gratitude. With swift efficiency, Adele and Lionel departed. Both of them concealed their identities, shrouding their faces in oversized hoods and masks. Adele couldn't help but inquire with a hint of concern, "Did I ask someone in a position of importance to engage in something inappropriate?" Lionel responded lightly, reassuring her, "Fear not, the time has come for you to witness it firsthand." A soft chuckle brushed against Lionel's ears like a gentle breeze. The slums greeted them first with a pungent odor that pervaded the air. The stench clung to their nostrils, and before long, an expanse of squalor sprawled before their eyes. It resembled a colossal heap of filth. Pointing towards a small river that flowed between the slums and the nearby residential areas of the common folk, Lionel explained, "That river is called Nyabara. Its name signifies cold, clear water, but now it's impossible to find any semblance of purity there." Soldiers guarded each bridge spanning the river, diligently inspecting those who crossed over from the slums. Adele peered down as she traversed the bridge, witnessing people washing their clothes and bodies in the murky, foul-smelling water. "It appears that access to clean water is scarce," Adele commented. "Very limited," Lionel confirmed. As for the bathroom facilities, they say that after performing their tasks within the household, waste is discarded outside. He replied matter-of-factly. What in the world is that burnt smell? She asked, her voice laced with disgust. It's likely the scent of burning corpses. With no space for the living to rest, there is also no place for the dead, Lionel replied. Adele halted abruptly, her eyes fixated on the immense slum that stretched beyond her line of sight. The sight gripped her throat, constricting it as if someone were choking her. Removing the mask that concealed her face, she uttered, "Please, do not worry about me wearing the mask." Lionel's response was tinged with concern. "It's for your own protection. Who knows who might recognize you here?" In an angry tone she spoke, "To these people, the Empress would be deemed worse than the scraps of bread they ate today." Adele fell into silence, the weight of the words weighing heavily upon her. Finally, in a murmured voice, as she resumed guiding her horse forward, she uttered, "I have walked into hell." In that moment, their golden eyes met, burning with intensity. The Empress suddenly erupted with anger. "Damn it! Are people still turning a blind eye even after witnessing this? What the hell have you all done to let our country fall into such a state? Are all the aristocrats in this country fools? What the hell are they doing? A living hell is unfolding right before our eyes, and if it's not me, all they have to do is block the road with soldiers like that. No hospitals, no schools, no proper water facilities. Even if you raise a devil, it's their doing. If they turn a blind eye to what is being created and how it's decaying in that hell, what are they going to do?" Her rage echoed through the air. Lionel remained silent for a moment, taking off his mask and hood, and respectfully bowing his head. The Empress's words and anger felt justified, and Lionel was more than willing to lend his support. As he lowered his head, Adele let out a deep sigh and touched her forehead and spoke, "I'm sorry. I was angry at you without reason." "No, no," Lionel replied, his heart racing within his chest. He exhaled heavily, feeling the rush of his pulsating heartbeat. Raising his head once again to meet the Empress's golden eyes, Lionel realized that he had been awaiting her outburst. He spoke, "Whatever you desire, I will assist you." It was a pledge he had never made to anyone before. Meanwhile in Imperial Palace, Diane's beloved Emperor bestowed upon her the prestigious guest chamber within the Imperial Palace, a place she once frequented before the lavish halls of Ivory Palace became her sanctuary. However, today, as Diane returned to the Emperor's favored guest room, a wave of indignation coursed through her veins. This very place had once been a source of pure bliss and boundless happiness. On that first night, when she laid her head to rest in this room, she marveled at the colossal bed and the towering ceiling, their grandiosity beyond comprehension. The inability to acclimate to such opulence left her wide-eyed, sleep evading her throughout the night. Yet now, comparing it to the resplendence of Ivory Palace, this place seemed cramped and devoid of beauty. Diane had meticulously curated a treasure trove of rare artifacts and masterpieces procured from the depths of Ivory Palace. The night she transitioned from Ivory Palace to the guest room, slumber eluded her once more, just as it had on that initial night. Despite her arrival, the Emperor had not sought her presence. Diane rose from her seat, consumed by hesitation, until finally she stepped out into the corridor, draping herself in a sumptuous cardigan over a delicate slip. The hallway leading to the Emperor's innermost chambers teemed with vigilant guards and loyal attendants. Among them, the astute attendant who recognized her immediately approached, offering a deferential nod and said, "Lady Diane of House Poitiers." At his words she frowned, and spoke, "What did you just say?" The attendant replied, his countenance revealing a mixture of unease and inevitability. "I beg your pardon, but your current standing within the palace is that of a distinguished guest." In a voice thick with anguish, she inquired, Is His Majesty within? Yes, he is, he replied. She continued, please convey my desire to meet with him. After a brief interval, the attendant who had ventured into the inner sanctum returned, executing a formal bow. Please proceed inside. The emperor sat silently on the sofa. She said, are you unable to sleep? You seem troubled, Your Majesty. He didn't respond. As his deep violet eyes grew darker, so did the depths of Diane's heart. The emperor had discerned the reason behind his own unease. There was no doubt that his restless heart burned in the late hours of the night. And if it had been because of Diane, he would have sought her out. Yet, having lost the Ivory Palace and even her name, Diane Poitiers was no longer of concern to him. Then she spoke. Her Majesty is probably at the Valgier residence right now. Diana told Emperor Karl, Your Majesty, the Empress, is at Balder Manor. Karl's movements halted at Diane's whisper. It seemed that was the very thing that had been agitating his heart. Diana tilted her head, her tears clinging to the corners of her eyes. Shishithan spoke, where else would she be? By now, I'm sure the Empress is spending the night with him. Her words, spoken in a voice as enchanting as an incantation, contorted her exquisite face into a mess of anguish. Diana approached him. She settled beside him, cradling his neck in her arms and gently stroking his hair as she whispered. Yes, the Empress is spending the night with him. Enough. Karl's tone grew ominous, but this time, Diana did not retreat. She thought, my love belongs solely to you. I have no intention of sharing any part of myself with that woman. I will pursue you without hesitation, using any means necessary, and I will not give her even a single truck of yours. Diane tilted her head against his shoulder and whispered as if casting a spell. Your Majesty, I am the only one by your side. I am the only one who truly understands you. You must not allow yourself to be consumed by thoughts of that woman, it is wrong. Meanwhile, Lionel, who was worried about the Empress, who had not emerged from the study after a simple dinner, paced nervously in front of the study door before cautiously knocking. There was no response, even after 2 consecutive knocks. Braving the impoliteness, he opened the door. After a moment, Lionel, a cool voice, as chilling as the autumn wind, could be heard from behind the door. Adele, holding a glass of wine, awkwardly smiled at Lionel as he entered the family quarters. He spoke, You're sneaking a drink without permission. It was a small cart with a bottle of contraband and a glass, from which Adele had already consumed 2 glasses of wine. Adele broke into a cold sweat at the sudden appearance of the unexpected landlord. Approaching with a slight stern expression, Lionel asked outright, How many glasses is this for you? 2 glasses, she replied. He continued, Would you like another glass? Yes, please, she replied. He inquired, Are you having trouble sleeping again? No, she replied. I just felt like drinking today. He continued, Having trouble sleeping and wanting to drink. It's not good if you keep doing that. She laughed then replied, Wasn't the advisor babbling about irrelevant things? He asked, Didn't you say there's no such thing as a counselor in Gotrov? She continued, Well, why wouldn't there be? It's just that the meaning is slightly different. As Adele reached for the bottle, Lionel preemptively held it and poured wine into the glass. Adele looked at the flowing liquid with a pouting expression and scolded him. Advisor, pour some more. You don't need to dilute it further. This amount is sufficient, he said. She replied, Why are you judging my drinking capacity? Pour me some more. Today, I plan to drink until I become a drunken mess. As the intoxication coursed through her veins, a warmth spread throughout her body. Adele unfastened 2 buttons of her tightly cinched collar, finding some relief in the slight breeze. She leisurely leaned back against the sofa, savoring the languid exhilaration. Lionel, captivated, stared at her in a daze. Unbeknownst to him, his wandering gaze landed on her slender, graceful neck, and he felt an inexplicable heat engulf him. Then she said, Lionel, I've managed to obtain 2 glasses today. Do you want the payment for the alcohol? Adele's words caused Lionel to lower his gaze abruptly. His handsome face hardened, and a faint crease appeared between his brows. Adele chuckled. Enough with the stern expression. Sometimes you do that when you see me. He attempted to raise his head and offer a retort. She continued, I understand. The position of my counselor is not an honorable one. But don't worry. What? He asked. Adele smiled, her eyes narrowing, as she reassured him with a firm tone. I will protect your honor. When you decide to step down as my counselor, I will make the announcement myself. He looked puzzled and asked, what on earth are you saying? Adelaide emphasized her words with a wry smile and a confident tone. The relationship between Adelaide, the Empress, and Lionel Balder was purely official. Based on mutual trust, without any personal involvement. Well, I'm not sure if that will restore your honor, but it's better than doing nothing, right? So, stop with the stern expression. Even handsome faces develop wrinkles, you know. As Lionel contemplated the Empress's words in silence, he suddenly rose from his seat and approached the cabinet. He took one of his own glasses, returned with it, and poured himself a drink. Huh, are you drinking it straight? Don't you dilute it. It's toxic. As Adele tried to intervene, standing up from her relaxed position, Lionel chuckled, seemingly bewildered. He replied, even if I tell you it's toxic, you've already downed it yourself. What are you saying? He swallowed his pride along with the words, taking a sip of the alcohol. Ah, it's strong. Your Majesty, the Empress. If I were someone who valued honor greatly, I wouldn't have agreed to become your counselor in the first place. Would I, a native of Emont, not know what a counselor is and what role they play? Adele squinted her eyes, furrowing her brow slightly. She scrutinized Lionel's gaze, expression, and demeanor, trying to grasp the meaning behind his words. After a moment of silence, Adele tilted her head and whispered. Lionel, do you want to become my lover? Lionel was taken aback by the words of the Empress, who spoke without filtering her thoughts. Your Majesty, what I mean is, well, she asked. He continued, I want to say that you don't need to worry excessively about my honor. She replied, a Minister of Defense should not disregard their own honor. That's not humility, but listen to me. So, what I mean is, you are the Minister of Defense, and I am the Empress of this country. Although we may appear to others as having no honor or anything, at the very least, we should respect each other's honor when we're together. That's what I'm saying right now. Adele reconsidered her words and let out a deep sigh, shaking her head slightly. That's nonsense. Lionel lowered his gaze with a stern face at her words. She felt tipsy, so she gets up to take some water. But then she tripped, and Lionel catches her. Adele tilted her head and looked at his face. A straight forehead, beautiful eyebrows, sharp and long eyes, a straight and prominent nose, slightly parted red lips. Adele suddenly thought that Lionel was quite handsome. However, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, her gaze kept being drawn to his tightly pressed lips. As her gaze lingered on his red lips, it slid down along his sharp jawline and rose again along his cheek, and at that moment, his jet black eyes and hers met. Their gazes entwined. The golden red light reflected in their pupils, as if possessing a captivating power that could not be averted. The tense atmosphere evaporated like dew. She thought they both were too close and this situation seemed pretty dangerous. Adele opened her mouth in a light voice. Thank you so much. It seems like I am too drunk. And, I understand. You didn't come all this way just to become my lover. That's why I'm saying the same thing. She replied, I said I would help with whatever you want, right? Yes. He replied. She continued, that was very reassuring. I won't betray you either. He replied, I will never betray your Majesty either. A low, locked voice flowed into Adele's ears. Meanwhile in the Imperial Palace. At this moment, the Empress is probably spending the night with Lionel Balder. Diane's whisper stuck to Carl's ears like sticky mud, refusing to let go. Carl looked down at Diane, who leaned against his shoulder, with a cold gaze, then slowly pushed her shoulder back. Diane's face turned desolate. "Your Majesty," she called him, but he ignored her. Diane's face turned pale as she noticed the Emperor furrowing his brow. Her heart raced loudly. Carl immediately stood up and walked towards the bed, leaving her behind. Diane's heart grew cold, and without realizing it, she reached out her hand. He then said, "Get out." Despite Carl's displeasure, he felt annoyed that Diane didn't go to her room. And the next day, Carl was awakened from his restless sleep by a faint knock. He forcefully opened his eyes. At that moment, a servant cautiously knocked on the door and entered the bedroom. Carl glanced at the servant and asked in a half-hearted voice, "What's the matter?" "Your Majesty, the Empress, has returned," the servant replied. In that instant, Carl sprang out of bed as if he had been thrown off it. And as if eagerly waiting for that news alone, he hurriedly left the room. The Empress's palace had a subtly different atmosphere. Adele immediately grasped the reason behind it. It was the maids. Up until now, the maids had cautiously kept their distance from Adele, approaching only when they had to attend to certain tasks, then swiftly retreating like frightened rabbits. But within a few days, it seemed that they had assessed the situation and all came forward to greet Adele. Adele intuitively realized that Diane Poiters had withdrawn from the Ivory Palace during her absence. "You have arrived, Your Majesty." One maid approached, struggling to offer a respectful greeting, and other maids joined in, asking, "Shall we prepare warm water? Would you like to freshen up?" Adele glanced at them discreetly, then tilted her head and smiled. Startled by the Empress's smile, the maids quickly bowed their heads and took a step back. This was the extent of Adele's relationship with them. She replied, "Yes, that's right. Please go ahead and prepare warm water." After giving the order in a slow tone, Adele turned around neatly. Lady Giggs rushed forward. Lady Giggs said, "Thanks to you, I was able to pass the time comfortably." Empress spoke, "I'm glad to hear that. Each of you, go about your tasks. Don't follow me." Adele pushed past the maids and entered her room with Lady Giggs. As Lady Giggs handed her the outer robe, she whispered softly in Adele's ear. "Diane Poitiers, the Countess of Ivory, has moved from the Ivory Palace to the guest rooms in the Imperial Palace. I have arranged the staff accordingly for the guest rooms. Please confirm." As Lady Giggs fully removed the robe and took a step back, Adele removed her gloves and placed them on the table. "As I expected. Very well, for now. That should suffice," she said. "I have also corrected the address issue." Lady Giggs replied, "Thank you. Was there anything else of note?" Empress inquired. Lady Giggs replied, "There was nothing particularly significant, but a direct attendant of His Majesty the Emperor persistently asked about Your Majesty's whereabouts." Before Lady Giggs could finish speaking, hurried footsteps were heard. The Emperor forcefully pushed and opened the door. Adele thought to herself how many times she had already seen such a terrifying sight. The Emperor, with the fierce expression on his face, he entered, in the Empress room without any hesitation. Adele sensed the reason for his visit in his rough appearance. Because of the Ivory Palace matter, Diane Poitiers. In that brief moment, she prepared herself for the Emperor's questioning. He then said, "Where were you?" However, his low growling question, as he approached closely, was slightly different from what she expected. The Empress furrowed her brow slightly as she looked up at the Emperor. His deep purple eyes examined every corner of Adelaide without missing a single detail. She then answered him, "I have already given my answer to that." As Adele turned away from him, Carl grabbed her shoulder and pushed her against the desk. Adele instinctively pushed him away forcefully with her shoulder and became angry. She asked, "What are you doing?" He continued, "Were you with Lionel Balder?" Adele was speechless in the face of his relentless obsession. From such a close distance, Carl stared into Adele's eyes. Suddenly, Adele was filled with intense anger towards the Emperor, who had come uninvited and treated her like a criminal. She then replied, "And what if I was? What does it matter? Haven't we agreed not to care about each other? As the impulse surged through the Emperor's reddening chest, Adelaide's ice-cold voice spread like winter frost. He then spoke. What does it matter? Because you, who should be the mother of my child, might end up having Bald's child. Behave yourself. What will you do if I don't recognize your child as mine? At his heated words, Adele chuckled sarcastically. Thought is it romance if you do it, but an affair if I do. What nonsense. As it was, he wanted to tilt his head and kiss her red lips. That's what Carl thought as he was about to lean in, but a stubborn voice stopped him in his tracks. Do you think you can make me surrender like this? Adele pushed his body away with one hand and spoke with disdain. If you want to tame me, try tempting me with things I like instead of clumsily pushing your body against mine. So, when I'm completely enchanted, you can gently and carefully put that loose leash around my neck. Make sure I never find out. The fierce will of someone born to be a king surged like waves and struck Carl's ear. The dark night hung at the tip of his fingers, the waves tapping at his ear. The pale golden moon and the faint scent of blooming spring flowers mixed in their breath were distant. A flash-like moment passed through Carl's mind. His lips roamed close to Adele's lips. Just before their plump lips could touch, Carl narrowed his eyes and slowly parted his red lips. It was his first smile since facing Adele. Like a blossoming flower, the Emperor's laughter was so radiant and innocent that it even momentarily captivated Adele. Just as she was about to come to some conclusion, the Emperor tilted his head back and took a step back. And while she was off guard, he gently tucked away a strand of her black hair that had fallen over her ear. When his fingers brushed against her earlobe, Adele furrowed her brows, and Carl politely withdrew his hand and took another step back. He spoke, You must be tired, take rest. I will come back another time. Then, he silently turned his body. His footsteps were so aristocratic that Adele watched him in astonishment. The Emperor's abrupt arrival was as sudden as his departure. What was that? What on earth is he doing? Left alone, Adele mumbled in disbelief. Is he crazy? Anyway, he's unpredictable and uncontrollable. In the afternoon of that day, merchants suddenly crowded into the Empress's palace. The maid-servants, who had already dealt with them once, tried to stop them with annoyance. Maid asked, Why on earth are you coming here without being called? Then, the representative of the merchants opened his eyes wide and spoke in a self-assured tone. His Majesty, the Emperor. We've been sent by him. The Empress was busy with piles of books brought from the study and didn't seem to have a moment to spare. Lady Giggs told to Empress that the merchants were sent by Emperor. Her hand, which was turning the pages of the book, paused for a moment as the Empress raised her head. Then she firmly expressed her refusal. Send them away. I don't need anything, said the Empress. Lady Giggs replied, But your Majesty, the lady-in-waiting persisted. The Empress continued, I really don't understand. Why would they come running here, especially after causing so much trouble? When they left, the atmosphere was quite amiable. Fighting and bickering, that's what they did. But why? I don't get the reason for this at all. There was no such atmosphere. If he weren't the Emperor, Adele would have sarcastically asked, Is he out of his mind? The Empress said, I don't need anything, and I don't want to accept anything. Send them away. It's barely been a week since the supplementary budget was rejected. Isn't this some kind of mockery? Lady Giggs replied, Is there a need to refuse the extended hand so forcefully? It might harm the Imperial favor, after all. Annoyed, Adele let out a sigh and splashed some water on her face. She thought it would have been much easier and more comfortable to destroy the tower instead. She couldn't understand the Emperor's feelings, but Lady Giggs, who had been pondering for a moment, suggested a solution. If she sent the merchants away, it would directly challenge the Emperor's will, and it wouldn't benefit the Empress. However, if she accepted the gift forcefully and didn't want it, then Lady Giggs spoke, How about buying gold instead? Hearing the word gold, the Empress's eyes narrowed. It was a truly high-level idea that suited the experienced chief administrator of the Imperial Palace. Adele opened the statement she held in her hand and checked the amount. The figure written on it far exceeded the budget designated for gifts, making it clear that it was a mockery and not a genuine present. She read the letter sent by Emperor. I have the ability to grant you a supplementary budget, but I won't. Instead, I'll give you a gift. Maybe some dresses or jewelry. Adele folded the bill and handed it to Mrs. Giggs, then turned her around and went into the room. The night the Empress went back to the palace, Lionel lay on the bed and tossed and turned for a while before getting up nervously. It was to the point of doubting that he had insomnia, which he hadn't had before. Lionel was sitting on the bed, thinking about something. What the hell is this, and why is it doing this? After thinking and not getting an answer, he changed his direction. What do you want to do right now? It was a question of desire. Then, an answer sprang out from within him so quickly that he was lost for a long time. Something red from under his chest slipped out of his front paw. Dark blue eyes narrowed tight as they looked out the window. Desire stepped out one more step. The golden eyes reflected the shimmering light, the neat and pretty face, and the cold and small hands. She must be at the palace right now, safe. He unconsciously went to his family room, where he and Empress has little chat. As he opened the door, leaving behind the tumultuous emotions in his chest, a familiar space greeted him. With every deep breath he took, it seemed like her scent was mixed in somehow. Lionel was not someone who usually enjoyed strong alcohol, yet there was a bottle of strong liquor in his hand. He sat on the couch and gazed at the spot where Adele had been sitting. Why had he come here, wanting to retrace his steps? Her words, actions, and even the tiniest expressions vividly replayed in his mind, each one so clear and meaningful. They hadn't flowed by unconsciously. It was because his entire focus had been sensitively fixated on her. Lionel, do you want to become lovers with me? Suddenly, at the memory of her cool voice, his heart raced again. He knew it wasn't a romantic intention, but the thrill that had started in his head at those words quickly spread to his toes. Why did he thrill at that question? Why did he keep replaying that moment when they had looked into each other's eyes as if entranced? Lionel's brows twisted into a mess. You must be crazy, he muttered in frustration, releasing the glass he had been holding and touching his forehead. No matter how long he sighed, the frustration wouldn't disappear. He felt like he was going insane. Facing a corner of his desire that he had been ignoring for so long brought forth an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Lionel, a cool voice, like an autumn breeze, echoed in his ears like an auditory illusion. Lionel. Lionel shook his head once, abruptly stood up, and hastily left the family room. After quickly closing the door behind him, he leaned against it, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes with a heavy heart. Then, he admonished himself. Snap out of it. Lionel chuckled in frustration. The belated realization flashed through his mind like a lightning bolt. When the Empress announced the official announcement about the royal court, why did he think he needed to go himself? He had never considered sending someone from another family in his place. As soon as he saw the announcement, he decided he must respond directly and then came up with a reason afterward. He brushed away any thoughts that it was strange. The reason he had concocted for himself seemed plausible. In truth, he had been overwhelmed and captivated by the dazzling light he had encountered for the first time. If someone who's the Minister of Defense doesn't care about their own honor, it's not right. At the very least, let's respect each other's honor. With Adele's voice in mind, Lionel closed his eyes and lowered his head slowly. Honor. The Empress was a person who never let go of her dignity and honor, even in the most difficult moments. To her, honor might be something as valuable as life itself. So, his desire would chip away at her honor. Others might not know, but Adele was undoubtedly thinking that way. Just as he had confessed to the Empress, he would never betray her. Thinking of the Empress's noble and elegant face, Lionel suppressed his desires and regrets. While leaving the room he thought that he will never betray Empress trust. The next morning, A considerable number of people gathered at the Empress's palace. This time, they weren't merchants. A group of guards, court officials, and maid-servants dressed immaculately had assembled in the palace courtyard. The Empress's palace momentarily buzzed with activity. Mrs. Giggs hurriedly went out, conversed with the head of the group, and returned. "They are the people sent by His Majesty the Emperor." Adele looked out the window at the people waiting beyond. Then she said, "Yesterday it was money, today it's manpower. Why on earth have they come now?" Lady Giggs replied, "The Emperor sent them, saying that there are too few personnel to assist you in your tasks." Adele chuckled at herself. The budget deficit seemed to show that they had no intention of providing more resources. Lady Giggs asked, "What should we do?" The Empress asks, as one of the options to refuse them. "That would be unwise, wouldn't it?" Lady Giggs replied. Then Empress Adele had an idea. She spoke, "Don't give them anything to do. The number of guards is excessive, so send half of them back. As for the court officials and maid-servants, don't burden them unnecessarily with tasks, just let them assist the maid-servants with their current duties. That should be sufficient." "Yes, I will follow your instructions," Lady Giggs replied. In response to the Empress's sharp words, Mrs. Giggs bowed her head respectfully. "And Duke d'Espun has sent someone to request a meeting. They want to know your convenient time to visit. What should we do?" "Duke d'Espun." Adele thought for a moment and then replied, "It's fine. Tell them to come at their convenience." "Yes, I understand, Your Highness." Then Lady Giggs leaves the room. Upon hearing the news, Duke d'Espun arrived at the Empress's palace. Duke d'Espun greeted Adele with an overly friendly expression. "Your Majesty, have you been well? Please have a seat, Duke d'Espun." Adele responded with a smiling face. He continued, "Our Empress is a capable sorceress. You must feel secure beyond measure." Adele chuckled. Duke d'Espun having proposed, "Would you come to the Sorcerers' Guild once?" She replied, "If I go, wouldn't the situation get even stranger in the picture?" "Isn't that right? I've heard that the Egmont Sorcerers Guild provides accreditation and ranks at the same time. If I receive accreditation, what rank will you grant me? Will you grant me the position of director?" "Ah ha ha," he chuckled. Duke d'Espun seemed to have realized this now, tapping his own palm, while Adele gazed at him with an expression of amusement. After sizing up the Empress for a moment, Duke d'Espun leaned closer and inquired in a subtle tone. "Your Majesty, why do you seek to join forces with House Balder?" Seeing Adele's eyes widen in surprise and her expression suggests she didn't understand, Duke d'Espun continued with a slightly lowered voice. "Why do you insist on taking the difficult path when you have me?" "What do you mean?" she asked. He continued, "Your Majesty, I am a member of the Ulrich House. I am your family." "Family, that word," she replied. He continued, "Of course, Your Majesty, I'm aware of the difficulties you're facing. Please forgive me for only coming now. Diane Portier will be dealt with soon." "Is that so?" She was amazed at Duke's words. He continued, "Yes, of course. Ignorant and reckless people like her will be dealt with quickly." At that subtle and cruel whisper, Adele chuckled dryly. When Duke d'Espun's face stiffened, the Empress hurriedly stifled her laughter and apologized. "Oh, I'm sorry." "Not at all," he replied. She continued, "More importantly, since you've come this far, may I ask you a question? Will you listen?" "Ah, of course," he replied. She continued, "I'm truly curious, so I'm asking. Why do you just leave the tower there? As an Empress, I ask you. Why do you just let it be? What do you want to achieve by leaving it like that?" Adele whispered as if she knew everything, her expression revealing an air of confidence. She continued, "Leave that kind of talk to Diane Portier. I'm not interested in wielding power while carrying the Emperor's favor on my back. What I'm interested in is the core of true power. I have no need for leftovers that can be gained by standing beside it." Duke d'Espun's eyes grew intense. The man who had been closely examining Adele's face shed his gentle facade and spoke. Duke also countered a question. Then, Your Majesty, do you have the intention to join forces with me and become the owner of the tower? How? She asked. When the Empress asked with genuine curiosity, Duke Despun expanded his chest and responded firmly. Your Majesty, that is a power that has descended from the heavens. By utilizing the tower well, you will gain not just power, but divine power. Your Majesty will become a god. Please believe only in me. Upon hearing those words, Empress Adelaide burst into a wide smile like a blooming flower. After their conversation, Duke left the room. Empress Adele expelled everything that was bothering her, not even eating. Her originally pale face turned ashen white, and her rosy lips lost their color. Even Mrs. Giggs, who had seemed unflappable at any moment, was taken aback and called for a physician as the Empress's condition rapidly deteriorated. Adelaide's state worsened so rapidly that she had even begun to hallucinate. The physicians hurriedly administered medication, and only then did her vomiting stop and her fever subsided. But that wasn't the end of it. When she touched her forehead, she realized that her fever was burning fiercely. Even after taking fever-reducing medicine, her temperature showed no sign of dropping. Lady Giggs asked from Doctor. Why is this happening? She was fine just this morning. Could it be? No, it doesn't seem to be something poisonous. The doctor replied. Lady Giggs asked, then why, all of a sudden? Doctor continued, perhaps it's the result of accumulated stress from coming to a foreign country. Let's observe a little longer. Adele couldn't move a finger with her rapidly deteriorating health. Her esophagus felt like it was on fire, causing excruciating pain, and her whole body ached as if she had been beaten. In the midst of trembling in pain, she lost consciousness. The news of the Empress's collapse quickly reached the Emperor's ears. What? The Empress has collapsed? Yes, Your Majesty, the servant replied. He thought. That woman who had seemed as sturdy as a rock had collapsed. The Emperor narrowed his eyes and immediately stood up from his seat. I need to go see for myself. As if waiting for this very moment, the Emperor stormed out of the Imperial palace and headed towards the Empress's palace. Consciousness drifted beneath the surface of slumber. Her body sank slowly, feeling languid. Ah, this isn't so bad either. Adele closed her eyes, withdrawing the strength from her entire body and shutting the eyes of her soul. There, she saw the people who had shared her purpose lined up one after another. They were all smiling kindly at her. Your Highness, please do what you believe is right. We will guard your back. The words resonated deeply in her chest. Adele reached out her hand towards them, attempting to draw closer. Take any one of us. Or else, we'll hide in Emont ourselves. Don't go. Your Highness, please don't go. Then her voice is heard. After all, walking alone is our path. You should walk your path. What's the point of unnecessary worry for those who have their duties to fulfill in Gothrov? Please, come with me. Don't follow. Damn it. Please, just say you'll come with me. No, hold on there. They smile. They smile while shedding tears. And then they slowly lower their heads. Adele struggled and resisted with sobs. Don't go, please, just me, I wasn't coming for you. Just one, even just one person, I should have brought. So I could have a breath of relief. Adele crumbled within her deep subconscious. As she was being sucked into that endless abyss, someone's voice penetrated her ears like a lie. Yes. Adele blinked her eyes slowly. Then a sincere voice echoed clearly. Whatever you desire, I will assist you. That was Lionel's voice. Empress Adelaide had collapsed and lost consciousness, and upon hearing the news, Emperor Karl rushed to the Empress chamber in a single stride. Entry by outsiders was strictly prohibited, but he was no outsider. Karl confidently stepped into the Empress chamber. There, on the bed, lay the Empress. Her feverish face was unbelievably hot and pale. Despite having taken fever-reducing medicine and somewhat lowering her temperature, this delicate woman didn't emit even a single whimper. Her parted lips continued to release hot breath incessantly. It was as if flickering flames might be visible beneath her translucent and fragile eyelashes. Then, at some point, her labored breathing beneath those silky, fluttering eyelashes became rougher. Empress. Caught off guard by the sudden situation, Carl called out to Adelaide while gently shaking her shoulders. However, Adelaide continued to gasp in pain, her breath hitching. Then, from beneath her shimmering ebony eyelashes, something clear and delicate rolled down. A sob escaped through her lips, cracked from the fever. "This woman is cold as ice," was crying. Carl stared at her as if enchanted. Gently enclosing her petite face with his cautiously outstretched hand, he felt the warmth transmit through his touch. It was like his hand was melting against her skin. Labored breaths barely held back, a face drenched in tears. "Adelaide." Carl called her name like an incantation, his tone gentle and tender. Adelaide. If she wasn't content with just that, it was acceptable. He had to possess her sooner or later, without any clear indication of when he'd calm down. If slipping a leash around her without her realizing it proved too difficult, he'd have to erect an unseen barrier. Creating a broad fence that didn't make her feel trapped, he had to figure out what he truly desired. After a moment of contemplation, he brushed aside his passing worries. After all, he was the Emperor, with the power to possess whatever he wanted. He muttered, "Adelaide Ulrich belongs to Carl Ulrich. Do you understand?" Lionel received news of the Empress' illness on the same afternoon. Secretary Michael Rosen, who was overseeing the Duke's affairs, had come to inform Lionel of the news. While the details aren't clear, the Empress' palace is in turmoil. The chief physician has been going back and forth at least 5 times, but it seems Her Majesty is still unconscious. Unconscious? Do you know how serious the Empress' condition is? Could she be poisoned? Minister, tell me as much as you know. Michael Rosen narrowed his eyes and tilted his head, not giving the response Lionel had expected. While they were talking, a servant opened the door and informed Lionel that a maid came from Empress Palace. "What's the matter?" Lionel asked, slightly rising from his seat. The maid struggled to catch her breath and spoke. "Her Majesty, the Empress, requests your presence." His heart surged at her words. He was shocked to know that the Empress wanted to see him. Without asking any further questions, he stormed out of the room, leaving the maid behind, her eyes following his hurried departure. The Empress had forbidden anyone else from entering. Lady Giggs, the maids, and even the hands of the court officials trying to check on her condition were turned away. Only one person had been granted entry. As Lionel, who had rushed without pause, arrived at the Empress's palace. Lionel, without hesitation, pushed open the door and entered the room. The Empress lay on the bed. Instead of sitting in the provided chair, Lionel knelt by the edge of the bed, revealing the Empress's face directly in front of him. She still had her eyes closed. As she opened her eyes, Lionel was there. Adele extended her trembling hand toward him with all the strength she could muster. Lionel, looking somewhat taken aback by her extended hand, glanced at it. However, Adele had no room to spare for assessing his feelings right now. With the resolve to catch a flying wisp, her outstretched hand finally reached him. She spoke. "I can call only you by name here. I can ask only you. Who I feel can carry out this request. In Gotrov, send someone, anyone will do, even just one person to me. Bring them to me." Seeing the tears in the Empress's eyes, Lionel's mind snapped into focus. He then spoke. "You want someone sent to Gotrov, someone you're asking for. I'll search for them, I'll call for them, I'll spread the word." "Who do you want?" She replied. "Kane Knox, Gabrielle Lujan, Theodore Siniak, anyone is fine. Anyone, it doesn't matter. Just one person, anyone, if I call for them, they will come." The conviction in her crimson and golden irises, a solid trust, sent a shiver down Lionel's spine. Tears, infused with deep yearning, forged paths down her cheeks. Lionel stared at the Empress with deep-set eyes and slowly inquired. "Why do you want to summon them?" He inquired. She continued, "Because I feel like I'm going to die." That's why. She cried endlessly while uttering those words, as if unaware that she was crying. Lionel was at a loss for words, so he remained kneeling, holding his breath. The warm hand that had touched his cheek slowly lost strength and fell. Then suddenly she spoke. No, don't bring them. Pretend you didn't hear it, Lionel. Then she thought, for my sake, I can't ask someone to abandon their family. With those thoughts, the Empress closed her eyes. Startled, Lionel hurriedly checked her breathing. The Empress was breathing faintly but steadily. As he took a deep breath of relief, an indescribable emotion overcame Lionel. He held her in his arms. He thought, Kane Knox, Gabrielle Lujan, Theodore Siniak. Those names he had never heard clung to his ears like glue, refusing to let go. The weight of the trust he received from Empress. How strong was it is? What kind of faith had passed between them and this unknown group? Bang! The door abruptly swung open, and Lionel jolted to his feet. Who dared to enter the Empress's sleeping quarters? The Emperor shouts. What are you doing, Lionel Balder? Though news of the Empress' collapse had been kept a secret, but the rumors were already spread. On the evening of the day Empress Adelaide fainted, the news reached Diane's ears as well. However, there was something else that intrigued her. Where is His Majesty the Emperor? When Diane inquired, the attendant didn't seem the least bit uncomfortable as he replied. He is in the Empress's chamber. Why in the world? Inside, Diane silently screamed, but externally, she couldn't reveal a trace. The palace servants, who had always been attentive to Diana's moods, had started changing their attitudes in the blink of an eye over just a few days. It wasn't just the palace servants. The number of those who no longer tried to accommodate her preferences steadily grew. A few years ago, when she first stayed in the guest quarters of the Emperor's palace at his summons, she hadn't received treatment worse than this. Back then, someone emerged from the Emperor's chamber. Diane had looked at the fleeting figure, quickly turning her gaze away in urgency. She had stared obstinately at his retreating. The refined profile, the elegantly tied golden hair a maid subtly shifted her direction, inadvertently turning to meet Diane's eyes. Diane bit her lip and swiftly turned, striding away. She thought, a blonde with blue eyes young lady. Meanwhile in Empress' chamber, Lionel turned with a defensive posture, but upon seeing the person who had entered, he froze. As a furious beast trespassed into his territory, Emperor Karl Ulrich appeared slowly. Lionel Balder. Karl's face displayed anger as he appeared before them. Lady Giggs quickly answered, trying to hide her unease, and Karl took a deep breath. He stared at Lionel as if ready to pierce him with his gaze and took it step by step. Lionel, rather audaciously, didn't avert his gaze and faced him squarely. Karl, in his mind, wanted nothing more than to throw this man out of here. He wanted to know what this insignificant person was doing here. Karl turned his attention to the sleeping Adele. She closed her eyes as if she had never awakened before. Is it true that the Empress woke up? It doesn't seem like it. Emperor inquired. It seems like she woke briefly and fell asleep again. Lady Giggs replied. Lady Giggs, who had been alternating her gaze between Karl and Lionel, whispered to Lionel in a hushed voice. Perhaps it's time for you to leave. Her call was like a whisper, underlaid with a somber tone. No, stay there for now, the Emperor ordered. Lionel turned slowly, as if drawn by some unseen force, as the Emperor's sharp gaze bore into his imposing figure and issued a command. Karl examined Lionel's expression with a persistent gaze. In return, Lionel Balder also met the Emperor's stern gaze with a resolute face. He wants to pluck Lionel I because he saw in such state. However, Karl keenly sensed a fleeting moment when Lionel's gaze briefly flickered towards the Empress. The author is scrutinizing my Empress. Karl's primal instinct reached a swift conclusion. As a sense of impending danger rapidly spread through his spine, his entire body tensed. Show me clearly whose possession this woman is. Karl deliberately put on a composed expression, leisurely gazing at the Empress. He watched as she lay halfway on the bed. The Emperor command, aide, Fetch a damp cloth. His command was delivered with an intimidating tone. The order sent Lady Giggs scrambling to respond, her reaction swift like a drawn spring. Your Majesty, she began, but the Emperor cut her off with a single sharp phrase. Aren't you the Empress's attendant? This should be within your capabilities. His words left Lady Giggs flustered and her protests stifled. The Emperor's gaze, fixed on the unyielding Lionel, seemed to convey his disapproval. All eyes in the room, the courtiers and servants who had been waiting outside the Empress's chamber, now turned their collective attention toward Lionel. In that moment, Lionel couldn't help but feel the pitiful and absurd nature of his position. The Emperor had deliberately issued this command to showcase the shallow nature of the relationship between Lionel and the Empress. So, there was no need to waver, and in fact, there was no real reason to waver, right? Yet why was his heart swaying like a reed in the wind, and why was it so difficult to breathe, as if he were buried beneath a mound of earth? Lionel struggled to quell his precarious emotions and reached for a towel that had been prepared in a corner. The Emperor maintained his icy demeanor, his gaze fixed on Lionel with an expression of mild annoyance, before roughly accepting the towel. He then turned his attention to the sleeping Adele, carefully wiping her face as though handling delicate glasswork. His touch was cautious and delicate, like that of a craftsman working on a fragile masterpiece. Lionel watched this scene unfold without daring to blink, as if he wanted to etch it into his very retina. After a moment, as Adele's face, once damp with sweat and tears, was restored to its pristine state, Carl emerged from the bed with a satisfied expression. He approached Lionel, who stood nearby, and pressed the slightly warm towel against Lionel's chest, whispering in a satisfied tone. The Emperor spoke, "From now on, when the Empress is asleep, wait outside the door. Understand?" After that, leaving the Empress' residence behind, Lionel returned to his own office and locked the door behind him. Despite exhaling the breath he'd been holding and attempting to calm himself, his chest still felt constricted. Lionel's trembling hands undid the buttons of his shirt, and he slowly unfastened them. He closed his eyes tightly, attempting to quell his raging heart, yet that scene flashed before his mind's eye: the Emperor seated on the Empress's bed, leaning casually as if it were the most natural thing in the world. They were a married couple. It wasn't uncommon for the Emperor to attend to the Empress, but that didn't mean it wouldn't draw criticism. Yet, at that moment, seeing that image, Lionel felt an overwhelming urge to scream in frustration. Do you know how she views this place? As if it were hell. Continuously wiping away his confused expression, he clenched his teeth tightly. It had been just a day since he vowed to suppress his desires and never let them surface again. Continue the conversation we were having earlier. As Carl left the Empress's residence, he spoke to the courtier who followed him. By the time he heard the news that the Empress had woken up. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to gather information about the situation inside the palace. And, did they share a room or not? Emperor inquired. They seem to have used separate rooms. The servant replied. The servant continued, also, 2 days ago, she visited the slums beyond the Niavara River. Carl, lost in thought with a furrowed brow, stopped in his tracks. The slums. The servant continued, yes. It seems she stayed there for about 2 hours. According to the boy who guided the Empress, she inspected the interior of the houses in the slums. Who was with her? Emperor asked. Lionel Balder was with her. The servant replied. The Emperor fell silent and lowered his gaze. When the Emperor returned to his office, Diane was waiting for him. As he entered, she rose from her seat and offered a cheerful smile. It was a habitual gesture. Are you here, Your Majesty? Although her greeting was warm, Carl only glanced at her with an indifferent gaze and wordlessly walked to his desk. His heart was as chilly as if a gust of wind had blown through. Diane bit her lip forcefully. Nevertheless, she composed herself, turning her body away and smoothing her expression. Do you have something to discuss? The Emperor, checking the pile of documents on his desk, inquired. His gaze and hands remained fixed on the papers. Diane grew anxious, interpreting it as a signal that he had no intention of discussing anything with her right now. Diana tried to approach the Emperor. But this time, the moment the servants carefully opened the side door, someone entered the Emperor's office. Diane's gaze slowly turned toward her. The shimmering blonde hair caught the sunlight and sparkled. A dignified and refined profile, and movements as gentle as a spring breeze. Diane held her breath and gazed at her. In the midst of a world frozen in time, there were only the maid and Diane. It felt as if only the two of them existed. The maid moved gracefully and approached the Emperor's desk, quietly beginning to organize the scattered documents. Her slender fingers danced across the papers like dancer. Her pupils, which quietly checked the documents, were the color of a pale sky, the same color as the young woman who had left the Emperor's room not long ago. A shock surged through Diane as if all the blood in her body had suddenly rushed downward. The sensation of her palms becoming moist in an instant, a shivering chill passing through her spine, she almost sank on the spot. The anxiety that always clung to her, tormenting her nights from behind, had finally revealed its true form. It was greater than the unease she had felt when facing the Empress. How many young women with blue eyes and blonde hair under 29 years old are there? The Emperor noticed her gaze and looked at her. "Thank you for your hard work." It sounded tender somehow, tenderly heard. The maid tilted her head gently and, with a cheerful movement resembling a squirrel, strolled across the Emperor's office. Diane's gaze stubbornly stayed on her. Thud. Only after the door closed did Diane release the breath she had been holding. Then suddenly the Emperor spoke. "If you have nothing to say, then leave, Diane." Diane asked in a voice that was almost teary. "I think the attendant for the documents was changed. The one who worked here before seems to have had some issues. The girl who just left, she seemed meticulous. Actually, the Empress has reassigned all the maids to different positions, so it's a bit inconvenient. She asked if she can get that maid for her since she had few people to work for her." The Emperor agreed. He said, "Fine, do whatever you want." The aide who was standing in office already knew why Diana wants that blonde maid for herself. Then she left the office and went to her chamber. Meanwhile, Lennox promptly responded to Diane's call. Seeing his sister after a few days, he could sense her unease. "Why, what's the matter?" he asked. "I told you to manage the maids properly, didn't I?" she shouts. "What's gotten into you?" he replied. She continued, "You can't even do that properly." He replied, "I told you. The Empress and Hannah Giggs have complete authority over all appointments. I can't do anything about hiring or dismissing people. Don't you understand?" Finally, in a rough voice, she spoke up. "The maid who used to manage the Emperor's documents will be reassigned to my division. So, I expect you to handle it." "Are you out of your mind?" Lennox shouts. "I'm perfectly sane," she replied. He continued, "She's an Imperial palace maid, for heaven's sake." Diana interrupted him and said, "Who's going to kill her? I told her to take hush money and leave the capital. That should do the trick, right?" Lennox let out a long sigh and shot an irritated glance. He continued, "Don't worry. If there's any sign that the Emperor intends to summon that maid to his chambers, I'll take care of it." Diana again interrupted him again. "No, that's too late. I mean, we need to act before that." Diane couldn't possibly hold back any longer. Lennox turned away with a disgusted expression. And spoke, "All right, I understand for now." She continued, "It's not just for now, you must do it properly." "Got it." Diane's voice persistently clung to Lennox as they exited the guest quarters. On that day, as twilight cast its shadow upon the land, a fair-haired maid, who had collected a substantial sum of money, was no longer dressed in her maid's attire. She had concealed herself beneath a deep hood and hurried away. Two figures, who had turned their robes inside out to hide themselves completely, watched her go. "How long have they been waiting there? Should we inform them if something like this happens again?" One of the Emperor's servants, who had been starting in the direction of the woman, asked in a cautious voice. "To Lady Giggs." And she nodded in response. And spoke. Indeed. Another maid like her will inevitably come in. Yes, understood. He replied. Eventually, the two of them turned and entered the palace. Diana asked from Lorraine, "Does that blonde maid leave the palace?" In response Lorraine replied, "Yes, Your Highness. It seems she's packed her belongings and fled." Lorraine still addressed Diane as, "Your Highness." As Diane listened to Lorraine's report, she tilted her head with a strange feeling. Suddenly, Diana spoke. Lorraine continued, "Yes. It seems she might have been frightened." Frightened. Lorraine nodded her head. And she continued, "Perhaps that's the case. Regardless, wasn't it what you wanted, Your Highness?" Lorraine gently tried to soothe Diane. "Yes, you're right," Diana replied. "Try to relax. You need to be at ease for the baby's arrival." Lorraine spoke. Lorraine tactfully aligned with Diane's mood, and a while later, without warning, the Empress, who had been bedridden for several days, rose from her slumber just as unexpectedly as she had fallen. In the early morning, as Lady Giggs entered the Empress's room, she was startled to find the Empress seated halfway up in bed. "Are you awake, Your Majesty?" Lady Giggs spoke. The Empress's golden eyes, still clouded with sleep, slowly focused. "Oh, how long have I been lying here?" the Empress asked. "You've been unconscious for 2 days," Lady Giggs replied. Adele nodded slowly. She then spoke. "Would you like me to tidy your hair a bit?" The Empress's matted and tangled hair from perspiration had become quite bothersome, so Adele offered her delicate assistance. Lady Giggs began gently brushing out the Empress's ebony locks with a comb. As the Empress's hair cascaded down her back, "Did I happen to wake up in the middle of the night and summon Lionel Balder by any chance?" "Do you remember?" Lady Giggs asked. "I thought it was a dream, but it wasn't," Empress replied. Lady Giggs continued, "During that time, even His Majesty the Emperor came. He's been quite worried. The palace physicians have been called in frequently, inquiring about the Empress's condition and the treatments they're giving." At the mention of the Emperor, Adele instinctively furrowed her brow. Unaware of this fact, Lady Giggs continued to tie the ends of her braided hair while speaking. Meanwhile Diane, who was on her way to Imperial office, witnessed the scene. She couldn't even summon the Emperor, who had not seen her, so quickly. However, when she saw how urgently the Emperor was heading somewhere, her heart, which had been in turmoil, suddenly began to pound loudly. She then asks from one of the servants, "Has the Empress awakened?" "Oh, yes, that's correct," he replied. "Did you just deliver that news?" she inquired. "Yes," he replied. The immediate response made it feel like the whole world had suddenly plunged into darkness. Diana felt as if her ears were ringing, and the ground was trembling beneath her. She would have nearly collapsed if it weren't for Lorraine's support. Diana struggled to regain her composure, gasping for breath. But suddenly, her chest tightened, and she began retching. She thought, "The Emperor has gone to the Empress's palace. He went to see her now that she has regained consciousness. How can you do this to me?" The Emperor arrived at the Empress chamber. Suddenly, Empress Adele appeared in front of him, backlit by the dazzling sunlight pouring in from behind. The radiant sunlight created a picturesque backdrop, causing Carl to come to a sudden stop. "Welcome, Your Majesty," Adele greeted him with her low and cool voice, to which Carl responded, "How is your health?" She continued, "Can't you tell just by looking?" Then they both sat down for a tea. At that moment, Carl spoke. "Did you ever lose consciousness like this when you were in Gotrov?" "No," she replied. He continued, "But why suddenly?" The council members also said they didn't know the cause. "You should get regular checkups from them." "All right, I'll do that," she replied. Although Adele silently grumbled inwardly, she didn't show it. Carl sat across from her and stared at her intently. He thought she is quite beautiful. Her already graceful face seemed even more refined, and her golden eyes appeared larger. With her hair swept to one side, the Empress gazed back at him with a pale, almost translucent complexion, typical of someone who had just awakened from illness. His persistent gaze made Adele feel uneasy. He thought she is completely unlike that woman. Karl slowly pronounced her name. Adelaide Ulrich Emont. Yes, I married you. You are my Empress. The day they first saw each other at the wedding venue, Adelaide became engraved in Karl's mind. A supremely Empress-like, delicate figure, a graceful demeanor. He thought it would ignite a desire to dominate. It was a misconception. No, it was more subtly different. If it had been just about wanting to dominate, he would have never lowered his head before Adelaide, regardless of the circumstances. Finally realizing his own heart, Karl smiled deeply. His face, as he closed his eyes and smiled, was astonishingly beautiful and enchanting. Like a flower with poison. Seeing him in deep thought, she called him, Your Majesty. Not understanding the emotional context, Adele tilted her head and furrowed her brows. Karl lowered his head, smoothing out his expression, and then he whispered in a low voice. I shouldn't keep someone who needs rest for too long. I simply came to see you after waking up. As the Emperor left and the door closed, Adele muttered blankly. I don't know what it is, but something is definitely not right. She growled and suddenly laughed, her eyes rolling. What was it? Why did he suddenly change his stance as if turning his hand over? I will build a very wide fence. You belong to me. The voice that came to mind felt like a dream and yet. Not quite. Lady Giggs entered the room. Your Majesty. Yes, Empress. When I was unconscious, the Emperor mentioned that he had come. Do you happen to remember what he said to me at that time? In response to the Empress's question, Lady Giggs lowered her head. She spoke, I apologize. I had withdrawn a bit, so. Why do you ask? No reason, Empress replied. Adele kept thinking without getting up from her seat. Lady Giggs, who had been observing the Empress, spoke as if she had peered into her thoughts. Lady Giggs continued, I don't know the reason, but it seems that Your Majesty has undergone a change in mood. Is it not a bad thing? When the Empress remained silent, Lady Giggs didn't press further. Firstly, it was certain that the Emperor's mood had changed. Like Lady Giggs had said, it might not be immediately bad, but it couldn't be trusted in the long run. One could never predict when a changed heart might change again for no reason. Secondly, she needed power. However, for the reasons she had considered earlier, she needed strength that came from herself rather than relying on the Emperor's love. On the first day at Balder Manor, the Duke had proposed that she be officially recognized as a sorceress. Lionel told Empress, if you are recognized as a sorceress, you will gain the right to speak as a sorceress, even to Empress. It would be even better if you could attend the Central Council. Currently, all rights to speak about the tower were monopolized by Duke d'Espane and Lennox Portier, so no one could argue against what they did. She then told Lady Giggs to arrange the meeting with Duke d'Espane. In the Blair mansion, Lionel's brother spoke. I don't know if you've heard, but Her Majesty the Empress has awakened. Lionel, who had risen with Theseus, paused at the news. It was his instinct sounding an alarm, urging him to get out immediately. Theseus tapped Lionel's shoulder without thinking, who had frozen in place and was holding his breath. Theseus continued, keep a close watch. If you judge it's dangerous, don't hesitate to step back. It's better to be swift in such situations, so you don't need to ask me. After a while Lionel spoke. If you are referring to my position as the Empress's aide, now is not the right time to quit. We need information about the towers. And she still wants more from me. Theseus muttered. Lionel, is that really the only reason that you don't wish to resign as her aide? Lennox also sensed the strange atmosphere in the palace. When he arrived at Diana's room, he thought, she wasn't feeling well but still she is smiling brightly. But why? After a while he figured out and spoke. Are you pregnant? Are you pregnant? At his words, Diana lifted her head. Tears welled up at the corners of her reddened eyes, and soon they flowed down her cheeks, dropping softly. She laughed while crying, and Lennox's eyes turned red as well, mirroring her tears. "Is it true? You are carrying a child?" She replied. "Based on the symptoms, it's highly likely that I am pregnant, one of the doctors told me. And, with current medical technology, doctors cannot confirm early pregnancy in expectant mothers. They can only make an initial diagnosis based on the symptoms." Lennox, who had been wearing an expression of intense anger, softened slightly upon hearing her words and leaned toward Diana. The attending physicians took turns observing the siblings before leaving with a warning to be careful. As soon as they were gone, Lennox grasped Diana's hand with tears of joy in his eyes. "You did well, Diana," Lennox said, holding her hand tightly. Diana, with tears in her eyes, held onto his hand as well. When one of the physicians examining her mentioned the possibility of pregnancy, Diana wondered if this could be a dream. She continued, "All the recent signs of loss of appetite, missed menstrual cycle, persistent queasiness, and mood swings seem to align with early pregnancy symptoms, and suddenly, my lower abdomen felt heavy." Lennox stared at Diana's belly, which was still relatively flat, but held their savior inside. Lennox spoke. "Was this what you've been waiting for all this time, to appear like a savior in such a crucial moment?" Savior. This baby was their savior. Lennox's sky-blue eyes sparkled as he gazed at Diane. He then spoke. "Your Highness, from now on, please take good care of yourself and the baby. Don't worry about any disturbances from outside, no matter what happens, all right? And now, all you must do now is rest and pray that the child will be a boy." She replied, "Yes, brother." Both the siblings thought it was the gates of hell, but when they opened, there was paradise. She thought, "You must be a boy, my child." They both smiled brightly. Back at the palace, Lady Giggs, who had been eyeing the sudden decision of the Empress to go out with a puzzled expression, soon objected firmly. It had been raining for a few days, and today was quite chilly for an autumn day. Moreover, the Empress had been fasting for days. But she dismissed Lady Giggs's concerns, saying she would be gone only briefly, and proceeded to pick out her own clothes from the dressing room. Lady Giggs continued to nag incessantly as she hovered around the Empress. Adele, knowing that the only way to escape this nagging was to leave quickly, moved faster, almost doubting if the person who had just risen from the sickbed was the Empress herself. Lady Giggs followed her like a shadow, almost doubting if the person had truly recovered. Lady Giggs said, "Please go tomorrow, Your Highness. Why do you insist on going right now? Is the sky falling down if we wait until tomorrow? Is it? Your health comes first. Look at the weather. Where on earth are you going? Just tell me, I'll summon them right away." Lady Giggs continued her relentless objections. However, the Empress pretended not to hear Lady Giggs's persistent protests. "Your Highness, Empress." Only after Lady Giggs, with determination in her voice, almost shouted, did the Empress finally turn to look at her. The old lady's gaze was stern and unyielding. The Empress, convinced that persuasion through words was impossible, closed her eyes and smiled at the old lady. Empress said, "Just for a moment." Lady Giggs replied, "Your Highness, why now of all times? Ah, hearing you raise your voice makes my head spin." As the Empress exaggeratedly held her head and pretended to be in distress. Lady Giggs, who had been about to scold her further, quickly examined her complexion. And then, with a hearty smile, she whispered to Lady Giggs, who was left speechless. "I'll be back." The Empress took a step back and pointed to a waiting maid behind her. "Follow me." "Yes. Oh, yes." The maid quickly followed the Empress, darting out of the main gate at lightning speed as if she feared being caught by Lady Giggs. Watching the fading figures of the two women from afar, Lady Giggs let out a deep, long sigh and lowered her head. Defying Lady Giggs' objections, the Empress headed towards the residence of the magicians, guild within the Imperial Palace. The charismatic wizard effortlessly took the lead, guiding her through the bustling crowd. Passers-by hurried to a halt, bowing respectfully as they crossed their path, and Adele responded with an air of casual grace as she strolled forward. Inside the opulent official residence, a world of grandeur awaited. Crystal chandeliers cast a soft, mesmerizing glow over ornate ceiling paintings, evoking the ambiance of an extravagant ballroom. Adele maintained an outwardly unimpressed demeanor, yet her eyes couldn't help but wander, taking in the splendor of her surroundings. She paused from time to time, scrutinizing the faces of those who greeted them, determined to etch them into her memory. As the Empress glided past, the assembled wizards respectfully raised their heads one by one. Among them stood Brunhild Alexa, a striking figure with fiery red hair and piercing crimson eyes. Her gaze followed the Empress's retreating form with an intensity that hinted at secrets hidden beneath the surface. At that moment, one of Brunhild's associates approached her, leaning in to whisper conspiratorially. "The Empress is due for public recognition, isn't she? Are you considering accepting her rank?" Brunhild sighed and replied, her thoughts wandering back to that day. Even Lennox Poitier had been uncharacteristically silent on that fateful occasion. Expecting a blood-soaked rose garden strewn with the bodies of her knights, she had been met with a surreal sight of floating tower frozen in midair, emitting an otherworldly roar. After a time, a diminutive human spirit descended to the ground, leaving the crumbling tower behind. She single-handedly demolished the tower in a way no one had ever seen before. Brunhild remarked, her voice laced with sarcasm. She turned away, her mind racing as she took determined strides forward. What really matters, she mused to herself, is one's attitude toward the tower. A magician who was working at the entrance was taken aback and almost stumbled when he suddenly saw the Empress. Rumors had spread that the Empress had fallen, so he looked at her with widened eyes. Adelaide, as if ignoring his bewildered state, gazed into the interior of the guild and said, "I would like to meet the head of the Magicians' Guild. I have come without prior notice, so I'm not sure if he's here." He replied, "Oh, please come in, Your Majesty the Empress. The guildmaster is inside the residence." On the other hand, Duke Despun, who served as the head of the Magicians' Guild, received the news of the Empress's arrival with great enthusiasm. His smile, filled with warmth and familiarity, made it seem as though she was welcoming a long-lost family member after several years. "Your Majesty the Empress, you have come without prior notice. Please forgive the impoliteness." Empress replied, "Impoliteness? Please don't say that. How is your health?" "No, this isn't the time for that. Come this way. You have worked hard. Go." Adelaide entered Duke Despun's office along with her, and the opulent interior of the guild seemed to reflect the tastes of the Duke. Even the smallest decorations displayed appeared delicate and beautiful as if they were crafted by a skilled artisan. "The office is truly beautiful," Adelaide remarked. The Duke replied, "Ha ha ha, I have always loved beautiful things. Please, have a seat. Are you feeling well?" "Yes, I am," she replied. The Duke gestured for Adelaide to sit and then called for tea from her attendant. She said, "I came here hastily without any gifts." He continued, "No, please don't say that. Your Majesty the Empress gracing us with your presence is a great gift in itself." Shortly, the attendant brought the tea, and Adelaide took a sip lightly. After a few customary sips, then Duke spoke. "Did you come here because of what I mentioned earlier? Do you wish to become the owner of the tower?" "The owner of the tower? I do enjoy being the owner of something." The Empress smiled with the expression of a ruler, which suited her surprisingly well. "Yes, indeed, Your Majesty, you are already an owner. Shouldn't you try to control it here?" But seeing the Empress had crossed the ocean, she could make an educated guess about the situation in Gotrov. He said, "Yes, as you say, if you are with me, then yes, I will." The two of them exchanged warm smiles, gazing at each other with a sense of camaraderie. At the end of a momentary silence filled with laughter, he spoke. "First, would you like to receive acknowledgement from the guild?" She asked. "How do I receive acknowledgement?" He continued. "The acknowledgement in Egmont is done through a competition between magicians, which also determines the rankings. With your skills demonstrated in single-handedly destroying the tower." He raised an inquisitive look at Adelaide. "Would you be willing to challenge our deputy guildmaster?" "Oh, of course, you'd have to go to an area with magical influence since using magic is prohibited in the capital." Maintaining an appearance of kindness, the Duke gave Adelaide a sly look. Empress lowered her gaze as she spoke. "What does that even mean? Whether I receive acknowledgement or not, I am already a magician. I can't see the need to go through the trouble of receiving acknowledgement, unless it allows me to participate in the Council of Mages." Duke Despun regarded the Empress sharply, not missing a beat. "What you said is right, Your Majesty. Whether you get acknowledgement or not, you are a magician. To be honest, receiving acknowledgement might not seem necessary unless it grants you access to the Council of Mages." Adele calmly lowered her gaze and raised her teacup, while the Duke of Despun cast a sharp glance at the Empress. It would be quite troublesome if the Empress, holding hands with Balder, joined a ministerial meeting and started speaking nonsense. However, leaving the tower unattended without recruiting strong and capable talent was not an appealing option. Essentially, they should have a tool in hand, not stashed away in their pocket. At that moment, Adele, having set down her teacup, added a few words as if she had glimpsed into his thoughts. She then spoke. "Are you finding it challenging to include me, who has Lionel Balder as an assistant, in the Council of Ministers?" Duke Despun. "As Duke suggested, aren't we practically family now?" The Empress bestowed a friendly smile upon the Duke of Despun, who, in turn, clenched his teeth while looking across the sea at the Empress Dowager. He thought, "They say she's a naive and discreet princess. But Empress Gotrov has sent quite a formidable force." Having swiftly concluded his calculations, the Duke continued to wear a very amicable smile. He continued, "Yes, no matter what others might say, we are indeed family now. Regarding the Central Council meeting, I will personally speak to His Majesty the Emperor. However, she repeated. The Duke's smile vanished as if it were a mere facade. He bore a striking resemblance to the Emperor. He continued, "After receiving formal recognition, giving gold bars to Count Calvin, it would be advisable to refrain from such actions as much as possible. Only then can you truly assert ownership over the tower. Otherwise, the Duke could easily undermine her authority whenever he pleased." He possessed that level of power. For now, the Duke of Despun has decided to weigh her position as the Empress. Adele responded with a smile, her lips curling. She then spoke. "Of course, but I've heard there are countless estates where towers have been constructed. How do you intend to manage them?" He continued. "I've heard that Gotrov dismantles the towers systematically. It may be a more effective method of destroying the towers than Egmont, but we don't know much about the properties of the towers." Adele focused intently on his words, and the Duke of Despondent spoke with a secretive smile as if sharing a confidential tidbit. "Your Majesty, the tower calls out to the tower, and the tower absorbs the tower." It was a peculiar statement, and he elaborated. "When all that I have planned has come to fruition, wizards will finally be able to harness their full power. The era of wizards has now dawned. On that day, those who are not wizards will become second-class citizens." Images of the houses in the slum, resembling coffins in a graveyard, flashed through Adele's mind. She clenched her fists tightly, concealed under the table. The Duke of Despun was engaging in a perilous gamble with the lives of countless people. Her golden eyes, which had gleamed with warmth and charm just moments ago, turned icy as she elegantly turned away. The corners of her lips, which had been upturned in a smile, now subtly drooped. After finished chatting with Duke, Empress was on the way to her palace. As Adele took a step forward, the smile that had adorned her lips faded just as smoothly. Adele moved with a demeanor entirely different. As she recalled the Duke's taunting words about becoming the mistress of the tower and his face resurfaced in her mind, cold sweat broke out on her back. It wasn't fear but rather a visceral aversion. The greedy glint in his eyes, the selfishness that would stop at nothing for personal gain. Adele felt an instinctual revulsion toward such qualities. "Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell?" A maid, following closely behind, asked with concern, her eyes fixed on Adele's pale face. "I'm fine. Let's continue," Adele replied, dismissing the maid's worries. Setting aside the maid's concern, Adele quickened her pace. "Lady Giggs will throw a fit if she sees you like this. I told you not to go." The handmaiden, watching the Empress grow paler by the moment, hurried to catch up. "Your Majesty." Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in their ears, causing both the handmaiden and the Empress to stop in their tracks. They simultaneously turned their heads in the direction from which the voice had come. There stood a man in black attire, silhouetted against the sun. The unexpected encounter brought a smile to the Empress's face. Lionel. News of the Empress waking up had been haunting Lionel incessantly, threatening to drive him mad. He had tried his best to quell the tumultuous emotions, but instead of subsiding. How long had he walked? He suddenly realized where this path led and came to a halt. He wasn't some teenage boy suffering from the fever of first love. "I must be crazy." It felt as if he had become a wild beast, ready to turn back, mumbling to himself. He asked, "Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell?" The familiar voice brushed against his ear. "I'm fine." At the sound of the familiar voice, Lionel froze in his tracks, still facing away. The moment he heard that voice, surprisingly, all the turmoil that had been consuming him vanished like a flood receding. Lionel followed her with his eyes, as if drawn by an invisible force. Her jet black hair fluttered in the wind, revealing a side profile as white as snow. Her expressionless face was not just pale but almost translucent, and her closed lips lacked any hint of color. "Your Majesty." The one calling out to her wasn't his rational self. The sunlight streaming behind him made Adele squint slightly. "Lionel." Lionel approached her. The pouring sunlight gradually concealed his broad shoulders. As he stood in front of her, Lionel's shadow swallowed Adele. He glanced at her complexion and noticed the beads of sweat on her forehead. He asked, "It seems you haven't fully recovered yet. Please return to the palace quickly." It was like this even before. The Empress didn't have anything to cover herself with. Without hesitation, Lionel removed his conquest jacket. "What are you doing?" Adele asked in surprise as Lionel suddenly took off his jacket. He said, "If you expose yourself to the cold wind with cold sweat on your skin, you will surely catch a cold." She asked, "So you want me to wear that?" "Just wear it until we reach the palace," Lionel calmly said, and Adele looked at him with a bewildered expression. He suddenly remembered how she used to whisper her name and lower her voice. As he offered the jacket to the maid, who accepted it quickly and draped it over Adele's shoulders, Adele seemed like she had to put something on. When the large, sturdy jacket enveloped her shoulders, Adele could feel Lionel's body heat still lingering on it. It felt as if someone had embraced her from behind. Adele couldn't help but notice how big Lionel's physique was. Even with her shoulders wrapped by the jacket, there was plenty of space left, and it covered her thighs. She blinked for no apparent reason. Adele started walking again, and Lionel matched her stride. Adele looked at him for no reason. The sunlight shone through his shirt, which was covered by the jacket, and his firm silhouette was faintly visible. "Are you not feeling cold?" "I'm fine." A cool breeze swept between the two of them. Lionel quietly watched the direction the wind was blowing. Until then, He had been standing where the sunlight was pouring, so Adele was now bathed in sunlight. Adele looked at Lionel, who had shielded her from the wind, and couldn't help but smile. She then spoke. By standing in wind direction and having someone block the wind for me, you're the only one in both Gotrov and Egmont who does that for me. You really are an excellent aide. Upon hearing her words, Lionel cleared his throat awkwardly. With the warm jacket, the sun, and now a reliable windbreaker, Adele's body, which had been shivering, began to warm up gradually. Her stiff forehead had also softened without her realizing it. She continued, I'm sorry for making that strange request that day about bringing those people from Gotrov. Should I send people? Since she had asked him to fetch them as if it were a matter of life and death. Lionel was determined to send people to Gotrov if she allowed it. However, at the same time, he had a subversive thought that he hoped she wouldn't call for them. He gazed at Adele's face as they walked. After walking in silence for a while, Adele finally raised her head slowly. There's no need for that. It's fine, she said. With that, silence settled between the two. In the clear and bright autumn weather, Adele simply walked, absorbing Lionel's warmth as part of the sunshine. The road seemed long yet short. Eventually, they arrived at the palace. Adele, who had arrived first, lightly laughed and returned the jacket draped over her shoulders. She spoke. Thank you. Thanks to you, I'm warm now. Would you like to come in and have some refreshments? Your Majesty should rest. I will take my leave, he replied. In response to his loyal reply, Adele chuckled and turned around. Lady Giggs, who had rushed out anxiously, wrapped a blanket around her shoulders and led her into the palace. Lionel watched Adele go inside and then put on his clothes again. As the lingering warmth from the jacket penetrated his body, he stood still and savored it. Meanwhile, at the Gotrov Imperial Palace, following the customs of mourning for the late emperor, the palace had been vacant for an extended period. However, the Emperor of Gotrov, who had grown unusually fast from a young age, was only 14 years old this year, yet he was taller than most adults, and his unique presence made him seem far from a typical adolescent. With jet black hair and striking golden eyes, his name was Lucio Gotrov. He was Adelaide's younger brother and the current emperor of the Gotrovian Empire. Shortly before arriving at the palace, the emperor received shocking news. Adele, sister, it couldn't be. The emperor stormed forward, finally breaking into a run as he raced up the stairs. He reached the door to the room Adelaide used, but instead of bursting in, he closed his eyes and took a calm breath. The neatly arranged room held no warmth from recent occupancy. In fact, this room had often been empty more than it had been occupied, but the feeling was different now. He asked, "When did my sister leave?" The maid who approached the emperor with a growling question finally spoke. "When His Majesty left for his father's funeral," he said. "Then, before I left, she already knew about her marriage, didn't she?" "Yes," she replied. He spoke, even knowing that she didn't say a word to me. "Nanny, you must have known too. If you knew, you should have told me," the emperor shouted as if in anguish. The nanny replied, "Her Highness the Princess has requested your presence." In Gotrov, marriage was arranged by the parents. Regardless of Lucio's status as emperor, Adelaide's marriage was under the jurisdiction of her mother, the Empress Dowager, making it difficult for him to interfere. Moreover, the Empress Dowager is currently regent. But if he had only been determined, there could have been ways around it, but his sister had prevented it. The emperor's shoulders slumped as if all his strength had left him, and even a hint of betrayal seemed to emanate from him. The nanny, seeing the emperor in such a state, reached into her bosom and handed him a letter. "Her Highness left a letter for you." The emperor, who had been extending his arm, swiftly took the letter like a lightning bolt. After dismissing everyone from the room except the nanny, he impatiently tore open the envelope. There was only one sheet inside. The firm, unadorned script and the concise sentences, devoid of any sentiment, were characteristic of her. His golden eyes quickly read the words, and his hand holding the letter began to tremble uncontrollably. Eventually, the Emperor buried his face in the letter. Your Majesty, she addressed me. Ask Your Majesty. My sister is truly a fool. The Emperor wept as he read his sister's letter. Your sister, she's truly a fool. It was a letter of apology. Lucio, the Emperor, headed straight for the Empress Dowager's palace after leaving Adelaide's residence. The Empress Dowager had already prepared to receive him upon hearing that the Emperor had arrived. Welcome, Your Majesty. With a beautiful face, she greeted him warmly as if she were showing compassion, her demeanor reminiscent of his mother's. He asked, why did you send my sister to Emont without consulting me? The Empress Dowager had anticipated this question. She responded with a gentle tone and a prepared answer. Adelaide is not meant to be a mere noblewoman. Being the Empress of Emont is better than that. I'm sorry I couldn't inform you earlier. But isn't that true for Adelaide as well? At that, Lucio chuckled. At his son's sudden laughter, the Empress Dowager was momentarily speechless. He continued, do you think I wouldn't know what you were using to pressure my sister? Her eyes widened as she stared at the Emperor. The Emperor, with a subdued sigh, leaned toward the Empress Dowager. Mother, Adelaide's creation of the Tower Countermeasures Division has become an obstacle to the strengthening of imperial authority. When you become emperor someday, you must suppress the power of that wicked thing. Do you understand? Even as a young child, Lucio found that statement rather odd. In his eyes, his sister, who roamed the wilderness in robes rather than sitting in the palace adorned with extravagant clothing, seemed more impressive than their mother. With a face that seemed almost wild, she knelt on one knee, looking at him like a towering mountain. When he met her exquisite golden eyes, he couldn't help but feel proud of his own eye color, which resembled hers. Sister, can't you send someone else on the expedition and stay in the palace? Whining childishly, he looked at her, and his sister always smiled affectionately in response. It was their mother who had forced this extraordinary and admirable sister to step aside from her position as crown princess. Their mother had demanded power that was truly cruel and merciless, even sending her own daughter into exile in a foreign land. Adele always apologized to Lucio. When asked what she was sorry for, she would just smile and not provide an answer. She believed her younger sibling remained unaware of the incident until now, so she finally left behind a letter of apology. However, Lucio had already discovered the truth several years ago. Lucio was born the year Adelaide turned 10. At that time, Adelaide was a crown princess, and Lucio received the title of prince. But when she turned 14, Adelaide defied her mother and established the Tower Resistance headquarters. The current Empress, who was then the Queen, acknowledged the Tower Resistance headquarters but also made this claim. The succession of a kingdom should prioritize one's safety above all else. The princess who declares that she will navigate through the political arena by establishing the Tower Resistance headquarters should delegate her position to Lucio Gotrov and leave the tower. The Emperor supported Adelaide, but the winner of this battle was the Empress. Adelaide relinquished her position as princess, but it wasn't easy for her to accept. Surrendering that position felt like a death sentence for someone who had always lived as a princess. However, she couldn't give up on the Tower Resistance headquarters. Some of her followers made a cruel proposition to her. It was an offer solely for her benefit, yet it was also something she shouldn't accept. Eliminate Prince Lucio. Normally, Adelaide would have unhesitatingly rejected such an inhumane proposal. But backed into a corner, she found herself wavering for a moment. Ultimately, she rejected the proposal, but the courtiers noticed her momentary hesitation. Adelaide's relinquishment of her princess position was a painful event for those who had supported her wholeheartedly. How could they watch their ship sink? Some of Adelaide's most extreme followers resorted to desperate measures. They secretly laced a potent poison into the 4-year-old prince's snack. Adelaide rushed frantically to save Lucio, who held the poisoned snack in his hand, and then held her younger brother close, crying endlessly. The momentary weakness that had shaken her had turned into poison for her beloved sibling. The late emperor arrested all those involved in this incident, but no records were left indicating that they were Adelaide's followers. As the blood of those who had once supported Adelaide flowed freely and the acrid smoke from burning bodies covered the sky, Adelaide realized that as long as she remained in Gotrov, such incidents would repeat themselves sooner or later. "I'm sorry, Lucio. Please forgive the momentary weakness I showed." And now, after more than a decade, Adelaide finally wrote a letter to Lucio, confessing everything to him. Perhaps going to Egmont was her self-imposed punishment and a final act of consideration for her brother. So she must have accepted the turmoil akin to exile with resignation. "Did you threaten my sister, mother?" the emperor growled as he asked, and the empress responded with a cold, piercing gaze. Empress spoke. "Do you think Adelaide would simply obey such threats and leave? Who do you think my daughter is?" Lucio faltered at the empress's acerbic words. Her compassionate smile had disappeared, and her face, as she looked at her son, had transformed into that of a ruthless politician. "She left of her own accord." "That can't be true." Lucio vehemently denied it, but the empress patiently explained. "Emperor, there cannot be two suns in the sky. There can only be one. Despite her failure, why do you think Adelaide's followers tried to kill you that day? Just her existence alone is like a sword hanging over your neck. Are you saying that my sister's presence would lead to my demise?" Then Empress replied, "It's not just a matter between the two of you. Adelaide's child, who will be older than your child, will have an impact on your successor. Wait for 10 years, and you will be grateful to this mother." Back in his palace, the emperor ordered Cain Knox, who had followed him, gather a few trustworthy individuals and go to Egmont. "Find out how Adelaide is doing. If my sister is unhappy there. If she no longer wishes to stay there." The emperor's golden eyes gleamed with clarity. "Bring my sister back to Gotrov. I am willing to wage war for that cause if necessary." Cain Knox bowed his head and replied, "Yes, your majesty." On the other hand, following Diane's orders, Lorraine headed towards the emperor's study. She couldn't help but worry about what would happen if the emperor wasn't there, but that was a mere thought. The emperor, without a word, didn't even look at Lorraine as she entered. "What's the matter?" His voice was dry and devoid of emotion. As rumored in public, there was no doubt that the emperor's interest in and affection for Diane were gradually fading. It wasn't so much that he despised or disliked her, but rather that he was growing indifferent. Lorraine cautiously assessed the emperor's mood before speaking. She spoke, "The lady of Count Portier has requested an audience with your majesty." At her words, Karl furrowed his brow. He asked, "Why didn't she come in person? Why did she send you?" She replied, "Because her majesty is not feeling well today. Coming in person would have been too much of a burden." Karl raised an eyebrow and leaned back in his chair, his expression uninterested. "I'll go later," he said dismissively. She continued, "Forgive me, your majesty. Lady Portier has something urgent to convey and has requested your presence immediately." The emperor's hand, which had been about to sign a document, froze in midair. He asked, "Right now?" "Yes, your majesty. I apologize for the inconvenience," she replied. Lorraine reached the entrance to Diana's chambers and promptly knocked on the door. "His Majesty, the Emperor has arrived." Karl entered the room without hesitation. "Your Majesty." At Diana's frail voice, Karl let out an involuntary sigh. The voice now seemed irritating rather than sympathetic. He preferred the strength that he could break rather than the vulnerability that worried him. Carl slowly turned his head to look at Diana, and he chuckled. Silence hung in the air. Something was subtly different. Puzzled by the strange discomfort, Carl paused, and that's when Diane slowly extended her hand toward him. Your Majesty, come here, please. Carl reacted to her gesture. Her complexion pale as if to confirm her claim of poor health. You mentioned you weren't feeling well. Are you feeling any better? Instead of answering his question, Diane cautiously took Carl's hand. Although the royal physicians had not yet provided a clear diagnosis, Diane couldn't wait any longer. She was convinced that there was a child in her womb. Even if the official announcement had to be delayed, she wanted Carl to know at the very least. Diana gently guided Carl's hand to her belly. In that moment, Carl froze. He stared at his hand on Diana's abdomen with a rigid expression. Your Majesty, there might be our child here. Silence continued to envelop them. Diane gazed at the Emperor's hand resting on her belly with tears of joy in her eyes. My child, your father is the Emperor of the realm. Her whole body trembled with happiness, and tears welled up in her eyes, streaming down her cheeks. Diane wiped away her tears and continued, all the recent discomfort I've been feeling corresponds to early pregnancy symptoms. However, as she spoke, she suddenly realized that the Emperor was silent. She slowly raised her head, and in that instant, she almost screamed. His eyes met hers, and she forgot to breathe. Instead of the warm gaze she had expected on her belly, the Emperor was looking at her as if he could see through her. When their eyes met, a shockingly cold gaze and expression met her, and she felt a shiver run down her spine. Your Majesty, even as Diane called out to him, her voice trembled with uncertainty, but the Emperor remained silent. Slowly, he withdrew his hands from Diane's stomach. His demeanor was so indifferent that Diane couldn't help but feel like she had made a grave mistake. Diane looked at him and spoke nervously. Aren't you happy, Your Majesty? As that question hung in the air, Diane's heart threatened to burst from her chest. After an agonizing silence that felt like an eternity, the Emperor responded curtly. I am glad. Diane couldn't tell if it was the lengthy silence or the tone that lacked sentiment that made her heart ache. Take good care of yourself. Without hesitation, the Emperor turned his back and exited the room. Diane stared at the door he left through, her face reflecting devastation. For some inexplicable reason, she felt like letting out a sob, so she covered her mouth. Her wide, azure eyes brimmed with endless uncertainty. Her heart pounded so violently that it was almost painful. As she gasped for breath and wrestled with her emotions, a sudden realization struck her like a blow to the head. What had the Emperor's biological mother, Lady Beatrice, once said? Despite giving birth to her son, her heir, Lady Beatrice, had never been officially acknowledged as the Emperor's mother. Shortly after delivering her child, she had been whisked away by the previous Empress, unable to properly see her own son until he turned 6. Carl had always sympathized with her mother's plight, and she had hoped that her treatment would be different. But now, that expression. It hit her like a ton of bricks. Diane had just realized something profoundly important. Even after ascending to the throne, Carl had never rectified the record regarding his biological mother, Lady Beatrice. He continued to be recorded as the adopted son of the previous Empress, with no mention of Lady Beatrice. Even though he had the power to change it, he hadn't. What did it all mean? Why had she only just grasped this now? Had she been seeing only what she wanted to see? The possibility Diane couldn't bear to contemplate loomed in her mind. Could it be that Karl Ulrich didn't want a child with her? Would he give her child to the Empress, just as the previous emperor had done? And would he erase every trace of her as the biological mother, just like his predecessor had done? Empress. He would hand the child over to that woman. Diane's eyes welled up with tears, and she clung to her belly, curling her body into a fetal position. She muttered, "My baby, I will never let them take you away, ever." Carl emerged from Diane's room, wearing an inscrutable expression, and immediately summoned his attending physician. Alone in the room, devoid of even his attendants, he tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk. His brow furrowed in deep thought. One thing was certain, the news Diane had delivered was far from happy. After a while, the attending physician entered, his face marked with nervousness. Carl continued to tap the desk with his index finger, only raising his eyes to acknowledge the doctor's presence. The doctor quickly offered an explanation, as if he had already anticipated why the Emperor had summoned him. He said, "It's highly unlikely, Your Majesty." Sweating profusely, the attending physician met the Emperor's cold gaze, as if expecting to be tasked with finding a plausible excuse. Just before being summoned, he had been livid with those who had examined Diane, demanding to know if they had made any mistakes in their diagnosis. He continued, "The odds are truly minuscule. I doubt it will ever come to pass. I meticulously followed the prescribed dosage of that medication. There couldn't have been an error." The Emperor frowned and said, "So the only error was mine." Upon hearing the Emperor's discontented words, the attending physician swiftly offered an apology. "I apologize, Your Majesty. However, there is a chance the diagnosis might be inaccurate. Initial diagnoses can be uncertain." Carl's eyebrows twitched. He fixed his icy gaze on the doctor's head, letting out an exasperated sigh. He hadn't anticipated this, and it was certain that this news would eventually become a rumor. It wasn't something that could be kept under wraps by silencing a few individuals, and if the diagnosis was indeed correct, it would be impossible to conceal in a matter of months. When the Empress found out, how would she react? Carl could vividly picture Adele's cold, emotionless expression. She would likely say very little, perhaps even feign celebration with a frigid demeanor. Yet, from Adele's perspective, her already tenuous position would be further destabilized. At that moment, a revelation struck Carl like a bolt of lightning, and his violet eyes narrowed. He muttered, "It's something that could potentially shift our positions significantly. If the Empress's position in the palace is weakened, she will be forced to rely on me alone. This might be an opportunity to change the Empress's impression of me." Meanwhile, Lennox, returning to the wizard's residence, hurried to Duke d'Espun's office as summoned. He was still so elated that he struggled to catch his breath, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Lennox entered the office of Duke d'Espun, who seemed lost in thought. "Duke, you called for me." Duke d'Espun glanced at Lennox as he entered and gestured toward a chair. "Please, have a seat." Following the Duke's directive, Lennox calmly settled into the sofa. Duke d'Espun cast a scrutinizing glance at Lennox. Without the Duke, both Lennox and Diane would have lived entirely different lives. A dozen years ago, the Duke had encountered his future brother and sister for the first time at the estate he had visited to dismantle the tower. By chance, he had witnessed Lennox's awakening, leading to the Duke adopting the orphaned siblings who had lost their parents. Lennox possessed remarkable wizardry skills but lacked cunning, whereas Diane, devoid of magical abilities, was intelligent and exceptionally attractive. As time passed, Lennox played a pivotal role in managing the wizards, while Diane helped make the temperamental and challenging Emperor more amenable to the Duke. However, it was Diane who had lost her influence first. Just like flowers that bloomed for a season and then withered, the Emperor's favor for her had recently waned. The plan had been to send Diane away from the palace once her usefulness had expired and persuade the Empress to assume her role. Then the Duke spoke. "Lennox." "Yes, Your Majesty the Duke." Lennox responded. Duke d'Espun's purple eyes fixed on Lennox intently. A heavy silence settled in. "Why are you hesitating?" Unable to contain himself, Lennox inquired. And the Duke replied in a sly tone, "Can you compete with the Empress and win?" Lennox's heart plummeted. For a moment, he forgot to breathe and was left speechless. Then, with a pallid face, he urgently answered, "I can." "Really? Even though you're barely level 5, you single-handedly destroyed a level 4 tower. Is it possible?" Duke asked. Lennox continued, "It's possible. Your Royal Highness, my name is Lennox Poitiers. If you ask me to fight, I'll do it right now. Please have faith in me." The Duke of Despun clicked his tongue as he watched Lennox raise his eyebrows and vociferously declare his capabilities. What if Lennox rushed in without certainty of victory and ended up losing? If Lennox had been more astute, he might have responded that he would control and manage the wizards regardless of the Empress's abilities, rather than boldly proclaiming his ability to perform feats like this. Nevertheless, it was easier to deal with Lennox's somewhat limited intelligence than with cleverness. So the Duke of Despun refrained from chastising him. But Lennox's anxiety had already swelled and filled his chest. "Your Majesty the Duke." With a sudden burst of enthusiasm, Lennox, who had been trembling with anxiety, called out to the Duke of Despun, his eyes gleaming. Duke Despun tilted his head inquisitively as Lennox leaned closer. "I have something to tell you." Duke asked, "What's going on?" The guy who had been so anxious and clueless suddenly brightened, and the Duke leaned in, equally intrigued. Lennox took a deep breath, exhaling as he spoke with a joyful tone. "They say Diane is pregnant." "What?" Duke was surprised. "Diane, they say she's carrying your Majesty's child. Diane is pregnant." "Yes, that's right." Upon hearing those words, the Duke's expression underwent a subtle change. Lennox nervously watched the Duke's reaction. Duke Despun, swiftly calculating something, blinked his wide eyes several times and let out a mild exclamation. "Is that so?" Lennox continued, "Yes, yes. They're not certain yet, but it's definitely happening. Absolutely. Ha, what wonderful news. This is truly fantastic news." Eventually, laughter erupted, filling the Duke's office for a considerable time. Duke Despun, who had muttered several more times about how wonderful the news was, adopted a more subdued tone as he took back what he had said to Lennox earlier. "You know, now that I think about it, I don't believe there's any need for you to compete with Her Majesty. How about I test your abilities instead? Your Majesty might take offense. By the way, what gift should I give to Diane?" With an air of feigned concern, the Duke slapped his knee and said, "Shall she return to the Ivory Palace?" "Your Majesty the Duke, are you serious?" When Lennox called him with a heartfelt expression. The Duke chuckled. "After all, a mother should be comfortable. The place you're staying in is probably more comfortable." "But how?" Lennox inquired. Duke said, "What can I do? Can't we just pay for it?" "I'll support you discreetly." Lennox spoke, "Your Highness the Duke. Thank you so much." Duke thought, "Besides, the Financial Services Agency is under my control. I can simply allocate the funds." After a while, Lennox left, immersed in joy, and the smile slowly faded from Duke Despun's face as he was left alone. He mumbled to himself, rubbing his chin. "Pregnant. That's odd. I'm aware that the Emperor continues to take that medication. Did he pause it momentarily to bring in the Empress? I haven't heard anything like that." Karl harbored a deep-seated complex about his lineage. As a result, he had no intention of having a child with Diane, a commoner, and was secretly using birth control pills. The only people privy to this information were Karl, his physician, and Duke Despun. Of course, the Emperor was unaware that the Duke knew. That's irrelevant. Whether or not a child is on the way, and regardless of whether it's the Emperor's offspring or not. What mattered was that Diane had triggered the event called pregnancy. Duke Despun's mind was working cunningly. "It's already time to temper the Empress's spirit," Duke Despun mused. "If I were to reveal that the Emperor's concubine is expecting a child before her, it might give her a little pause." He chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, as Adele returned to the palace, she cautiously gauged Lady Giggs's mood and was relieved to find no objections. She had mentally prepared herself for a scolding upon her return, but there had been nothing of the sort. Borrowing the jacket from Lionel during her brief encounter with him had proven to be a wise move. If she hadn't worn it and had shown up without it, her well-being would have been a bigger issue than any scolding. As she thought about this, she suddenly remembered the warmth that had wrapped around her shoulders and back. The warmth that had protected her from the chilly breeze and the broad, strong shoulders as well. The word, protection, was strange when associated with her. Adele was always the one to protect others, not someone who received protection. Nonetheless, she didn't dislike Lionel's actions. In fact, she wanted to rely on him more. That's why she walked that path with him. When the wind rustled the leaves and the scent of fresh musk wafted through the air, Adele had a lingering feeling that it still tickled her senses. He must use good cologne. Then Lady Giggs asked, "May I ask where you've been?" When Lady Giggs, who was tidying up the Queen's hair, inquired, Adele quickly pushed her thoughts aside. She said, "I met with Duke d'Espun for a moment." "I see," Lady Giggs replied. The Empress asks, "By the way, why does Duke d'Espun have no heir?" Lady Giggs spoke. Duke d'Espun changed her spouses 3 times, trying to have a child, but they all ended in disappointment. Still, to have no child. Lady Giggs didn't feel the need to continue, and Adele didn't press further. "Please keep an eye on Duke d'Espun." In a casual piece of advice, like passing time, Adele nodded slowly. She said, "It seemed necessary." Lady Giggs continued, after raising the Poiter siblings and continuing to support them. Lady Giggs had been passing on her vast knowledge of people, little by little, and Adele absorbed her words as if storing them in her memory. Of course, acknowledging that it was Lady Giggs's subjective opinion. At that moment, a servant knocked and entered the room, carefully holding a piece of document. When Lady Giggs stepped forward to inquire about the matter, the servant handed over the document she had been holding. The servant told her, "It's documents sent from the Administration Bureau." Administration Bureau, I see. You can leave now. Once the servant left, Lady Giggs immediately handed the documents to Adele. The Empress calmly took out the papers and began to read them attentively. Lady Giggs observed the Empress' expression as she read. Finally, when Adele looked up from the documents and raised her head, Lady Giggs inquired in a composed tone, "What is the content of these documents?" In response to her question, Adele handed her the documents. "It seems that she wants to lease the Ivory Palace." Lady Giggs was surprised. "What? Is this coming from Diane Poiter?" Adele was surprised by Lady Giggs's inquiry and extended the documents towards her. Empress reply, "The lease period is indefinite. She wants to use the entire palace, not a specific room, as she did before. The rent must be exorbitant." Lady Giggs quickly received the documents and skimmed through them. "She's requesting this exorbitant sum indefinitely. How on earth did this happen?" Adele furrowed her brow with a creased forehead, thinking that she needed to uncover the details of this incident. Naturally, the name that came to mind was Lionel. Since when? Lionel had become the first person Adele sought whenever she faced difficult situations, although it hadn't been like that when they were in Gothorpe. Adele realized that she wanted to rely on him. Pushing away her concerns about him, Adele gave instructions to Lady Giggs. "Contact Lionel Balder and ask him to visit for a moment. Perhaps the House of Balder could know something. And in the meantime, review these documents and prepare a response." Since becoming an aide, Lionel had been collecting information regarding the Queen faster than anyone else in the palace. It was a natural part of his role as an efficient aide, but, in reality, it was merely an excuse. From the moment he first met the Queen, his every thought had been connected to the Queen's palace. In no time Lionel came to the Empress Palace. "You wished to see me, Your Majesty." Lionel observed Adele's expression attentively upon his arrival. "Are you feeling better now?" Empress reply, "Yes. I apologize for calling you suddenly. I have something I'd like to ask." "Please, sit." As Lionel took a seat across from her, Adele got straight to the point. "Is it because of Diane Poiter's lease of the Ivory Palace?" Adele looked at Lionel as if daring him to continue. Less patient, Lionel looked at her seriously. Please, go on. Why do you ask about it? It hasn't even been an hour since we received the documents for the Queen's Palace lease, so how much do you know? Lionel explained his findings based on the information he had obtained. He spoke, after hearing the rumor about the Ivory Palace lease, we immediately investigated Lennox Poiter's actions. It seems that he went straight to the Administration Bureau right after meeting with Duke d'Espun. It's clear that Duke d'Espun's covert support will make this lease possible. The Duke probably intends to get the money he paid back, as he has influence over the Treasury Bureau. Is that even possible? Adele was taken aback, wondering how rotten the situation had become. If this hypothesis is correct, why would they secretly support the Ivory Palace lease? There must be some profit for them. As Adele mumbled to herself, Lionel, who had been explaining the situation, suddenly fell silent. Adele noticed his silence and realized it was an act of consideration toward her. Although Lionel had explained the situation thus far, he didn't want to burden her with everything. Then she spoke, as Diane Poyer is pregnant. Although there was no reason to be upset over this trivial matter, an undeniable hint of bitterness appeared on the Queen's porcelain-like face. After all, this meant an already narrow space would become even narrower. Adele couldn't help but feel relieved that Lionel was the one who had informed her of this news. She didn't want to show such a distressed expression to anyone other than him. Are you all right? As Lionel had scrutinized Adele persistently, his heart ached like a festering wound. The overwhelming feeling of defeat he had experienced on that day was boiling inside him again. Lying on the bed, he had been unable to do anything other than watch the Empress by the Emperor's side, occupying the place that had been etched into a corner of his heart. Although he could have offered anything, it was merely a heartfelt longing, as the Empress belonged to the Emperor in reality. If the Queen was in pain or hurt due to the Emperor, what could Lionel possibly do for her? He had to turn his gaze away and look toward the side. Meanwhile, Adele had managed to regain her composure. She didn't want to appear as if she were eager to produce an air as if her life depended on it, crushed by this news. She deliberately straightened her shoulders and spoke casually. It should be all right, shouldn't it? If the Empress, who had quickly returned to her calm and composed self, looked even more pitiable than when she had been searching for her fellow comrades from Gotrov, was that too presumptuous of a thought? As Lionel and Adele exchanged glances filled with their respective emotions, their eyes met in the empty space. Meanwhile, the rumors surrounding the Lady of d'Espun spread like wildfire through high society. People couldn't help but buzz with excitement over Diane's pregnancy, even those who had no interest in such gossip. Alongside this, news that Diane Poitiers had leased the entire Ivory Palace was also making waves. Emperor asked, she leased the entire Ivory Palace? Karl paused his work and raised an eyebrow. Yes, Your Majesty, the attendant confirmed. After a brief silence, Karl narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on his aide. He asked, do you think the news of Diane's pregnancy has reached the Empress's palace? It's quite likely, don't you think? The aide responded. Karl tilted his head in contemplation, then suddenly rose from his seat. Fetch my coat. I'm going to the Empress's palace. As Karl hurried towards the Empress's palace, his steps quickening with every stride, he couldn't help but imagine the icy reception he would receive from the Empress. She was undoubtedly furious. Of course, she would be in a foul mood, cornered in her own palace as she was. But in this situation, who could help her? Lionel Balder. From what he'd heard, that scoundrel had led the Empress into the squalor of the slums. Surely the Empress hadn't willingly gone there herself. She must have simply wanted to observe the lives of ordinary people. Adelaide must have figured it out by now. Lionel Balder, that man, wouldn't be of any significant help to her. Moreover, what good could a mere aide do for the Empress, whose position was precarious due to the succession issue? Karl couldn't help but smirk. The only person who could truly assist her was the Emperor. Adelaide was smart, She must be aware of this fact. He would have to extend his hand with a smile, reassure her that he would lead her to a garden of flowers, not a dirty slum. Then, she'd have no choice but to take his hand and leave Adelaide behind in the slums. Carl stubbornly ignored the fact that he was the one pushing Adelaide into the gutter. He was entirely focused on placing Adelaide in the palm of his hand. After Lionel was dismissed, Adelaide leisurely enjoyed her meal. She finished a bowl of soup and called for some meat to chew on. She wiped her plate clean after the meal. Lady Giggs, who had been concerned that the Empress might faint, watched her with a deep sigh of relief. Lady Giggs had some vague inkling of the reason for the Empress's collapse. Although she couldn't understand the murmurs in Gothropian, they were filled with such intense emotion that they tugged at her heart. It hadn't been long since she had taken over her position, but the Empress appeared cold on the outside, with strong beliefs hidden beneath the surface. Lady Giggs genuinely wished for the Empress to find happiness here. The Empress smiled and asked, "What's the matter? Why do you look so glum?" "Your Majesty," Lady Giggs replied. Empress spoke, "Please, lady. What's there to be so gloomy about? It's not like you." Only then did Lady Giggs realize how far her expression had fallen, and she quickly adjusted herself. "I apologize. I didn't ask for an apology. I want to talk about not worrying." Adelaide rose from her seat after using a napkin to clean her mouth. It might be a lie if she claimed she didn't feel the crisis looming, but as long as Diane Poitiers was by the Emperor's side, it was bound to happen sooner or later. "I am the Empress of Emont. It means more than simply being the Emperor's wife and the mother of the future Emperor. So, there's no reason for me to be shaken just because the government is aware that the Emperor has a child." Adelaide's confident words brought Lady Giggs to her senses. She politely clasped her hands and bowed her head. "You're absolutely right. So, don't worry, lady." The Empress gently lifted the noblewoman's shoulders, and as the woman raised her head, she met her gaze with a reassuring smile. The noblewoman's heart settled as she looked into the Empress's calm eyes. While the noblewoman finished tidying up the dishes, Adelaide gazed out the window, lost in thought. Just as she had mentioned to the noblewoman, the news of Diane's pregnancy was something she had anticipated, and it didn't shock her. However, this event had brought to the forefront an issue she had been avoiding. Adelaide had not yet spent a night with the Emperor. As the Empress, she could not indefinitely avoid her duty to produce an heir. Her thoughts swirled as she stared at the clear, cloudless sky outside the window. At the moment Carl arrived at the Empress's palace, he stopped in his tracks and gazed at the Empress. The Empress's face, as she gazed into the distant sky, appeared pure and serene, both delicate and strong. Despite hearing the news of Diane's pregnancy, she remained unwavering. Indeed, she displayed the demeanor of a true empress. Just as Diane had suspected, Carl was overwhelmed by a deep sense of rejection and anger towards the figure of the Empress. However, Diane had yet to realize just how deeply Carl had followed and yearned for the previous Empress in his childhood. To Carl, the Empress was not just a source of loathing but also an object of admiration and envy. It was an emotion etched into his subconscious that not even the Emperor himself was aware of, and it had been slowly rising to the surface until it burst forth completely. "Empress!" Carl couldn't contain himself any longer and called out to Adelaide. She turned her head to look at him. When her regal golden eyes met his, the Emperor smiled brightly, even unknowingly. In the reception room of the Empress's palace, Adelaide was baffled when she faced the Emperor, who was sitting across from her. Despite sipping her tea absent-mindedly and not looking at him, she was unaware that the Emperor's persistent gaze never wavered. Eventually, after Adelaide sighed and met his lavender eyes, the Emperor smiled warmly at her. It was an intoxicating smile, yet Adelaide instinctively leaned back. After the news of Diane's pregnancy had spread, Carl had suddenly appeared and revealed this silent charm that Adelaide couldn't have anticipated. She put down her teacup without realizing it, and when her eyes met the Emperor's deep, alluring gaze, she involuntarily moved back. Why is he acting like this? Empress. Carl couldn't help but call her once more. Adelaide was shocked by the affectionate and sweet tone in his voice. Though her gaze had been cast away, when it finally met his, Carl inclined his head to lock eyes with her, his Empress appearing perfectly regal and poised. Empress. Speak. She replied. He continued, you must have heard the rumors. Don't worry too much. Adelaide couldn't figure out what to say in response. She was dying to know what the Emperor was thinking. What had happened in the past 2 months that could explain his sudden change in attitude? What do you mean? She asked. Carl keenly picked up on Adelaide's confusion in her tone. Well, that was likely the case. Even if he was whispering like the clear autumn sky and wearing an unusual expression on his face, what he had said seemed like a confession. My successor will be your child. Adelaide's expression turned even more puzzled. She thought, did Carl have a fight with Diane Poutier or something? She was deeply suspicious of his abrupt change in demeanor after Diane's pregnancy had been announced. Carl continued speaking without paying much attention to Adelaide's subtle reactions. So, let me tell you, Empress. We should get along well now. Send your advisor away and refrain from visiting slums. The Empress was startled and then she inquired, are you aware that I went to the slums? He continued, you said you wanted to see how the common people lived, didn't you? Lionel Balder must have guided you to the slums. That place is not where ordinary Emont citizens reside. Don't be too disappointed. Have you been to the slums yourself? In response to Adelaide's question, Carl involuntarily furrowed his brow. Visions of filth and foul odors flashed in his mind. Meeting the disgusted gaze of the Emperor, Adelaide swallowed her embarrassment and spoke firmly. You shouldn't judge it like that. He nodded with his face still wrinkled. Someday, I will eradicate the slums in the capital. This meant not to rescue the miserable people in the slums, but to clear away the impurity that marred the capital's aesthetics. Your Majesty, what should be eradicated is not the slums but the tower. Carl's eyes widened, and he looked at Adelaide with surprise. Adelaide took a deep breath and spoke calmly. Those who have lost their hometowns because of the tower have nowhere to go but the slums. If we remove the tower and return their homes to them, no one will stay in such miserable places, Your Majesty. At that moment, the Emperor's previously soft gaze turned cold, and his purple eyes chilled. Lionel's sharp voice seemed to blend with the Empress's words. To eradicate the slums, we must prioritize the removal of the tower. During the scorching summer, the stench of the slums would seep to the palace. Unable to bear it any longer, Carl had made plans several times to push that colossal pile of filth away, only to be thwarted by the opposition from the Balder estate. Then where do all those people in the slums go? Carl retorted aggressively to Adele. Lord Lionel Balder, did he request that you speak like this? Carl questioned. No, but I offered to go to the slums myself. Hospitals and schools have become scarce, and even basic infrastructure is lacking. I've heard that such slums are rampant across the entire empire. Your Majesty, you must remove the tower, Adele insisted. The Empress's words fell on deaf ears as the Emperor's thoughts were in disarray when Lionel stood beside her. Lionel Balder had always been a thorn in Carl's side, a presence that Carl found hard to ignore. How can Lionel Balder be so handsome even though he's still a boy? His bloodline is impeccable, and his abilities are exceptional. If I had one more daughter, I would undoubtedly betroth her to Lionel Balder. The previous Empress held a special affection for the Balder brothers. She hardly bestowed any affection upon Carl but always favored them. She was also the one who pushed for the engagement between Elizabeth and Theseus. The anger that had been festering and simmering for a long time was now swelling in the face of the Emperor's outburst. The tower. It's the foundation of my power. Do you think the nobles would bow their heads to me if it weren't there? The Duke of Despun's whisper sounded as deafening as a bell. To your Majesty, who hails from humble origins, would the nobles bow their lofty heads? You should hold the leash firmly with the tower, Adele thought in response. The Emperor's stubbornness was approaching a fit, and Adele felt suffocated by it. Was this really what the Emperor wanted to say? It was so pitiful that it made her seethe with anger. Empress reply, how can disaster be the foundation of power? The residents of the slums have lost their means of living and can't pay taxes. Is there anything more detrimental to your power than a dwindling tax-paying population? That's enough. Stop now, the Emperor said, turning his head away, clearly unwilling to hear more. Adele, in response, abruptly stood up and walked angrily to one corner of the study. She fetched a rolled-up map, pushed a teacup aside, and laid the map flat on the table. The map was covered in red ink marks. Carl glared at Adele with an intense gaze, but she paid no attention and pointed at the map with her hand. Please, do you know what this is? Adele stared at the Emperor with piercing eyes. It's a map indicating the influence zones of the tower. Look at how many safe areas there are beyond the reach of the tower and the demons. Is this not a hell? Carl's gaze, which had been locked on Adele, slowly descended to the map. With the situation as it is, how do you plan to eradicate the slums in the capital? If you remove them, where will the people who live there go? Is this not tantamount to a death sentence? Adele pleaded earnestly to the silent Emperor. Actively remove the tower. If you wield your power as a guarantee for the lives of the people, that blade will surely return to you, Adele implored, waiting anxiously for his response. It wasn't just for Egmont's sake but also for herself as the Empress. Even if it was just to fulfill her duty as the Empress, if not love, Adele didn't want to harbor any hatred toward the Emperor. After all, she had been exiled to this place, as if she had been demoted from the position of the Gotrov princess. Adele spoke once more, earnestly. Please, remove the tower. I will assist you. The Emperor, who had been silently gazing at the map, slowly lifted his head. Please say that you understand. Adele swallowed hard, feeling how the brief moment stretched into an eternity. But when she finally locked eyes with the Emperor, she sensed cold sweat trickling down her back. The determination in his eyes was contrary to her hopes. He spoke, didn't I tell you? The tower is the foundation of my power. If it's gone, do you think you'll be safe, even if the Balder estate made some agreement with you at that time? The Emperor concluded, rising from his seat and alternating his dispassionate gaze between the map and Adele. It truly is incomprehensible. Why do you force yourself into such a harsh environment? It should be much more comfortable if you just take my outstretched hand. Isn't now the time for that? Instead of marking such things on the map, he sneered, his mockery provoking Adele to rise from her seat and face the Emperor, delivering a warning. If the tower remains as it is, problems will surely arise in the not-so-distant future. I am the Empress of Egmont. If I don't care, who will attend to this? Look, Your Majesty. The Emperor slipped his hand into his pocket and approached Adele, leaning in to whisper into her ear. You look good with flowers. Adele openly scoffed at the Emperor's words. That's a new one. Carl also chuckled and stared intently with his golden eyes. The intense golden light, as close as an outstretched hand, pierced through the thick darkness. The child who had vaguely yearned for recognition had grown into an adult and now wanted to grasp that light differently. He spoke, you'll help in removing the tower. She replied, correct it properly. I will assist. He thought, with that delicate face, she dared to confront hell. Even if she had destroyed the tower on her own, wasn't it just an intermediate tower? She would have received various treatments even during her tours in Gotrov. Very well, let her give it a try. He continued speaking, very well. Then, Empress, the next time the tower descends, you shall take the lead. I shall send you to the forefront. Her challenging golden eyes harbored no fear. That's what I wanted. The Emperor twisted his lips. What did she want? Fine, push her into the harshest place, then. Make sure she can't say that she'll do it again with those pretty lips. Meanwhile, at Gotrov's Empress's palace. When the Empress, who was lying down receiving a massage, got up and asked. The maid who delivered the message quickly lowered her head. The maid quickly brought a change of clothes, having sensed the Empress's mood. The maids retreated as the Empress gestured to the one who had brought the news. Then, as she put on the clothes, she asked again. "Who is going?" The maid said, "Cain Knox and Gavilan Ruhan have arrived at the harbor secretly." These two had been the shadowy figures guarding Adele, serving as key members of Gotrov Tower's headquarters and filling the void left by the Crown Princess. The Empress asked, "On the Emperor's orders?" "It appears so," the maid replied. The Empress continued, "What else have you found out?" The maid replied, "It seems that His Majesty the Emperor has sent them a letter, but I couldn't ascertain the contents." "I see. You've done well. You may leave." As the maid briskly left the room, the Empress heaved a long sigh. As the maid carefully tied her hair, the Empress spoke. "It's obvious at first glance. The Emperor thinks so much of his sister. Isn't it written that she should come back when things get difficult?" Quote, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Empress, lost in thought, muttered softly. "Deceptive. Would it make you feel better to pretend you're doing this for the country, leaving your daughter behind?" Her eyes grew deep and dark, filled with bitterness. "Adele takes after me. We may have differing opinions that have led us to this point, but if that child had shared my sentiments, Adele would have been the most intriguing ally and my strongest support." The thought was heart-wrenching. If Adele had thought like the Empress and become the Emperor of Gotrov, mother and daughter would have shared the world, laughing together. Adele, that child, you see, she's the type who is perfect for the throne, yet simultaneously not suitable at all. Too clear water cannot sustain fish. How many people would give up their lives for their beliefs? How many would understand such individuals? When a typhoon strikes, the reeds may survive, but the trees will bend. That child is the most ideal emperor, and paradoxically, only possible in the realm of ideals. As the palace maid finished arranging the Empress's hair, she took a step back and inquired, "What if they bring the Crown Princess to Gotrov?" To that question, the Empress smirked and shook her head. "That won't happen." The Empress's eyes, which had been vacant as she gazed into the void, gradually reddened, and tears welled up. Before she left, Adele secretly took 2 vials of a potent poison from the Imperial apothecary. The tears falling from her eyes stained her red skirt. "Yes, she's a stubborn one, isn't she? That's her way of saying she'll never come back." Adele was a child who wouldn't surrender on days when there was no turning back and chose death instead. A large merchant ship bound for Egmont began to glide across the water, carried by the breeze. The blue sea broke into white foam, clearing the path. Standing at the bow was a man with impressively long silver hair and deep green eyes. His name was Cain Knox. His eyes, fixed in the direction of Egmont, seemed as deep as the sea. At that moment, a man approached him and gripped the railing, leaning forward. A voice came. "Seriously, before you leave, why don't you at least show some emotion and beg not to go?" "I told you so, didn't I?" Cain said, quiet. Well, even if he had done that, would the situation have changed? In reality, countless people had clung to her ankles, begging her not to leave. But how ruthlessly had she shaken them off and gone? Those who followed the nobility inevitably became seeds of rebellion. Even without an inheritance as insignificant as a mouse dropping, it was dangerous, let alone when she had been the heir at one point. Her presence was not tolerable in any way that did not benefit Gotrov. So she left without mercy. Gavilan sighed and said, "They might be happy that we're going, who knows? If it's unfortunate, they might even ask us to bring you back." The mischievous expression disappeared completely from his face. He continued, "The Emperor expects us to bring her back if she's unhappy. If she were the kind of person who could be persuaded so easily, she wouldn't have left in the first place. If you ask me, there's only one way. We can bring her back to Gotrov. And that if she was dethroned. But just thinking about it makes me angry. If that's the case, I'll turn Egmont into a wasteland, I will ruin the Egmont. Cain gazed at the horizon beyond the empty sea even after Gavilan went into the cabin. At the end of this journey to Egmont, the person they sought was waiting. Cain closed his eyes. Meanwhile in the Empress Palace Egmont, the Empress was not feeling well. After the conversation with the Emperor, she wanted to spend some time alone. She called Lady Giggs. "Madam, I'm going for a walk." Adele paused as she stood by the door, and in response to her words, Lady Giggs, the lady-in-waiting, quickly brought her a coat. She was already dressed in anticipation of accompanying the Queen. Adele, slipping into the coat provided, told the lady-in-waiting, "I'll go alone." Lady Giggs spoke. "That's not advisable, Your Majesty. The sun is about to set." Empress Adele replied, "I won't go far. I'll be back before it gets too dark." Adele insisted on going by herself. Giggs, the lady-in-waiting, fell silent. Adele silenced her with a polite smile before slipping out of the palace quickly, avoiding the main entrance to minimize public attention. Giggs watched the Queen as she left, a troubled expression on her face, and her blue eyes betrayed a mix of worry and concern. Oddly enough, the Empress Adele reminded her more of Princess Elizabeth. What had become of Elizabeth? Had she divorced Theodore Balder, the Duke, and eventually been exiled to a remote fiefdom? Giggs stayed up for several nights, her heart aching when she found out the truth. Elizabeth had discovered that the Duke of Despun and the Emperor were scheming to pass a law to strip the princess spouse of political authority. So, Elizabeth boldly initiated her divorce from Theodore Balder and left the capital. Giggs sighed as she watched the receding figure of the Empress. "Perhaps I should prepare some warm water in case she returns for a bath." By the time the sun was setting, the wind had become even sharper. Despite the biting cold, Adele didn't seem to notice. She was walking along the path she had taken earlier in the day with Lionel. It was a desolate area with very few people around, and Adele moved effortlessly, her body acting on autopilot. Her mind was boiling with emotions, yet she pushed all the discomfort away, focusing on walking as her subconscious guided her every step. She paid it no heed and continued walking. Every step she took seemed to make the ground beneath her tremble and give way to her presence, like the world itself was changing in response to her. Her eyes were glued to the ground, and she continued her steps without any clear direction, lost in thought. Then a black shadow crossed her path, interrupting her trance. Her eyes slowly lifted from the ground, and she found herself staring at the figure of a man standing there with the sun at his back. Adele squinted at the sudden, intense light that was now right in front of her. With a step, the shadow cast by the man fell onto her feet. And then another step, and the shadow reached her ankles. Adele couldn't help but pause and once again turn her gaze towards the enigmatic figure. The shadow drew even closer, one step at a time, and then finally, it covered her completely. Submerged within his shadow, Adele whispered his name. "Lionel, Your Majesty, the Empress." He called out, but she didn't seem to hear. His voice was barely above a whisper. He continued, "Are you leaving the palace? Is this the way you're heading? Your Majesty, where are you going at this hour?" She replied, "For a walk." As her forehead reflexively creased, Adele glanced around at the dimming surroundings. She asked, "If you are going this way, why don't we walk together?" Lionel bit his lip as Adele's laughter-tinged voice, her nonchalant tone, and her expression suggested as if nothing had happened. The weary and powerless image from a moment ago had disappeared. The Empress was now desperately struggling to maintain her composure. He then said, "Cain Knox, Gavilan Luhan, and Theodore Cynic." At the sudden mention of these names, Adele swallowed hard. "If you ever wish to speak their names, just let me know. If you need them, feel free to tell me anytime." Lionel spoke earnestly, his black eyes shining. Even though bringing them here wouldn't offer him any advantage, the chilly wind that had been blowing through his heart started to feel warmer. His kindness was like a warm knife, gently slicing through the strong walls and revealing the most delicate parts. His broad stature seemed even sturdier today, and Adele's weakened heart kept urging her to lean against his shoulders. Adele playfully broke the silence and spoke. "I've chosen my advisor very well, haven't I?" With that, she began to walk back the way they had come. Lionel quickly caught up with her, matching her strides. He then asked, "Who are they?" The Empress then spoke, "Those who used to accompany me, breaking into the tower." Lionel continued, "They must be the ones in charge of the tower headquarters. I've heard of the Knox family from Gotrov." The Empress Adele continued, "Really? Well, the Knox family is a highly respected lineage. Cain Knox is their illegitimate son. He's the only precious son, and because he followed me around as if I were his mother, the family often came to me to discuss family matters." Lionel then playfully spoke, "They must have asked to exclude him from the tower headquarters, I assume." Adele suddenly burst into laughter, as if reminiscing about the past. She then said, "Yes, but Cain is as good at breaking into the tower as I am. I scolded him and told him to go talk to your son about that. But even after that, they still came to me for advice more than to my own son. I should have expected that." As they talked about their hometown, the Empress's expression became lighter. Her face would get lost in the darkness, bathed in the setting sun, when she turned her head towards him, and it repeatedly enveloped her in a vibrant red glow. She looked so beautiful that Lionel pretended to ask about Gotrov to see her radiant face, and Adele answered him with a sparkle in her eyes. He hoped this moment would never end. Then Adele suddenly asks, "Where did you get that jacket? That you lent me before, could you ask if they make women's coats too? They seem really warm." Adele suddenly remembered the pleasant scent that had come from his clothes. She asked, "What perfume do you use?" He was stunned. He then spoke, "I don't use perfume." "Really? Are you sure?" This time, Adele widens her eyes. There was no way he did, right? As Adele leaned in and took a deep breath, Lionel reflexively took a step back. His ears were burning, and the two gazes collided in midair. Adele straightened herself, put on a serious expression, and continued walking. "I see." Lionel followed the Empress, and for some reason, he tried to smell his own clothes. It didn't seem like it was him who used perfume. It must be Empress perfume which she smelled on his jacket. As Lionel thought, the two shadows, wrapped in the dreamy red light, walked side by side. In those shadows, they were not the Empress and her advisor, but simply a man and a woman. He wished that this walk would never end. Meanwhile in the Emperor office, Karl, who was busy with his paperwork, opened the door and glanced at Diane when she appeared, but then lowered his gaze to his documents. He asked, "What's the matter? Speak." "I'm going back to the Ivory Palace today." Even with these words, the Emperor merely stared at her with a cold expression. He offered no concerns about the substantial rental fee or any light congratulations. Unable to bear the ensuing silence, Diane placed her hand on her belly and began to speak slowly. "I feel the baby's movements. This child must have a very cheerful personality. Wouldn't it be nice if you came to visit and spoke to the baby from time to time?" Diane scrutinized Karl's face, her gaze sharp. "Children need the love of their biological parents, don't they? Your Highness, I don't have the strength to protect this child. Would you acknowledge this child? Both me and your Majesty's child." At this point the Emperor was pissed off from her nagging and he shouted, "Enough." She cried, "Don't abandon me and this child, Your Highness." Karl, who had been muttering, suddenly stood up and approached her with quick strides. Diane, who had always been thought of as weak, didn't back down and faced him. Karl came close to her, bringing his face inches from hers, and growled softly. He spoke, "I always told you not to talk about that. I told you that my love was enough." Terrified, Diane shot back, "Have you shown me love recently? Where were you when I was chased out of the Ivory Palace? Have you ever come to find me during my time here? Tears slowly fell from Diane's eyes. She hadn't come with the intention of crying and clinging to him, but as she spoke, her emotions overflowed. Why are you suddenly treating me like this? Diane grabbed Carl's arms and buried her face in his chest. But then Carl slowly pushed her shoulders back. With a surprised expression, Diane looked up at Carl. He stared at her with an affectionless or even pitying gaze, then looked down at his own clothes. His jacket was stained with her tears. He confirmed this and unbuttoned his jacket. Then in an angry tone he spoke, "Get out." Diane's hand trembled like a leaf. The chilly feeling that started in her chest passed through her abdomen in an instant. When she urgently turned to leave his office, it happened. Just as she left his office, a woman elegantly entered as if she were a new document maid. She smoothly passed through the office door. After a while Lennox came to Ivory Palace to meet Diane. He was happy that now she is back to the Ivory Palace. He asks, "How are you feeling, and do you know how much money Duke spent to rent this Ivory Palace just for you?" Diane wasn't pleased by this. She then spoke, "Don't think highly of Duke Despun, he was just using us, then the moment he felt like he could discard us, he would discard us again. He is a cunning man, brother." But Lennox takes Duke's side. He spoke, "You have been ungrateful, Diane. If Duke Despun gave us shelter we might be living on streets." She was so done with his childish behavior. She thought how foolish her brother can be. "Why did you summon me?" Lennox asked. Diane spoke. She saw a new servant at the Emperor office, blue eyes and blonde hair. "Take care of her as soon as possible, we need to give other people lessons." He wasn't surprised and agreed to take care. After a while, Diane, taking a deep breath, exhaled heavily before speaking, seized the opportunity to kill the Empress. "What?" Lennox exclaimed. "Keep it down. Lower your voice," Diane cautioned. "Kill the Empress," Lennox repeated. Meanwhile, at that time, in Vueta, preparations were underway. Fortunately, no slums had formed here, but every house was bustling with relatives seeking refuge. A child who had become the seeker in a game of hide-and-seek shouted loudly, "All right, I'm coming to find you." Then turned around dramatically. As they playfully laughed and headed in the direction of a cart where they suspected a friend might be hiding, there was a sudden crash. A black spot began to appear in the center of the crimson sky. Vueta opened his eyes again, looking up at the impending disaster. He had always been aware that avoiding the calamity had merely been a matter of luck. He turned his body after identifying the location where the tower was falling and gave quick orders. "Evacuate all the villages in the southern region and open the castle gate. Prepare for the arrival of the mausoleums pouring out from the castle gate." "Yes, Your Grace." "You, raise the signal fires right now and activate the defense formation of the southern district. Request reinforcements from the capital." "Yes, Your Grace. We will pray for help to arrive from the capital, and endure as long as we can." As he recalled the impending destruction that had been foretold by Count Calvin, who had not received support from the magicians, Vueta's heart raced with unease. Nobody knew whether Vueta would share the same fate or if he could be saved. Only the Emperor and Duke Despoin would know. "Please." Vueta's desperate murmur was drowned out by the screams that erupted from all around. The residents of Vueta's domain gazed up at the reddening sky, appearing helpless in the face of the overwhelming calamity. The next day, Duke Despun personally sought out Adele. Brazenly, wearing a pitiful expression, he asked, "Empress, how great are your concerns?" Look at his audacity. While inwardly thinking so, the Empress also tilted her head with a bittersweet expression. "Thank you for your concern." Both the expression and the voice feels like acting. Duke Despun also scrutinized the Empress with eyes full of suspicion. When their sharp and keen gazes met, both the Empress and the Duke subtly averted their eyes. The two remained silent for a moment, smoothing out their expressions. Adele was the first to say, "I'm fine, so please don't worry too much." After Adele, who had visited the Magician's Guild the last time, left. Duke Despun wrestled with his thoughts. Should he publicly acknowledge the Empress as a magician and allow her to attend the Central Council meeting? He could acknowledge her easily. In fact, it was strange not to acknowledge her, considering everyone knew that the Empress had single-handedly destroyed the tower. However, the problem was her attendance at the Central Council meeting. He thought, no, absolutely not. On the surface, he pretended otherwise, but the more he thought about it, the more it didn't seem like a normal situation. If he foolishly let her attend the meeting and she uttered nonsense, it would be difficult to rectify. I must not entrust her with the task of removing the tower. If, by any chance, the Empress took control of the situation, would the Balder brothers not insist that she attend the Central Council meeting as well? While the Duke was pondering intensely, Adele read the Duke's expression with sharp eyes. It seemed that the Duke had made up his mind, perhaps prompted by Diane's pregnancy. Assisting in the discreet leasing of the Ivory Palace was likely part of his efforts. Adele pretended not to know and continued the match. When is the next Central Council meeting? Ah, before that, I need to be certified, right? When and where should I go? I'm fine to go right away, the Empress said. The Duke pretends to be greatly considerate and claims that he would certify her without any tests. He didn't forget to mention that it was possible due to my unprecedented concern for the Empress's convenience. Adele couldn't help but touch her forehead at his performance. She thought at least, just try saying you can't attend the Central Council meeting. Pretend to faint or something to silence her. Anything to keep her from talking. As the Duke took a deep breath to broach the main topic, there was a hurried knock on the door. Both of them turned their attention to the door simultaneously. As it cautiously opened, Lady Giggs and an armed knight entered one after another. What's going on? The serious expressions on Adele's and the Duke's faces deepened at the unsettling atmosphere. The knight approached, his face stern, and spoke. There's news that the tower has descended at the Marquis Vuetta. The Marquis Vuetta? As Duke Despun urgently inquired, the knight nodded. Yes, that's correct. As the words fell, the Duke abruptly rose from his seat. Oh no, Empress. I must personally go there. Excuse me. Adele narrowed her eyes. While the County of Calvin was left unattended, what criteria dictated an immediate visit to the Marquis Vuetta? The Duke hastily grabbed his outer garment and questioned the knight as if interrogating him. You must have contacted the Magician's Guild and the Knight's Order, right? Let's go quickly, it's urgent. The knight said, I'm sorry, but before that, I must deliver an order. The Duke, with widened eyes and irritation, asked, What? What order? As the knight was about to open his mouth, the Empress intervened. An order to participate, I presume. What? Participate? Startled, Duke Despun exclaimed, What's going on? When the knight looked at him, he quickly nodded. Yes, that's correct. The Duke, abandoning the outer garment he had picked up, vehemently waved his hand. No, our Empress to participate in such a danger. No way. I'm fine, Adele reassured. No, it's not allowed. Absolutely not. Duke spoke. It's fine. Why would it be troublesome if I went? Adele asked. Duke opened his mouth and spoke. Not exactly, but I'm just concerned for Empress. It's a hellish place. So please, don't worry. The Empress and the Duke stared at each other as if they were trying to outwit each other. Eventually, the Duke swallowed his boiling frustration and turned away. Is wearing a crown on your head becoming a habit, Karl Ulrich? Rather than putting a leash on a wild animal, you dare to open our doors. As the Duke angrily left the reception room. Later, the army that received the order to mobilize quickly gathered. In order to remove the massive tower ranging from level 2 to level 1, the Imperial Knights 1st and 2nd Divisions, Strikers 1st Division, and Keepers 1st Division were all mobilized. It was nothing less than an assembly of the elite. This was in stark contrast to Count Calvin's request to bring even one keeper, which was promptly rejected. Despite the chaos of the knights and mages preparing for deployment, they continued to glance somewhere. "Empress, please reconsider." Duke Despun, dressed in a robe, confronted the Empress. He tried to persuade her by presenting various excuses to prevent her participation. "It's difficult to find separate accommodations on the way. Have you ever tried homelessness? Well, there, can you see the luggage I've packed?" Adele pointed behind her without any courtesy. Duke continued, "You won't have the luxury to cook separately throughout the journey. Have you ever tried eating rations? Do you know how hard they are on the teeth?" The Empress smirked and said, "I have healthy teeth. I enjoy eating tough things." "Don't expect a carriage," Duke said. "I prefer horseback riding. After all, didn't I grow up in Gotrov?" As the Duke, unable to find a retort, was left speechless, entered his arguments. An awkward silence enveloped the room. As the Empress approached, Lionel, who had been observing the skirmish with the Duke, asked in a hushed tone, "Are you sure you'll be okay, running non-stop like this?" "I've done it before, remember." "I'll be fine," Adele replied casually. "How can it be fine?" Lady Giggs interjected sharply as she brought Adele's luggage. Worry and concern clung to the stern face of the meticulous lady. It was disconcerting for her to go directly to where danger lurked, and the tight schedule for the forced march added to the concern. But look at that stubborn expression. Blocking the Empress's departure seemed impossible. "Absolutely do not skip meals. When you sleep, make sure to have something weapon-like with you. Don't go anywhere alone, no matter how curious you are." Surprisingly, the Empress listened quietly to the lady's nagging, nodding along at appropriate intervals. "Understood. Don't worry, I'll be careful, got it." Suddenly, to everyone's amazement, the lady's nagging rapidly decreased and soon vanished. "Please be careful." At that moment, the long horn announcing the departure resounded. Adele lightly patted Lady Giggs on the shoulder, effortlessly mounted the horse without a stirrup, and somehow, she was someone who cared about Adele. The knights and mages who had finished their preparations headed resolutely to their positions. Lionel led the group of knights, and Adele stood side by side with Duke Despun. "Empress, we will definitely eliminate the tower of Viscount Vuetta and return." The Duke Despun roared towards the tower above the castle gate. The Emperor stood on the tower and looked down below. The Empress, seated on a majestic warhorse, gazed ahead calmly. Before the Archduke had visited the Emperor for a talk. "Your Majesty, why did you order the Empress to march without a single word of consultation? What if the Empress decides to rebel?" "Ye Emperor smirked and spoke, "Then make sure she doesn't rebel. Why send both Lennox Poiters and the Duke to battle at the same time?" Despite Duke Despun rushing towards the castle gate like a raging fire, the Emperor did not retract his orders. There was only one thing he desired. As the Emperor slowly raised his right hand with an arrogant expression, the massive gate slowly opened. The Emperor muttered, "Go and feel it in your bones, Adelaide. Realize that the only comfortable place for you is by my side." When the two straight gates were fully open, the soldiers on the castle walls began ringing bells. As if anticipating the charge, the warhorses snorted, and the soldiers kicked their heels. When all the gates were open, Lionel leapt forward first, followed by other horses. The armed forces swiftly traversed the capital. After bidding farewell to the Empress and returning to the palace, Lady Giggs took a deep breath to compose herself. Despite experiencing numerous events while guarding the palace, this was the first time the Empress herself had personally gone into battle. It was during the time when Giggs, suppressing her anxious heart, was tidying up the Empress's room. "Lady, Miss Portiers, has come to visit." Lady Giggs hesitated at the maid's words. However, she quickly straightened her shoulders, as if to say, "When has it ever been different?" and opened her eyes wide. "Does she wish to see me?" The maid, with eyes like a pristine snowy plain, dared not meet Giggs' gaze and quickly replied, "Yes." Currently, Lady Giggs' status within the palace was that of a guest. While most people in the palace treated her as the general manager, it was merely a formality. Staying in the palace as a guest was the same for Diane. However, considering the situation where rumors of Diane being pregnant with the Emperor's child were spreading quietly, was it wise to refuse her meeting request? After organizing her thoughts, Lady Giggs walked gracefully toward the door and asked. "The maid. Where is she?" Diane stared intently at the servant placing a teacup in front of her. The cup trembled as the maid's hand shook. Diane, looking down at the seemingly overflowing yet delicate tea, tilted her head and whispered. "Long time no see. How have you been?" The maid trembled in fear and spoke, "Lady of the palace." Diane continued, "Did it seem deserted after I took over the Ivory Palace?" No, not at all." The contemplative maid bowed her head, seemingly repenting. Diane, with a fierce gaze, also glanced at other maids who were waiting nearby. Like frightened rabbits, the maids lowered their heads. The change in the attitude of the servants was the first thing that had changed after seizing the Ivory Palace. Those who initially served Diane, providing money and even strength among the maids, were the ones she favored. Diane, who had been gently caressing the cheek of a maid with a bowed head, suddenly gripped her chin tightly. Once a dog bites its master, it can't do it twice. There's no need for an apology. Just don't let yourself be seen by me again. At that moment, a knocking sound echoed. Diane, with a sharp gaze, released the maid's chin as if flicking away a stray hair. The cowering maid hastily got up and stepped back. As the door opened, yet she didn't rise from her seat even when Lady Giggs entered. With a disdainful gaze that showed no sign of acknowledgement, Diane tilted the teacup. The bittersweet tea felt sweet as she thought of the baby in her belly. Diane smiled with a twinkle in her eyes. Unperturbed, Lady Giggs opened her mouth with utmost elegance. "Do you have any business, Miss Portiers?" It would be awkward to completely ignore the meeting, but there was no need to treat her as an honored guest either. Diane smirked, setting down the teacup she had been holding and leaned back on the sofa. With an attitude befitting the owner of the palace, Lady Giggs glared at Diane sternly. Diane tilted her head towards Lady Giggs, gently placing her hand on her own belly as if to show off. "I'd like to have a private conversation with the lady. Could you clear the surroundings?" "It's fine if they stay, but it's for the lady's sake." Although she didn't have the status of the palace manager, Lady Giggs was overseeing the servants in the Empress's palace. Lady Giggs ordered the maids around. "Everyone, leave." The maids promptly fled as if they had been waiting for that command. Diane, with a mischievous smile, poured tea into Lady Giggs's cup. "Please, have a seat. If you have something to say, please do." Lady Giggs stood tall, observing Diane with a strict expression. Diane smirked, placing the tea kettle on the table and chuckling. Then, she approached Lady Giggs. On the day Diane returned to the Ivory Palace, she had been sitting at her desk, waiting for this moment. "Madame Beatrice died at 29. I'm different from that person. I wanted to tell you that." Diane, caressing her belly, laughed exuberantly. "With our little one on the way, do you think I'll die at 29? In Diane's laughter-infused voice, there was a thick attachment and desire sticking closely. Taking another step towards Lady Giggs, Diane whispered confidentially. "I won't end up pitifully dying like Madame Beatrice, losing a child to the Empress. I will be recognized as the mother of my child, and then..." Pausing for a moment, Diane gazed silently at Lady Giggs. In her now expressionless face, there was the venom characteristic of those who survived in the palace. "I will definitely kick you out of the palace. Definitely, never to see her again with those disdainful blue eyes." Lady Giggs looked at Diane with a reluctant gaze. If Diane was indeed pregnant, it wouldn't be wise to provoke her now. Lady Giggs might find herself in a difficult situation if Diane were to suddenly collapse in pain or anything. "Very well, I have much to attend to. I shall take my leave. Please, take care." As Lady Giggs gracefully turned away and left, Diane, with a mocking expression, glared at the door for a moment. Then, she caressed her belly and whispered, "It must be a son." As if understanding, the baby in her belly seemed to tap her palm lightly. Diane looked down at her belly with eyes mixed with desire and affection, laughing. Viscount Vuetta's territory was not far from the capital. A skilled rider could cover the distance in 2 days. The knights and mages relentlessly spurred their horses to reach the Viscount's territory as quickly as possible. By the time they could set foot on the ground, the sun was setting, and the group hastily prepared for the night. Throughout the journey, Lionel had been watching over Adele constantly. Contrary to the expectations of those who couldn't hide their worries, the Empress rode at the forefront without showing any signs of fatigue. Even the knights were awestruck by her adept equestrian skills. Lionel took Adele's reins and instructed the nearby knights. "Build a temporary residence for Her Majesty the Empress." "Yes, Commander." After confirming that Adele had checked the temporary residence herself and entered, Lionel sighed as he watched the entire group. The sorcerers, now transformed into night guards, each entered their assigned temporary residences, and the knights, with relatively strong stamina, remained vigilant around. Lionel gave a few instructions to Henri. "Strengthen the security around Her Majesty the Empress's temporary residence, and check on her if there is anything she needs." Henri faintly smiled and nodded. "Do not worry." As the night deepened, a soldier sneaked out of the temporary residence, quietly moving towards a nearby tent. The destination was a nearby tent where Lennox was sitting on a blanket. He rose to his feet, startled, as the soldier entered. "Why are you so late?" Lennox asked. The soldier, a messenger Lennox had hired a while ago to keep an eye on the movements of the knights, had proven useless until today. However, tonight he was invaluable. "I apologize. I found a loophole in the guard." The soldier stammered out his excuse, and Renox shook his head, seemingly weary. "That's enough. What did you find?" While Lennox's sister's commanding voice echoed in his mind, the soldier handed him a piece of paper. "I want the Empress dead." Lennox muttered to himself, recalling Diane Poitier's voice vividly. "She wants the Empress dead." Despite finding Diane Poitier detestable on many occasions, Lennox and she had sailed on the same ship. More than anything, Lennox needed Diane's child. "Once the baby is born, the Emperor will undoubtedly give my child to the Empress." "No doubt about it." The echo of Diane's voice resurfaced. Although the soldier asked in confusion, Lennox paid him no mind, producing a small piece of paper from his pocket and handing it to the soldier. Lennox spoke, "Head southwest from here, and you'll reach Lewin Viscount. If you're fast, you should arrive by dawn. Once you get there, find him immediately." As the soldier took the paper, Lennox added another sealed envelope. "Hand this over as well. You must reach the location I've written by midnight tomorrow, even if it's the last thing you do." "Midnight tomorrow?" the soldier asked. "Yes. Leave now." Lennox shoved a heavy purse into the soldier's chest, and the soldier, bowing deeply, silently slipped out of Lennox's tent. Lennox, now alone, chuckled lazily on the blanket. Opportunity came sooner than expected. Thanks to Diane Poitier and her excellent aura. When you arrive in Vuetta, my not-so-beloved Empress, who despises you endlessly, will gracefully die. Plus, all the blame will fall on Lionel Balder, making it all so perfect. Meanwhile, at the Grand Estate, a woman with glamorous golden hair stood on the castle terrace. She was Elizabeth Ulrich Grand, the Duchess of Grand, and the half-sister of the Emperor. Elizabeth squinted her eyes sharply as she observed the influx of refugees. The crisis caused by famine seemed almost trivial, considering the immediate struggle for survival. Morality, norms, and ethics meant less than a piece of bread lying on the ground to those who couldn't resolve the issue of eating and living. In the face of hunger, fists took precedence over laws. In an attempt to address this chaos, Elizabeth's efforts attracted even more refugees. Her estate, not far from the capital, led even residents of the city slums to seek refuge. Her estate was now saturated with refugees, and with no more funds to provide aid, Elizabeth clenched her fists tightly. The herald, who had conveyed messages under her blazing anger, stepped back 2 paces. "Those damn bastards." Elizabeth spat out curses vehemently, expressing her volcanic rage. The Duchy of Despun, the only thing on that mad author's mind, had no place in this country. The throne, he didn't want it, finding it bothersome. The weight of the throne, monitored day in and day out with immense responsibilities, was something he didn't want to bear. Yet, the one desiring power akin to the emperor was this selfish and desire-filled individual. How selfish and childish were his desires. When Elizabeth heard the news of his infertility, she genuinely rejoiced. She was worried about producing a monster like him, but it turned out to be a stroke of luck. But the one playing the role of that damn author was none other than the emperor himself. The wind carried the scent of autumn, mixing with the smoke, and furrowed Elizabeth's brow. Refugees lit fires throughout the grand forest to escape the cold. The once beautiful forest now bears black scars from several incidents of fire. However, Elizabeth couldn't punish them. It wouldn't solve the fundamental problem. She spoke. "I will go to the capital. During my absence, I will entrust the affairs of the estate to Nebern. Be aware of that. I will depart soon, so prepare yourself." Several letters had already arrived from Lady Giggs, and it seemed she was deeply infatuated with the newly arrived Empress. The Empress is a sorceress. Not only was she a formidable individual capable of destroying a tower on her own, but she also demonstrated the ability to squeeze gold bars for Count Calvin. It seemed necessary to meet her. The day after leaving the capital, the expeditionary force, which had set out as soon as dawn broke, moved at a terrifying speed, allowing them to set foot on the ground only as the sun was setting, much like the previous day. However, unlike yesterday, when they struggled as novices, the sorcerers now seemed to be overflowing with vitality. This was because they had entered the magical radius of the tower. The magical radius refers to the range affected by the magic emitted from the tower. The higher the tower, the broader the range of influence, but ultimately, the utilization of that magic depended on the sorcerer's ability. The sorcerers floated in the sea of magic like fish encountering water. Their bodies felt light as if gravity had disappeared, and even small movements attracted magic to them like a magnet. "Ah, how long has it been since I tasted magic like this? That's right. It feels like being reborn." Watching the 2 sorcerers who whispered to each other and moved away, Adele turned her gaze away with a bitter expression. The sense of liberation she felt as a sorcerer sometimes approached her as a feeling of guilt. This was because the magical radius coincided with the activity radius of the magical beast, something that could only exist with magic. A voice was heard from outside. "Your Majesty, Lionel Balder, may I enter for a moment?" He entered and asked, "Is there anything uncomfortable?" Adele smiled as if satisfied, looking around, and spoke. "It's as comfortable as the Empress's palace, so don't worry." Lionel stepped back with a gentle smile at her jest. In the deep, quiet night where even the crickets ceased their cries, Adele, who was immersed in the sweet embrace of deep sleep, suddenly opened her eyes. Fumbling in the darkness with a blurry gaze that blurred the boundaries between dream and reality for a while, Adele slowly regained her senses and tried to sit up. However, something bound her limbs, making it impossible to move an inch. Scissors. No, it was different from the feeling of scissors. A sense of danger surged from the artificial pressure. Adele, who had been struggling to get up somehow, completely gave up and thought. Magic was intricately pressing on her body. If someone could manipulate magic so freely, they wouldn't be an ordinary wizard. Adele pondered hard about who might possess such skill within the Sorcerer's Guild. "What does someone want after binding me?" Adele sensitively focused her attention and listened carefully. After a while, cautious footsteps were heard, and then she felt someone slowly opening the door of her tent. Soon after, a sharp and crisp sound cut through the silent air carefully. It was undoubtedly the sound of drawing a sword. Adele immediately raised her magic. The opponent's magic, which had been pressing on her, confronted her magic as if in a brief struggle, but soon, it gradually retreated against her power and disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, like a cat burglar, the intruder, who had sneaked into the Empress's tent, rushed at her in an instant, brandishing a dagger. You shouldn't have. Despite the would-be assassins being startled by the Empress's voice, who had said she wouldn't scream, he quickly recovered and forcefully thrust the dagger toward the Empress's throat. However, I said you shouldn't have, didn't I? At that moment, the assassin realized he had taken on a mission he shouldn't have, enticed by the promise of a large sum of money. Before magic paralyzed even his face, he bit down hard on the poison pouch he had been holding in his mouth. When Adele, who had belatedly realized this fact, opened his mouth with her hands, the poison had already spread throughout his body. Oh no, Adele sighed, taking a step back from the convulsing assassin. Shortly after, the assassin's body slackened. Undoubtedly, there was an accomplice among the accompanying sorcerers. Moreover, it was a top-tier sorcerer who could intricately control magic to the extent of binding an unseen opponent's limbs. Even within the Royal Sorcerers Guild, such a skilled individual could be counted on one hand. Despite that, daringly committing such an act, they must have been confident they could kill me. She meticulously observed her surroundings and quietly entered Lionel's tent. A faint lamp flickered briefly, casting a dim light inside the tent. It was regrettable to wake him from his sleep, but Lionel was the only person she could seek help from at this moment. Lionel had neatly covered himself with a blanket, lying straight and sound asleep. He even sleeps properly. Adele, gazing at his meticulously sculpted face, reached out to shake him awake. However, the moment her hand touched his shoulder, an unexpected event occurred. In an instant, Adele's world was turned upside down. Lionel's eyes widened. He muttered, "Her Majesty." He can't believe she was there in such vulnerable position. He thought he might be dreaming. Her nose. Her beautiful face. This must be dream. This can't be real. If this is the dream, then can I? He thought to kiss the Empress and check it by himself. Lionel can't believe it, so he thought to kiss the Empress Adele. He leaned on, and when he was about to kiss her, she screams his name, Lionel, and he gets back to his senses. He finally realized it's not a dream, she was really in his bed. He asks, "What are you doing, Your Majesty, here? At this hour?" She hesitated a bit, but then first she apologized. Sorry Lionel for sneaking in your tent. But first can you let me go?" He didn't realize that he was still holding her. He realized her and was ashamed of what he did. But Adele had no problem, because after all she came unannounced. Lionel asked, "Did something happen? Why Her Majesty is here at this hour?" She told him that they tried to assassinate her. Both of them went back to the Empress Adele tent to see the dead body of that assassin. But surprisingly the body disappeared into thin air. But the blood spot was left there. Lionel muttered, "It seems like someone tried to erase the evidence by removing the body." She told him that whoever was that, they used powerful magic to bound her. It's not a normal magician work. Lionel spoke, "They are so reckless that they tried to murder the Empress of the nation. Probably they already knew, there means they will be discarded if they fail." The Empress Adele's face turned gloomy. She did nothing wrong, yet someone tried to kill her. She spoke, "That person was sure that he could kill me easily." Lionel knew how the Empress is feeling right now. He broke the silence in the room and spoke. "The only powerful magicians in the nation who are capable of assassinating the Empress is the Duc d'Espagne and Lennox Poitiers. But I know the Duke, he will never do something so reckless. And Duke is currently focusing on destroying the Vita Tower. So in my conclusion, this could be done by Lennox Poitiers. So now the body is gone, it's hard to investigate him." Then suddenly Lionel bowed down. The Empress Adele was shocked at what he was doing. He bowed and spoke, "Your Majesty the Empress, I apologize for failing to protect you. It's all my fault. The Empress asked him to rise, and spoke, "It's not your fault." Lionel was disappointed that he knew who was the culprit behind this, but still he can't do anything without the proper evidence. He continued, "Even if we can't reveal that Lennox is behind this, I will let everyone know that there was an assassination attempt. Then they wouldn't be so reckless and will not try to do this again." Empress spoke, "If you reveal this, then everyone will try to blame you. They will hold you responsible and say you didn't protect me proper." But Lionel didn't care about his reputation. He spoke, "Your Majesty's safety is my top priority." She continued, "No need to tell this anyone. Moreover, now that they failed, they wouldn't be able to move carelessly. And I came running to you because I didn't know what to do with the body. But I've only given them a chance to get rid of the evidence. Go and rest Lionel." But Lionel wasn't happy about this, so he insisted to stay back and protect her. So he went outside for her security. Empress Adele thought, what if she didn't called his name at time? What would have happened? His face was so majestic, and eyes was like he was looking at someone who he loves so deeply. Somehow it felt a little warmer. It's been so long I have felt any shot of warmness, and someone wants to protect me. This feeling, what should I do? Thank you for tuning in to watch this season unfold. Your support means the world to us. We're excited to continue the journey with you in the next story. Until then, take care and stay tuned for what's to come.